Chapter 1253. Just as Jiang Fan was showing off the situation of the 100 Herbs Gate to Xiao Hua, the flying disc gradually approached a huge oval-shaped mountain top. Jiang Yan, who was next to him, was already impatient. She turned her head and said a few words. Jiang Fan raised his head slightly and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look for yourself. I forgot to inform the gate master." With that, he cupped his hands and walked to Jiang Yan's side. He also said a few words. Then Jiang Yan slightly squinted her eyes at Xiao Hua and no longer spoke. Jiang Fan patted his hand and took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his storage bag. After saying a few words, he shook his hand and the sound-transmitting talisman flew through the air to the medicine farmer peak in front of him. In fact, since the last time he saw the little white snake transformed into a python at Yellow Flower Ridge, Jiang Jiantong of the 100 Herbs Gate had the intention of establishing a good relationship with Shang Huaming. If Xiao Xinrui came this time, even if it was inappropriate for him as the gate master to personally receive her, it was extremely necessary to show the concern of an elder. However, Jiang Fan had already broken the rules by personally seeing Xiao Hua, a disciple who had not yet entered the sect. It was even more impossible for Jiang Jiantong to appear, so Jiang Fan still sent this message to his father first. Shang Huaming is really declining. He actually sent a disciple who has not yet entered the sect. It seems that the threat of the 10,000 Poisons Gate has not been eliminated yet. After receiving Jiang Fan's sound-transmitting talisman, Jiang Jiantong's mouth hung a cold smile. He thought to himself, this is a good time to win over Shang Huaming. If nothing unexpected happens, the 100 Herbs Gate will go one step further under eye. Haha, with that he clapped his hands and said a few words, and the sound-transmitting talisman flew back. Jiang Fan received the sound-transmitting talisman, walked to Xiao Hua with a smile and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, our gate master has an important matter to attend to. I'm afraid he can't meet you in person." Xiao Hua panicked and hurriedly returned the salute. How could I dare to meet Gate Master Jiang in person? Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be afraid. When we arrive at the guest hall, if your sect has any matters to attend to, just tell me. If it's not important, I can make the decision and agree to them one by one. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and said, then I'll have to rely on Senior a lot. While they were talking, the flying disc had already landed on Yaonong Peak. Originally, they had arranged a grand welcoming ceremony, but because it was not Xiao Xinrui's arrival, most of it was removed. However, the disciples who stayed were all above the third layer of qi refining, which was enough to give Shang Huaming and Xiao Hua face. Walking down the round plate before the crowd dispersed, Jiang enforced a smile on his face and handed over a beautifully made yellow talisman. He said with a smile, "Xiao, fellow Taoist, this is an invitation talisman that I personally refined. Please return to Shang Huaming and give it to Sister Xiao of your sect. Just say that I missed her very much after meeting her at Yellow Flower Ridge. If you have nothing to do, please come to my Medicine Nong Peak for a chat. This humble one will lead Sister Xiao to tour the strange scenery of Yaonong Peak." Xiao Hua did not dare to be neglectful. He received it with both hands and put it into his bosom, saying respectfully, "Junior does not dare to neglect Senior's request. Junior will personally deliver this invitation to Senior Sister." Seeing Xiao Hua's respectful attitude, Jiang An's expression relaxed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "My brother will take care of all the sect's affairs. This humble one has other trivial matters to attend to, so I won't accompany fellow Taoist Xiao. I don't dare. Senior, please go ahead." Xiao Hua immediately saluted. After Jiang An left, Jiang Fan took Xiao Hua to the guest hall of the 100 Herbs Gate. The guest hall of the 100 Herbs Gate was much more imposing than Shang Huaming's. Not to mention the respectful disciples, just the momentum and scale of the guest hall were like clouds and mud compared to Shang Huaming's. Jiang Fan wasn't a shallow person, but because of Shang Huaming's matter, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, so he actually stole a glance at Xiao Hua's expression. However, when he saw that Xiao Hua's expression was normal, he couldn't help but secretly praise, "Shang Huaming really has some inner qualities. This Xiao Hua hasn't even entered the sect yet, but he's actually so cultured. He doesn't seem to be uneasy in the face of such a great momentum." In fact, Xiao Hua himself was also puzzled. This guest hall's momentum was extraordinary. Not only were there carved beams and painted pillars, But even the various talismans flashing faintly above the hall were 100 times better than Shang Huaming's. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shock in his heart. It was far from the feeling he felt when he saw the many medicinal fields of the 100 Herbs Gate on the round plate just now. "Fellow Taoist Chow, please." After entering the guest hall and walking inside, Jiang Fan raised his hand and invited Xiao Hua to the guest seat. Xiao Hua smiled and waited for Jiang Fan to sit cross-legged on the main seat before sitting down himself. As soon as Xiao Hua sat down, several disciples below the third layer of qi condensation had a look of astonishment in their eyes. They carried several plates of fruits that Xiao Hua had never seen before and placed them on the table in front of him. "Please, fellow Taoist Chow. These are our 100 Herbs Gate's specialty fruits. The taste is not bad and it will be of some help to fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation." Jiang Fan looked at the colorful fruits and said very warmly, "Thank you, young master. Junior has come on behalf of the gate master." How could Xiao Hua want to eat these fruits? Xiao Hua got straight to the point. "Hee, don't be in such a hurry, fellow Taoist Xiao. You're a guest from afar. How could my 100 Herbs Gate not entertain you?" Jiang Fan smiled and interrupted Xiao Hua. "All right, thank you, young master." Xiao Hua helplessly picked up a thumb-sized fiery red fruit and threw it into his mouth. This fruit was very strange. When Xiao Hua closed his mouth and tongue, the fruit was immediately bitten open. A spicy taste immediately rushed into Xiao Hua's nose and mouth. Xiao Hua was startled. Tears were about to gush out of his eyes, but at this moment, the spicy taste slipped into his throat and immediately turned into a kind of icy and moist taste. The tears in Xiao Hua's eyes immediately stopped flowing. Not only that, when the icy cold taste entered his stomach, it turned into a burning flame in an instant. This flame flowed into his meridians and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. He silently used his heart technique to examine himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that his magic power had unexpectedly increased by a little. This. Xiao Hua was about to raise his head when he heard Jiang Fan clapping his hands and laughing. "Very good, fellow Taoist Xiao. You're indeed a fated person. This ice fire fruit is an extremely rare spirit fruit in my medicine farmer peak. It takes 10 years for it to bear fruit and the fruit is very rare. Because it can increase the cultivation of early-stage qi condensation disciples, my 100 Herbs Gate has always rewarded meritorious disciples who have just entered the gate. Of course, this fruit is only effective when eaten for the first time. After eating it you can only taste it. The fruit that fellow Taoist Xiao just ate also ripened a few days ago. Fellow Taoist not only came at the right time, but also obtained the most precious ice fire fruit with just a wave of your hand. I can't help but sigh with emotion." Xiao Hua was astonished. When he looked carefully again, sure enough, there was no more ice fire fruit on the plate. Xiao Hua was speechless. Of course, when Jiang Fan and the others went to Shang Huaming, Xiao Yuehong asked him to offer the fruit. The modesty in his mouth was really modesty, not some kind of courtesy at all. The fruits of the 100 Herbs Gate were really more precious than those of Shang Huaming. However, when he thought of Jiang Fan's covetousness towards Xiao Xianrui, Xiao Hua lost his appetite. Originally, he didn't want to take advantage of the 100 Herbs Gate, but then he had another thought. It's a waste not to take advantage of this. Anyway, when I go back I won't say anything good about you. Thinking this, he smiled at Jiang Fan, picked up the various fruits and tasted them one by one. He ate to his heart's content. It must be said that 100 Herbs Gate was indeed founded on spiritual herbs. This fruit had a unique flavor to it. Although the other fruits couldn't promote cultivation like the ice and fire fruit, it still greatly satisfied Xiao Hua's appetite for good food. He was inwardly very pleased. Seeing Xiao Hua being so impolite, Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had already dealt with Shang Huaming, this disciple who hadn't seen the world. Seeing Xiao Hua eat a dark green fruit, licking his lips and straightening up to speak, Jiang Fan coughed and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, a second-layer qi refining disciple hurried in and whispered a few words in Jiang Fan's ear. Jiang Fan frowned and scolded. "This matter has already been decided. You should just carry it out. Why do you need to ask for my permission? Can't you see that I'm receiving an important guest?" The disciple's expression didn't change. He bowed and was about to withdraw. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "Young master must be busy. Junior will wait." Jiang Fan smiled. I've made fellow Taoist Xiao laugh. It's just a small matter. There's no need for me to go. He then looked at the second layer Qi refining disciple and explained to Xiao Hua. Our 100 Herbs Gate has many places to grow spiritual plants. In addition to the common ones, we also cultivate rare ones. 100 years ago, in a hidden cave on Medicine Farmer Peak, more than 10 different spiritual plant seeds were found. They looked shriveled, but to be on the safe side, the previous gate master decided to plant these seeds in a place with abundant spiritual qi on Medicine Farmer Peak to see if they could germinate within 100 years. A few days ago it was already 100 years old, and the place where these seeds were planted had to be changed to other spiritual plants. Therefore, a disciple came to report whether or not to dig out those seeds. Fellow Taoist Xiao, such a small matter was already decided 100 years ago. You only need to carry it out. Why do you need to ask for my permission? Xiao Hua smiled. The 100 Herbs Gate is really generous. They can even find seeds that are 100 years old. At this point his heart skipped a beat. Seeing Jiang Fan wave his hand to dismiss the disciple, he couldn't help but say, Junior has spoken too much. I wonder, what should we do with these seeds? What can we do with them? Put them in the warehouse or throw them away. Anyway, they can't be grown and we don't know what kind of spiritual plant they are. Our 100 Herbs Gate can't spend another 100 years on them. Jiang Fan said casually. I see. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands. Junior has a presumptuous request. I wonder if these useless seeds, could you give them to me? Give them to you? Jiang Fan was stunned. Normally, even if he destroyed these seeds himself, Jiang Fan would not give them to others. But now he wanted to leave a good impression on Xiao Hua and get closer to Xiao Xinrui and Shang Huaming. If he made Xiao Hua unhappy because of these dispensable seeds, the ice and fire fruit just now would have been eaten by Xiao Hua for nothing. Chapter 1254. I wonder, what does fellow Taoist Xiao want these seeds for? Based on my experience, if they can't germinate within 100 years, then they might not even germinate for another 100 years. They should be seeds that have already lost their vitality. Jiang Fan asked. It's nothing much. Xiao Hua smiled. Senior should know that I, Shang Huaming, only have one disciple and that's me. Usually I read books by myself. Unlike 100 Herbs Gate, I don't have many medicinal fields and spiritual herbs, so I've learned too much. That's why I want to read more and learn more. If it's inconvenient for Senior, then forget it. Haha, so that's how it is. Jiang Fan clapped. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to like studying spiritual herbs. Although the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate have better conditions than you, they don't care about studying spiritual herbs. They only like to cultivate. Once they reach the third layer of qi refining, they don't go to the medicinal field anymore. It's really frustrating. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is so eager to learn, how can I not help you? Then he turned to the second layer disciple and said, Go take these seeds that should be disposed of. In addition, choose some spiritual herbs that aren't forbidden to be spread outside of 100 Herbs Gate. Pick a few seeds and bring them over. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and smiled. Thank you, young master. Actually, if those withered and damaged seeds are useless, it's also good for me to study them. Although Xiao Hua's words seemed a bit insatiable, it did not contradict his statement that he wanted to comprehend the spirit grass ancient records. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. Thinking about those dead seeds, even the elders of 100 Herbs Gate thought they were useless. What kind of waves could Xiao Huaming cause? Therefore he smiled, gave the disciple a look and waved his hand to dismiss him. The disciple understood that Jiang Fan's look meant he didn't need to take his words seriously. He only needed to take some of the seeds from 100 Herbs Gate or some of the damaged ones. As long as they had a little background, even if they couldn't germinate, they couldn't give them to Xiao Hua. After the disciple left, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Thank you, young master, for your help. You're welcome. It's just a seed that needs to be thrown away. There's no need to thank me. Jiang Fan waved his hand. Afterwards, Xiao Hua stood up, straightened his clothes and bowed deeply to Jiang Fan, saying, Junior's first priority in coming here is to thank 100 Herbs Gate for remembering the alliance between our two sects and sending this important information to me, Shang Huaming. This is the sect master's instruction before he left. Since I can't meet sect master Jiang, I hope that young sect master can convey my gratitude to him. All right. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly got up and helped Xiao Hua up. Shang Huaming and my 100 Herbs Gate are already allies. If anything happens to Shang Huaming, my 100 Herbs Gate will also be in danger. Helping Shang Huaming is helping my 100 Herbs Gate. Sect Master Xiao is too polite. After saying that, he invited Xiao Hua to take a seat. Xiao Hua cleared his throat and placed the jade bottle he had already prepared on the table. He smiled and said, "Thank you, clan leader Jiang. Next is the second matter that sect leader asked me to come over for. Young master, please take a look at these jade bottles." Jiang Fan was as genial as ever. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle fell into his hand. When he opened it, his face revealed extreme confusion. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what is the meaning of absorption fruit?" Seeing that Jiang Fan's expression was as usual and not as surprised as he had expected, Xiao Hua knew this was bad. He was afraid that the absorption fruit wasn't that precious in the other party's eyes. Jiang Fan's face was full of smiles as if he were Shang Huaming's savior. Xiao Hua's face was full of joy at first. He wanted to nod, but then he realized, this guy wants to curry favor with Shang Huaming. And that's not all. If I, Shang Huaming, can't refine enough Peiyuan pills, not only will my senior martial brother's cultivation not be improved, I'm afraid they'll still be suppressed by 100 Herbs Gate. Besides, a few Peiyuan pills may be enough for my senior martial brothers, but what about mine? I'm afraid I'll have to draw water with a bamboo basket. After thinking about it, Xiao Hua's face showed that he was in a difficult position. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I appreciate your kindness and I thank you on behalf of my Gate Master. However, Gate Master has already made it clear that if I, Shang Huaming, ask for a few Peiyuan pills, 100 Herbs Gate will definitely agree to it for the sake of the alliance between our two sections. However, this will make my Shang Huaming look like a small sect. We've just formed an alliance with 100 Herbs Gate, so it's really inappropriate to take advantage of them. Secondly, the alliance between our two sects will naturally be frequent in the future. As the saying goes, even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. If there's any deal in the future, it's hard to say. Therefore, I ask 100 Herbs Gate to give me a suitable exchange according to the customs of E-City." "So it's like that," Jiang Fan said with a smile. "Our two sects have already formed an alliance. I didn't expect Gate Master Xiao to still be so polite." Then he frowned, "But my 100 Herbs Gate's black tusk grass is really very little." He stood up and paced back and forth in the reception hall several times. He sighed and gritted his teeth. "Forget it. Since Gate Master Xiao wants it, I'll give it to Shang Huaming first, even if my 100 Herbs Gate's Peiyuan pill can't be refined." Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Many thanks. Junior will definitely report young Gate Master's kindness to my Gate Master." "Don't be in a hurry to thank me, fellow Taoist Xiao." Jiang Fan hurriedly stopped him. He patted the storage bag at his waist and took out a sound-transmitting talisman. He said a few words in it, and with a burst of transcendence energy, the sound-transmitting talisman flew out of the reception hall. Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Jiang Fan explained, "I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. My 100 Herbs Gate has been refining the Peiyuan pill for the past few days. I don't know how much black tusk grass is left." Xiao Hua's heart suddenly became tense. A moment later, a crimson light flew over and stopped in front of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan didn't avoid Xiao Hua. He grabbed it and squeezed it. A slightly old voice sounded, reporting to young Gate Master, "There are only 10 black tusk grass left. According to your wishes, we have stopped refining the Peiyuan pill. This old man has already sent someone to deliver the black tusk grass to you." Xiao Hua frowned. He wasn't sure if these 10 black tusk grass were enough for Xiao Yuehong. As expected. Jiang Fan spread his hands and shook his head, saying, "It's still too late, fellow Taoist Xiao. These remaining 10 black tusk grass aren't enough to exchange for your Gate Master's absorption fruits." Xiao Hua was very disappointed, but what could he do? He could only say, "Let's take what we have. It's better than having none." "How about this, fellow Taoist Xiao? These black tusk grass are a gift from my 100 Herbs Gate to Shang Huaming. My 100 Herbs Gate won't accept these absorption fruits." Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "No, senior should take the absorption fruits that are suitable. Since my Gate Master has given the order, senior shouldn't make things difficult for junior." Xiao Hua shook his head and refused. Alright, since Gate Master Xiao has given the order, I won't be polite. Jiang Fan picked up 2 of the jade bottles and put them in his storage pouch. At this moment, the second layer Qi refining disciple who went out just now returned with a small storage pouch in his hand. He took out several jade boxes and placed them in front of Jiang Fan, saying, "These are the black tusk grass that Elder Lan ordered this disciple to bring." Then he took out 2 small pouches from his storage pouch and handed them forward, saying, "Young Gate Master ordered this disciple to take these. One contains the dried seeds and the seeds that haven't sprouted yet, and the other contains the damaged seeds. And give these 2 pouches to fellow Taoist Xiao." Jiang Fan didn't check them and ordered the disciple. Xiao Hua took the 2 small pouches and opened them to take a look. Sure enough, one of the pouches contained some abnormally dried seeds that were covered in dust and dirt. The other pouch was full of damaged seeds. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, here are 10 stalks of black tusk grass. Please check them." Jiang Fan waved his hand and several jade boxes flew to the table in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua put down the 2 pouches and opened one of the jade boxes. Inside the jade box were 2 stalks of black tusk grass that were about a foot long and had long sword-shaped leaves. The edges of the leaves were deeply serrated and there were fine red and black lines all over the leaves. "And that's right. Thank you, young Gate Master." Xiao Hua looked at the other jade boxes and found that they were all full-grown black tusk grass. He smiled and said to Jiang Fan, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take the remaining absorption fruits back." Jiang Fan was about to wave his hand when Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Wait a moment." Chapter 1255. Fellow Taoist Xiao, is there something wrong? Jiang Fan's complexion changed slightly. It's nothing. Young master, this junior suddenly thought that since these absorption fruits have been brought here, this junior won't take them back. If your sect still has some black tuber grass that hasn't reached maturity yet, this junior will exchange them all. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Less than mature black tuber grass? Jiang Fan was obviously surprised. His eyes turned slightly and he said with a smile, "This year's black tuber grass is gone, and if there are any, it will naturally be 1 year old. However, according to this junior's knowledge, there aren't many black tuber grass that are 1 year old. Our 100 Herbs Gate also doesn't plan to exchange black tuber grass next year. If your sect really wants to exchange, then we can only have the matured black tuber grass in the year after next." Then he said apologetically, "But the matured black tuber grass in the year after next is much worse than the matured black tuber grass. It's very inappropriate to use it to refine the Peiyuan pill. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still want to exchange?" This. Xiao Hua's face was extremely embarrassed. After bitterly deliberating for a long time, he clenched his teeth and said, "Exchange. It's better than having nothing. If the Peiyuan pill's effect is not good, then let this junior take it." Well, since fellow Taoist Xiao insists on exchanging, then this junior can only reluctantly accept. Jiang Fan's face was very embarrassed. However, in order to make up for your sect's loss, this junior will let the disciple pay another 10% according to the rules of the exchange market. Then many thanks, young Master Yuqing. Xiao Hua's face was full of gratitude. Sure enough, Jiang Fan said a few words and put away the remaining absorption fruits. Not long after, the disciple brought back dozens of jade boxes. Xiao Hua looked at them and sure enough there were stalks of black tuber grass inside, but they looked very fresh, obviously just picked. On the surface of the black tuber grass, red and black fine lines were not densely covered, and it also didn't look mature. "Well, fellow Taoist Xiao, please put these jade boxes into your storage bag," Jiang Fan said with a smile. Xiao Hua's face reddened and he muttered, This junior didn't bring a storage bag." Jiang Fan was taken aback, but he soon understood. He laughed out loud and said, "Sect Master Xiao is indeed meticulous. Fellow Taoist Xiao is only a first-layer Qi refining cultivator. It must be extremely dangerous for him to carry a storage pouch with him. Only someone with nothing would come to our 100 Herbs Gate. Furthermore, since fellow Taoist Xiao has come to our 100 Herbs Gate, how could we let fellow Taoist Xiao risk going back alone?" As he spoke, he took the storage pouch from the disciple beside him, collected all the items and handed it over to Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take it for now. After resting for a while, I'll send a disciple to send fellow Taoist Xiao back." It won't be too late for fellow Taoist Xiao to exchange for this storage pouch when we arrive at Yellow Flower Ridge. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He reached out to receive the storage bag and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for senior's kind intentions. This junior is extremely grateful. You're welcome. Jiang Fan waved his hand and said, Is there anything else, fellow Taoist Xiao? Xiao Hua shook his head. All right then, fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a rest first. I will make arrangements to send fellow Taoist Xiao back to Yellow Flower Ridge. Senior, this junior isn't tired. How about, we leave now? Xiao Hua said. I still have to make arrangements. Fellow Taoist Xiao should take this time to rest. Jiang Fan explained. Xiao Hua had no choice but to follow the disciple beside him to the abode next to the guest hall. As soon as the disciple left the abode, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. On Medicine Farmer Peak in a quiet place, Jiang Fan stood with his hands behind his back and reported to Jiang Jiantong, who was sipping tea with his eyes closed. When Jiang Fan finished, Jiang Jiantong opened his eyes and looked meaningfully at Jiang Fan. He smiled and said, Fan, well done. Although this black tusk grass isn't that important, we can't give it to Shang Huaming in full. What you're doing is showing that our 100 Herbs Gate is trying our best to help them, and also restricting the development of Shang Huaming's disciples. Even I can only do this much. Thank you for your praise, Father. Jiang Fan said modestly, Boy, prepare a Peiyuan pill and give it to Xiao Hua. Although this guy's cultivation is shallow, his weight in Xiao Yuehong's heart is not light. It's better to win him over. Is that so? Jiang Jiantong looked at Jiang Fan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Jiang Fan was startled and suddenly realized. He slapped his forehead and said, Father is right. Boy, if you do this, it will show that our 100 Herbs Gate is too close to Shang Huaming. I'm afraid it will make Xiao Yuehong suspicious. And that's right. If you give this Peiyuan pill to Xiao Xinrui, it will be just right. As for Xiao Hua, didn't you already give him some useless seeds? The amount is just right. Jiang Jiantong smiled. Boy understands. Boy will do it right away. Jiang Fan nodded. Go. Send a few capable disciples to safely send Xiao Hua back to Yellow Flower Ridge. We have done so much, we can't let others take advantage of us. Yes. Jiang Fan bowed and withdrew. Jiang Jiantong's face showed a satisfied smile as he watched his proud son withdraw. The flying shuttle that sent Xiao Hua was the one that Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan went to Yellow Flower Ridge to spy. The people escorting and driving it were also a group of people, but Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan didn't understand. The flying shuttle was really fast. In just half a day they arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge. Xiao Hua threw out the flying talisman. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao came out to greet him. After greeting the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, they took out the things in Xiao Hua's storage bag and put them into Shang Huaming's storage bag. Then of course, Gong Mingwei invited the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate to rest at Yellow Flower Ridge. The disciples of 100 Herbs Gate naturally didn't go. After a round of pleasantries they cupped their hands and bid farewell. After the disciples of 100 Grass Gate left, Zhang Qingxiao chuckled and hugged Xiao Hua Shang's shoulder, which was a head taller than him. She said, Good kid, you actually came back safely. You didn't lose any arms or legs. Second senior brother, it can't be. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Do you really want me to not come back? With your luck, you can even find an absorption fruit in a corner. Even if I wanted you to not come back, it's impossible for you not to come back. Zhang Qingxiao's face was full of disapproval. You didn't encounter any danger along the way, right? Gong Mingwei asked with a smile. It's a long story. Xiao Hua sighed, a trace of lingering fear on his face. Really? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. At this moment a voice came, Why haven't you come in yet? Are you waiting for others to rob you? It was Xiao Yuehong's voice. Zhang Qingxiao stuck out her tongue and pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve. The three of them flew into the formation and went straight to Minushi Peak. At this time the sun was setting in the west. Xiao Yuehong was lying lazily on a boat-shaped magic tool. His complexion looked much better than before. Xiao Xinrui was standing next to him. Seeing Xiao Hua return, her face was full of joy. How was it? Xiao Hua, how was the journey? The magic tool under Xiao Yuehong tilted, straightening Xiao Yuehong's boat. Reporting to Sect Master. Let's talk about the journey. Disciple went to 100 Herbs Gate. Xiao Hua bowed and told him about his trip to 100 Herbs Gate. What? 100 Herbs Gate didn't have enough black tusk grass? How is this possible? Xiao Yuehong's expression changed slightly. Father, it's possible. I saw 100 Herbs Gate selling spirit herbs in E-City. There was black tusk grass among them. Xiao Xinrui said. Is that so? Xiao Yuehong glanced at Xiao Xinrui. Xiao Xinrui lowered her head slightly. Gong Mingwei glanced at Xiao Xinrui and nodded. Yes, disciple saw it too. Zhang Qingxiao opened her mouth but didn't say anything. AI, it's useful to spoil black tusk grass that's 2 years old, but it's extremely inappropriate to match it with this year's absorption fruit. What a waste. Xiao Yuehong sighed. Then he glanced at one of the jade boxes and threw it aside. Disciple planted these black tusk grass in the medicine garden. Maybe it can be used the year after next? Xiao Hua said softly. The year after next? Xiao Yuehong glanced at his disciples with a complicated expression. He then said, that's the only way. And disciple will go over now. Since the black tusk grass has just been plucked, it should be able to survive. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He took out his storage pouch and reported. Alright, you can go. Xiao Yuehong said to Xiao Hua with a smile. Xiao Hua got up and flew to Cherishing Flower Peak. Just as he was about to plant the black tusk grass, he saw the puppet beside the medicine garden and changed his mind. He walked to the puppet, patted it and stored it into the space in his mind. Then he stored the black tusk grass in the dozens of jade boxes into the space and ordered the puppet to plant the black tusk grass in the flat medicine garden. When he returned to Minci Peak, Gong Mingwei and the other two had already disappeared. Reporting to Sect Master, the black tusk grass has been planted. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. He knew that Xiao Yuehong didn't go to the medicine garden that many times a year, so he wasn't afraid that Xiao Yuehong would find something fishy. And plant it. We'll talk about it later. As expected, Xiao Yuehong wasn't interested. He waved his hand and said, your senior brothers have gone to the pill room to prepare. Master's going to start refining pills in 2 days. At that time, you can also come and take a look. What? Disciple, can take a look? Xiao Hua's face lit up with joy. He wasn't Shang Huaming's official disciple. Although he was an alchemy boy in name, he only prepared things. When it was time to refine pills, he could only wait outside the pill room, unable to see anything. You'll be Shang Huaming's disciple in the future. What's the harm in taking a look now? Moreover, if you don't have Master's teachings on the Tao of alchemy, what can you see just by looking? Xiao Yuehong said disdainfully, that's right, tell me what happened along the way. Master has been worried all this time. Only when I saw your sound-transmitting talisman did I feel relieved. Disciples' cultivation is insufficient. I've made Sect Master worry. Xiao Hua's nose twitched as he muttered. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. If your cultivation is insufficient, you can continue to cultivate. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 10 years. If 10 years isn't enough, cough cough, then 50 years. Master won't drive you away. When you're 60 years old and enter the 3rd layer of qi refining, Master will still take you into Shang Huaming. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. That's not necessary, Sect Master. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Although he was extremely grateful in his heart, he really couldn't keep his face straight. Chapter 1256. What? Fellow Taoist Chong, who's roughly in the 9th layer of qi refining. Xiao Yuehong's expression slightly changed. With a gloomy face he said, needless to say, a 9th layer qi refining cultivator bullying a 1st layer qi refining disciple. Who else could it be other than that loose cultivator called Chong Huan? This loose cultivator is quite a headache. It can't be said that they're all snobbish people who would attack spirit stones and spirit plants when they see them, but they don't belong to any sect or school, so they do as they please. They're willing to kill and rob, but there are still some chivalrous and benevolent people among them who cultivate peacefully. This Chong Huan you encountered has the worst reputation among the loose cultivators. The worst reputation? Xiao Hua slightly shook his head and said inwardly, that's because you haven't heard about the blue twin bears. Xiao Hua, then, how did you escape? If you were caught by Chong Huan, not only would those vitality assimilating fruits be taken away, even your little life would be in danger. Yes, sect master. At that time, this disciple was also scared. But it just so happened that a young cultivator about 24 or 25 years old with a cultivation base at the peak of qi refining came. Xiaohua explained. Ah? A young cultivator about 24 or 25 years old with a cultivation base at the peak of qi refining. How come I've never heard of him? When did our country of Xi have such a genius? Xiao Yuehong curiously asked. What's this person's name? This disciple doesn't know that person's name and he also didn't say. This disciple only knows that Chonghuan called him fellow Taoist Li. A cultivator surnamed Li? Xiao Yuehong furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, there are 3 major cultivation sects in the state of Xi, namely the Splendid Sect, the Seven Skills Sect and the Xuanyan School. The Splendid Sect's Sun Yunzi, the Seven Skills Sect's Reverend Lu and I, and the Xuanyan School's Fairy Ingzhua are all at the late nascent soul stage. They have countless disciples including Gold Core and Foundation Establishment disciples. Disciples at the peak of the Qi refining stage are nothing. However, for disciples at the 12th layer of the Qi refining stage with outstanding aptitude, they would only be able to advance 1 layer per year in the early stages, 1 layer per 2 years in the middle stages, and 1 layer per 5 years in the late stages. Especially for the 11th and 12th layers of the Qi refining stage. But this cultivator surnamed Li actually reached the peak of the Qi refining stage at the age of 24. This is something that has never been heard of in the 3 great cultivation sects of the state of Xi. Soon after, Xiao Yuehong was startled and asked curiously, that's right, Xiaohua, how did you know this cultivator surnamed Li was at the peak of the Qi refining realm? Reporting to sect master, this disciple felt that he had divine sense, but it was much weaker than sect master's divine sense. Xiaohua answered honestly. What? You can actually perceive my divine sense. Xiao Yuehong was flabbergasted. He had an inconceivable expression on his face. Divine sense is a divine ability that only appears at the peak of the Qi refining stage. Unless you also have divine sense, you absolutely can't perceive it. Ah? Is that so? Xiaohua stared blankly. He didn't know about this. Scratching his head, he said, this disciple doesn't know. This disciple doesn't have any divine sense. It's just that when sect master used his divine sense to sweep over me, I had a feeling. As for whether it was divine sense or not, this disciple heard second senior brother mention it before. This disciple can't be sure. Take a look at this, isn't it? As he spoke, Xiao Yuehong swept a strand of divine sense over Xiaohua's body. Reporting to sect master, this is the feeling. This disciple felt that sect master used his divine sense to sweep over the thing in this disciple's arms. Xiaohua said. Strange. Xiao Yuehong laughed heartily. He patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, Child, where did you come from? You're only at the first level of the Qi refining realm, but you can actually perceive divine sense? Xiaohua was sad. He lowered his head and said, this disciple doesn't know where this disciple came from. This disciple can't remember anything. Xiaohua, don't be sad. There's nothing in this world that you don't know. It's just that you haven't found the way to find the truth. As long as you cultivate to become the #1 cultivator in the world and become an almighty great ascension stage expert, can you still not find your origin? Great ascension stage? Xiaohua was stunned. Then, what cultivation level is that? Cough. Xiao Yuehong coughed awkwardly twice and changed the topic. However, even if you can't remember your origin in this lifetime, it doesn't matter. This Shanghuaming is your home. Master will be responsible for taking care of you when you're old. Sect master, aren't you saying the opposite? It's this disciple who will take care of you when you're old. Xiaohua knew what Xiao Yuehong was referring to and said in a low voice. Then, you'll have to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage first. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Sect master. Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. However, in his heart he quite liked Xiao Yuehong's amiable attitude towards his disciple. I remember now. Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiaohua's embarrassment and was very happy in his heart. Suddenly he slapped his forehead and said, I know who this fellow Taoist Li is. Xiaohua saw Xiao Yuehong so excited that he was even happier than if he were teasing his own cultivation level. He couldn't help but be stunned and asked curiously, this fellow Taoist Li, is he a famous figure? He's not just famous, he's simply too famous. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Compared to him, there's nothing to compare. Who is this person? Xiao Hua was even more surprised. Which of the 3 sects of our Shi country is he? How is he a cultivator of our Shi country? If he was a cultivator of our Shi country, Master would have known earlier. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. This person has some background. He's a disciple of the extreme happiness faction of the Lian country, Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao. This name sounds extremely ordinary, far worse than Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Your name sounds good, but it was also given by Master. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yuehong looked up at the distant mountain stream floating in the clouds and said, 10 years ago, this Li Zongbao was in the limelight on our Xiaoyu continent. 10 years ago? Sect Master, 10 years ago, Li Zongbao was only 14 years old. Xiao Hua said curiously. That's right. When Li Zongbao was 14 years old, he cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. That is the late stage of the Qi refining realm. Your eldest senior brother is the one with the best aptitude I've met. He was 20 years old when he reached the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, a full 6 years later than Li Zongbao. Sai, even your eldest senior brother can't compare. How can you compare to him? You are now 21 years old and just reached the 1st level of the Qi refining realm. If you didn't mention your age, I wouldn't have noticed. 3 years ago you looked 18 years old. Now, why do you still look 18 years old? You haven't changed at all? Xiao Yuehong suddenly noticed Xiao Hua's appearance and asked curiously. Disciple hasn't changed? Xiao Hua was also stunned and reached out to touch his face. This doesn't seem to have changed. When Xiao Yuehong heard Xiao Hua's question, he was also somewhat uncertain. After all, he had never paid attention to it before. You seem to have grown a bit. Only when a nascent soul cultivator reconstructs his body would his face not change. You're not a nascent soul cultivator, so of course it would change. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and sighed again. In 10 years he actually cultivated from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. How did he cultivate in the end? Sect Master, didn't you say that if your cultivation went smoothly, you could advance from the 9th level of the Qi refining realm to the 12th level of the Qi refining realm in 15 years? Li Zongbao used 10 years, it's about the same. Xiao Hua argued. What do you know? The so-called 5 years to increase one level is just a common saying. Different people have different opportunities, different cultivation methods and different elixirs. The time taken to break through each level is different. Moreover, from the 9th level onwards, it becomes more and more difficult to break through each level. Even for cultivators of the same level, because of different cultivation methods and qualifications, the difference is huge. Don't think that Jiang Fan from the 100 Herbs sect is already at the 12th level of the Qi refining realm. That's all because of elixirs. Moreover, Jiang Fan's qualifications are not bad. He's just 35 years old and can be considered one of the better cultivators in the country of Shi. But if you compare him to Li Zongbao, the difference is not just a little bit. Thinking about that cold-faced but warm-hearted young senior who ignored him and didn't even release the confinement talisman for him to save the yellow talismans, Xiao Hua couldn't help but blush with shame. Compared to him, there was really nothing to compare. By the way, why didn't Li Zongbao stay in the Utopia faction? Why did he come to the country of Shi? Xiao Yuehong suddenly thought of this question. Moreover, that Chong Huan actually called out Li Zongbao's name. Presumably, Li Zongbao has been in the country of Shi for a long time. What is he doing here? Xiao Hua shrugged and shook his head. Even the sect leader doesn't know. I don't even know. Is that so? How do you know I don't know? Xiao Yuehong smiled and shrugged his shoulders as if he was imitating Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was speechless. And then? Xiao Yuehong suddenly asked when Xiao Hua was speechless. And then? There's no and then. Li Zongbao saved me and sent me on a journey. He saw a green brilliance in the Immerse mountains. He abandoned me and ran away. Xiao Hua smiled. Looking at him, he seemed to be looking for the green brilliance. Green brilliance, then what is it? Xiao Yuehong frowned again. Then he pinched his chin and said in a low voice, he actually came all the way to the country of Shi because of a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Xiao Hua stood still and waited for Xiao Yuehong to continue asking. But after waiting for a long time, Xiao Yuehong actually stared at the clouds outside in a daze. as if he had been worried about Li Zongbao coming to the country of Shi. Cough cough. Sect leader Xiao Hua coughed twice, but Xiao Yuehong ignored him. Forget it, maybe I don't need to report Kai Zhuoxia's matter to the sect leader. Xiao Hua thought to himself, but then he changed his mind. Even if he left Yellow Flower Ridge, he still had to let Xiao Yuehong know. If he didn't ask now, when would he? Sect leader, I have something to ask. Xiao Hua had to interrupt Xiao Yuehong's thoughts. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Yuehong came back to his senses and asked curiously. It's like this, sect leader. Do you know Liang's Kai family? Xiao Hua asked embarrassedly. Kai family? Xiao Yuehong's expression changed greatly, but he immediately returned to normal. He said coldly, you met someone from Qingyuan's Kai family? Who is it? Chapter 1257. Qingyuan's Kai family? Xiao Hua was stunned and asked casually, Sect Master knows someone from Qingyuan's Kai family? Who did you meet? Xiao Yuehong didn't answer Xiao Hua and only asked coldly. Reporting to Sect Master, disciple didn't meet anyone from Qingyuan's Kai family. I only met a female cultivator from Liang's Kai family. Seeing the Sect Master's expression change, Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped smiling and answered respectfully. Oh, Liang's Kai family. Xiao Yuehong came to his senses and nodded. Master knows about Liang's Kai family. It's a side branch of Qingyuan's Kai family. What's that female cultivator's name? Kai Zhuoxia. Xiao Hua answered. Never heard of her. Xiao Yuehong said resolutely, Liang's Kai family has someone called Fairy Hongxia. I heard her aptitude is extraordinary. Master isn't familiar with the others. After she finished speaking, she revealed a sneer on her face. Fairy, hee, only those who have reached the nascent soul realm would acknowledge the title of fairy in the Xiaoyu continent. Don't even mention Gold Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm fairies. They all call themselves fairy for fun. A little Qi Condensation Realm girl dares to call herself fairy? She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua was a little surprised when he heard this. Xiao Yuehong was an amiable person and didn't put on the airs of an elder. Even the disciples of Death Flower Underworld sect would sometimes say some witty things in front of them. Xiao Hua had never heard Xiao Yuehong give such a harsh evaluation of a junior disciple. However, Xiao Hua naturally wasn't interested in Fairy Hongxia. Seeing Xiao Yuehong unhappy, he smiled apologetically and said, This Kai Zhuoxia left me a summoning talisman. She said that if I have the opportunity I should go to 1,000 Feet Peak half a year later. 1,000 Feet Peak? Why go there? As expected, Xiao Yuehong's curiosity was successfully piqued by Xiao Hua. He said disdainfully, 1,000 Feet Peak became famous because of 1,000 feet old man 1,000 years ago. Why would a disciple of a sect like you go there? Why can't I go? Xiao Hua was a bit baffled. Because you're a disciple of a sect. Xiao Yuehong smiled. You have my Xinghua Ming's cultivation technique as well as your master and senior brothers and sisters. Naturally, you don't have to go to 1,000 Feet Peak to look for that 1,000 feet old man's treasures. Xiao Hua came to a realization. This 1,000 feet old man was actually a rogue cultivator. Sure enough, Xiao Yuehong continued, I'm sure the girl from the Kai family has already told you some things about rogue cultivators, right? Seeing the disdain on Xiao Yuehong's face when he mentioned rogue cultivators, Xiao Hua could only nod his head. Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiao Hua and said meaningfully, Xiao Hua, you should know by now that the various sects of our Xiaoyu continent only accept disciples after they reach the third level of Qi refinement. If they couldn't reach the third layer of Qi refining within a certain period of time, these disciples would either be assigned to other jobs or have their cultivation crippled and driven off the mountain. As for the disciples who had already cultivated, they had already come into contact with cultivation. Of course, they hoped that they could still have the strength they had before their cultivation was abolished, so they tried their best to cultivate. Everything depended on human effort. Many people were able to successfully recover their cultivation. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that when the cultivation was crippled, they would be merciful and not cripple their cultivation at all. As for these disciples, they became rogue cultivators without any sects or clans. Therefore, the vast majority of rogue cultivators were disciples abandoned by various sections. And there was also a small portion that simply didn't enter the eyes of the various sections. They had never cultivated in a sect for even a day. However, they just happened to have top-notch aptitude. Relying on a cultivation technique that they obtained out of thin air, they cultivated to an extremely high realm. Xiaohua was baffled and asked, since they have top-notch aptitude, why didn't the other sects take an interest in them? Immortal fate. Xiao Yuehong exposed the truth with one sentence. Aptitude is nothing. If you don't cultivate, no one will know. Even if you have heaven-defying aptitude, you can't let others see it. If you don't even have the slightest opportunity to cultivate, then no one will know whether you have aptitude or not. Could it be that there's no other way to discover it before cultivating? Xiaohua frowned. There is, but it consumes quite a lot of magic power. If one doesn't have an extremely deep background and is extremely valued by others, who would use it? Xiaohua said with a smile. But since you have an extremely deep background and are extremely valued by others, who would let others test you? Why is it so hard to pronounce? Xiaohua shook his head and said, if there was a simple method to determine whether someone has the fate to cultivate or not, wouldn't that be great? And Master will leave this matter of saving the cultivation world to you, Xiaohua. Xiao Yuehong solemnly patted Xiaohua's shoulder. Xiaohua didn't know if Xiao Yuehong was joking with him or if he was serious. He could only mutter a few words and didn't agree. Xiao Yuehong was obviously joking with him and continued. Elder Hundred Zhang belongs to the latter. This famous rogue cultivator senior had never stayed in a sect for even a day, but suddenly he rose like a star. First he was at the 5th layer of qi refining, then he appeared at the 10th layer of qi refining, and finally his cultivation actually reached the peak of foundation establishment. You have to know that our Xiaoyu continent's cultivation techniques have withered. I Shang Huaming can only cultivate to the gold core stage. The majority of the cultivation techniques in the hands of rogue cultivators can only cultivate to the late stage of qi refining. This elder Hundred Zhang actually cultivated to the early stage of gold core stage in his lifetime. This doesn't mean much in the eyes of famous sects, but it's an extremely rare occurrence among rogue cultivators. It's just that this elder Hundred Zhang's cultivation cave was on Hundred Zhang Peak. According to his cultivation, he could also establish a sect. But for some reason, Elder Hundred Zhang never accepted any disciples. Even when he finally exhausted his lifespan and died on Hundred Zhang Peak, there wasn't a single disciple by his side, nor was there anyone to collect his remains. Oh, this disciple understands. Xiaohua nodded. Old man Thousand Zhang probably didn't leave behind any Tao teachings, nor did he pass down the cultivation techniques he cultivated. This doesn't count for much to cultivators who have sects. But to rogue cultivators who lack cultivation techniques, it's a fatal temptation. Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation technique can also condense gold core, perhaps Master would also covet it. Xiao Yuehong smiled. Unfortunately, 1,000 years have passed, and until now no cultivator has obtained Elder Hundred Zhang's Tao teachings. In our country of Xi's cultivation world, there's only a rumor that Elder Hundred Zhang left behind a certain clue. His cultivation technique is left on Hundred Zhang Peak, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. It's another matter of 1,000-year-old treasure. I'm afraid that in these 1,000 years, many rogue cultivators have fallen on Hundred Zhang Peak. Xiaohua asked. Not only that, but there are also many low-level disciples from sections. That Kai Zhuoxiao must have seen that your cultivation is low and used this to bewitch you. Xiaohua sweated profusely. He was only at the 1st level of qi refining, how could he be bewitched? You should obediently cultivate on Yellow Flower Ridge. Our Shang Huaming's cultivation technique isn't necessarily worse than Elder Hundred Zhang's. Right, give me that little girl's sound-transmitting talisman. Xiao Yuehong warned. Xiaohua took out the sound-transmitting talisman. Xiao Yuehong inspected it, then handed it back and nodded. This is a simple sound-transmitting talisman. The little girl didn't do anything. Oh right, Xiaohua, why did that little girl from the Kai clan ask you to go to Hundred Zhang Peak for no reason? Could it be that she was bewitched by you? Xiao Yuehong looked Xiaohua up and down, then muttered, I don't see anything attractive about her. Could it be that your 2 senior brothers haven't been settled yet, but you already have a dual cultivation partner? You're only at the 1st level of qi refining, yet you're thinking so much. Then he glared at Xiaohua and said, I won't talk about other people, but this girl from the Kai clan. Without my permission, you can't easily make friends with her. Sect Master. It's not what you think. Xiaohua's face was slightly red. Then why did she give you the sound-transmitting talisman? She even asked you to go to 100 Zhang Peak together? That's because this disciple saved her, Xiaohua said confidently. Hearing this, Xiao Yuehong's expression was incomparably brilliant. He said with a smile, "Could it be, you're a disciple at the first level of qi refining? Oh right, what's the cultivation of that little girl from the Kai clan?" This. Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment before recounting what happened. However, before he could finish, Xiao Yuehong interrupted him. You actually ran into the pylon twin bears?" Xiao Yuehong was greatly alarmed. These two people have the worst reputation among the loose cultivators. Moreover, they kill without batting an eye and are most lustful for women. Moreover, these two people's cultivation. I'm afraid they're at the 6th level of qi refining. You were actually able to save that little girl from the Kai clan? What? That girl's cultivation is actually at the 5th level of qi refining? The other 4 are also at the 5th level of qi refining. How did you do it? Xiaohua didn't plan to hide anything from Xiao Yuehong, so he told him everything in detail. Xiao Yuehong's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Xiaohua's hand and said, "Just like that, you defeated the Iron Cloak talisman with your bare hands?" As he said that, he patted his waist and took out a golden bell talisman. He urged his transcendence energy and hit himself with it. He said, "Xiaohua, try hitting me with your fists." Xiaohua knew the sect master's cultivation wasn't something he could reach. Although his strength was great, he could only deal with cultivators around the 6th level of qi refining. Therefore, he didn't hold back and said with a smile, "Be careful, sect master." Afterwards, he gathered all the strength in his body and continuously hit the same place on Xiao Yuehong's arm. Pot 5 consecutive punches. Xiaohua hit Xiao Yuehong to his heart's content. Xiao Yuehong also let out a long laugh. Good boy, good boy. You're really born with extraordinary talent." In the midst of Xiao Yuehong's laughter, the golden bell talisman on his body shattered with a crash. Although the golden bell talisman wasn't as high level as the iron cloak talisman, this golden bell talisman was still cast by a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Xiao Yuehong. The defense it produced wasn't just a little bit stronger than the iron cloak talismans of the blue and blue bears. If someone else tried to break this kind of defense, they probably wouldn't be able to break it without using extremely powerful yellow talismans or magic tools. However, Xiaohua actually defeated it with just 5 punches. This was something Xiao Yuehong never even dreamed of before. Even now, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't understand that key point within. Only did he need to know? Wouldn't it be fine as long as he knew that he, a first-level qi refining disciple, had an attack power comparable to a 5th or 6th level qi refining cultivator? Then she walked towards the middle cave. Walking in front of the cave, Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the cave and said, "This is the real alchemy room." Then she pointed to a yellow talisman on the left side of the cave and said, "This is a yellow talisman given by Master. Every time you come to the alchemy room, you have to stick the yellow talisman there. Otherwise, there will be an extremely powerful restriction in the alchemy room." When the 3 of them entered the cave, a hot breath hit their faces. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. When he saw the scene in the cave clearly, he couldn't help but be a little dazed. Because the layout of the alchemy room looked extremely familiar to him, as if he was very familiar with it. But this alchemy room was no different from an ordinary alchemy room. In the middle of the alchemy room there was a huge alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace's 3 legs were firmly standing on a platform. The platform was more than half a foot higher than the ground. On the left side of the alchemy furnace, there were a few rows of shelves with some scattered jade bottles on them. On the right side of the alchemy furnace, there were also some yellow talismans, some spirit stones, and some things similar to the ones in Xiaohua's hand. Some jade boxes that Xiaohua brought from the 100 Herbs Gate were also placed on the ground in front of the alchemy furnace. Around these jade boxes, there were more than 10 jade bottles. Xiaohua recognized these jade bottles as the absorption grass that he taught Xiao Yuehong. Why is it like this? I don't think I've ever been here. Xiaohua secretly thought. How is it? Xiaohua, aren't you shocked by this alchemy room? Zhang Qingxiao put down the things in his hand and looked at Xiaohua's dazed expression. He smiled and said, although our Shang Huaming is a small sect in the country of Xi, the alchemy furnace in this alchemy room. It's comparable to the 3 major sects in the country of Xi. Xiaohua came back to his senses and put down the things in his hand. He smiled and said, second senior brother, please teach me. What's the difference between our Shang Huaming's alchemy room and other ordinary sects? Not every sect has alchemy skills. Otherwise, sects like the 100 Herbs Gate and the 10,000 Flowers Valley that specialize in alchemy would have no value in surviving. But even if other sects have alchemy skills, it's not very complete. They can only refine the most basic qi replenishing and healing pills. But our Shang Huaming is different. Although Master usually only refines the Parasol pill, he can also refine the Peiyuan pill, the Marrow Cleansing pill, and even the Foundation Establishment pill. Gong Mingwei said proudly. After Gong Mingwei finished speaking, Zhang Qingxiao looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him and smiled. Do you see? This alchemy furnace is called Jihao. It's the alchemy furnace used by our Shang Huaming creation sect and has been passed down to this day. Although it's not famous in the country of Xi, I can tell you that it's more powerful than the 100 Herbs Gates Lianhua furnace. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, alchemy requires an alchemy furnace? Why is there a difference between alchemy furnaces? Zhang Qingxiao looked like a good teacher. He walked to the front of the Jihao furnace and pointed at the platform below the alchemy furnace. Do you see? Below the platform is the earth fire, which is used for alchemy. If you don't have an alchemy furnace, how can you refine these spirit herbs and spirit fruits into pills? Xiaohua was stunned and said embarrassedly, second senior brother, your words don't seem to have answered my question. Don't listen to your second senior brother's nonsense. Gong Mingwei, who was standing at the side, couldn't stand it any longer and said with a smile, he only knows half of it. This alchemy technique is very mysterious. Even Master hasn't fully grasped it, let alone impart it to us. What he just said was Master's casual guidance. Then he glanced at Xiao Xinrui and turned his head again. According to Master, the alchemy technique can be used to refine foundation elixir, marrow cleansing elixir, and even elixir pills for the gold core stage. The alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy furnace is even more special. According to the records of the sect, the alchemy furnace can be as big as a fist when refining alchemy pills. When refining alchemy pills, it can be as big as our Jihao when refining alchemy pills. Xiao Xinrui nodded her head and said, the alchemy technique at the bottom uses earth fire as the fuel and heart fire as the main fuel. The alchemy furnace is even more special. According to the records of the sect, the alchemy furnace can be as big as a fist when refining alchemy pills. When refining alchemy pills, it can be as big as our Jihao when refining alchemy pills. Hearing this, Xiao Xinrui sighed and said, alas, in fact, such an alchemy furnace can already be called a magic weapon. How can the alchemy furnace of Jihao, which can't even be called a magic tool, be compared to the alchemy furnace of Jihao? Xiaohua was stunned. He knew that Xiao Yuehong's boat was a magic tool. Magic tools were more powerful than magic tools, but he didn't expect that in the high-level alchemy technique just the alchemy furnace was a magic tool. So, junior sister, only the high-level alchemy technique can refine the legendary nascent soul pill. Our Jihao doesn't even dare to think about it. Nascent soul pill? Xiaohua asked curiously, what kind of pill is that? Nascent soul pill? Zhang Qingxiao's face was fascinated. That's the key for nascent soul stage seniors to break through the nascent soul stage and enter the deification stage. Wow, then isn't it the same as the foundation pill? Xiaohua suddenly realized. But Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She fiercely glared at him. You'll only be in the foundation building stage for the rest of your life. Every day you eat foundation building pills, don't you have a higher goal? Xiaohua curled his lips and said with a natural expression, I'm only in the first layer of the qi refining stage. If I don't want to build my foundation, can I still want to enter the deification stage? Listen carefully, senior brother is consolidating your Dao heart. Zhang Qingxiao saw that Xiaohua was unconvinced and almost jumped up. Gong Mingwei stood at the side and found it funny. He didn't stop Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao had always been a junior brother. It wasn't easy to have Xiao Hua, who was much younger than him, so how could he not take the airs of a senior brother? At this moment Xiao Xinrui faintly said, "What eldest senior brother said is the ordinary division. According to father, it seems that above this high-level alchemy technique, there is an even higher-level alchemy technique." Oh, really? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she immediately stopped educating Xiao Hua. She turned her head and asked, "What is it like?" The alchemy technique mentioned just now is strictly limited to the pill furnace. The quality of the medicinal pill depends largely on the quality of the pill furnace. If you don't have a high-level pill furnace, you can't refine higher-level medicinal pills. Could it be that there is an alchemy technique that doesn't use a pill furnace? Everyone was surprised. Chapter 1259. I don't know. I seem to have heard father talk about it, or perhaps father sighed. Xiao Xinrui shook her head. I remember when father failed to refine pills when I was a child. I happened to be on the side and heard father muttering, "Refining pills like this is difficult. Then how can one refine pills with heaven and earth as the furnace and Taoist heart as the flame?" At that time I was also curious and asked what was heaven and earth as the furnace. Father only said that there was no need to use a furnace and nothing else. Seeing Gong Mingwei and the other two's somewhat disappointed expression, Xiao Xinrui smiled sweetly and said, "However, after I asked again, I found out that even father himself didn't know much about it. He only found a few words from the ancient books in the sect and knew that there was such a wonderful alchemy technique in this world. He didn't know anything else." Xiao Hua and the other two were even more disappointed. This was equivalent to not saying anything. "Well, everything is ready. Let's wait for master to refine pills in the next 2 days." Gong Mingwei clapped his hands and looked at the ground again. "There is enough saltpeter for the fire. Xiao Hua, remember to buy more next time you are in the market." "Yes, senior brother, remind me when the time comes," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Okay," Gong Mingwei nodded naturally. Zhang Qingxiao was stunned at first, then she couldn't help but cover her mouth and hold back her laughter. Gong Mingwei looked at Zhang Qingxiao strangely and walked out of the alchemy room. Xiao Hua and the others followed him out. Gong Mingwei pointed to the cave on the right side of the alchemy room and said, "There are pills refined by master and the jade slip of alchemy in the sect. Without master's approval you can't pass through the restriction in front of the door. Don't break in." "Yes, I know, senior brother." Xiao Hua nodded. After leaving the cave, Xiao Hua thought of something. He took out the exquisite yellow talisman from his arms and handed it to Xiao Xinrui. "Senior sister, this is an invitation talisman from 100 Herbs sect. Jiang'an asked me to bring it to senior sister. He said that if senior sister has time, please come to 100 Herbs sect to play." Xiao Xinrui took it with a smile and whispered, "This Jiang'an is really interesting. Can't he just send a message? Why waste time making an invitation talisman? They are 100 Herbs sect, rich and overbearing, they don't care about this waste." Zhang Qingxiao ridiculed. "Is there anything else?" Xiao Xinrui's beautiful eyes looked towards Xiao Hua. "Oh, there's also a Peiyuan pill that Zhang Fan asked me to bring." Xiao Hua stole a glance at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's faces and took out the jade bottle. Xiao Xinrui's face turned red and there was a trace of joy in her eyes. She wanted to take it, but she was a little shy. She only said, "This thing? Father is going to refine it soon. But why would I want this? Xiao Hua, why don't you keep this? You'll need it for your cultivation." Why would Xiao Hua stay? He stuffed it into Xiao Xinrui's hand and said, "If young Master Jiang knows about this, I'll be in trouble." Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with regret and helplessness. They got up and flew towards Minushi Peak. "Thank you, junior brother." Xiao Xinrui put away the Peiyuan pill and nodded towards Xiao Hua. Her figure also flew over and shouted, "Eldest senior brother, wait for me." Alas, why bother? Seeing Xiao Xinrui's appearance, Xiao Hua knew that his senior sister's impression of Jiang Fan had greatly increased. He was afraid that his 2 senior brothers had no chance, but what could he do? Watching the 3 people fly away, Xiao Hua directly returned to the medicine garden. After finishing the chores in the medicine garden, he sat down cross-legged and checked the situation in the space in his mind. While Xiao Hua was talking with Xiao Yuehong, The puppet in the space had already opened up another piece of the medicine garden and was about to plant the black bamboo grass. In the original medicine garden, some of the black bamboo grass that Xiaohua had planted earlier were already 50 or 60 years old. Isn't it just some black bamboo grass? So secretive. Xiaohua didn't care whether Jiang Fan had difficulties or not. He attributed all of them to having ulterior motives. This young master has dozens of years old black bamboo grass here. It's just that there's no suitable reason to take them out. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out some more than 20 years old black bamboo grass. He had to plant some in the medicine garden of Shihua Peak. Otherwise Xiao Yuehong wouldn't be able to see them. While Xiaohua was planting the black bamboo grass in the medicine garden, the puppet in the space under Xiaohua's command opened up another medicine garden. In this medicine garden, Xiaohua was going to plant the useless and incomplete seeds he obtained from 100 Herbs Gate. The spiritual herbs in the space were also taken care of differently, so he just threw these seeds in there. If one or two of them could germinate and grow into an extremely rare spiritual herb, then Xiaohua would be rich. After finishing all this, Xiaohua regulated his breathing and cultivated while thinking. I heard that loose cultivator Chong Huan say that the 10,000 Flowers Valley has the marrow cleansing pill. I think I heard second senior brother say that this marrow cleansing pill can wash the marrow and refine the hair. It can improve a cultivator's physique the most. I haven't been able to make a breakthrough in my realm. Is it because I haven't taken the marrow cleansing pill? Alas, this marrow cleansing pill is probably too rare, otherwise the sect leader would have made me take it long ago. And I still have time to ask about the marrow cleansing pill's recipe and see if I can plant some of those spiritual herbs. After a few dozen days they'll mature and I'll have the sect leader refine some more. And this young master will eat one, and one more. I want to see if it can improve my cultivation. Right, if it's effective, I'll have the sect leader recruit a few more disciples. No, I'll recruit a few hundred more disciples. It's not like our Yellow Flower Ridge doesn't have a place. I'll have as many disciples as I can and let 100 Herbs Gate see that Shang Huaming isn't easy to bully. My senior sister doesn't have to insist on dual cultivation with their whatever young sect leader. At that time I'll also be a senior brother and have a bunch of junior brothers under me. Should I also have the sect leader make some kind of flying magic tool? Xiaohua began to plan a beautiful future for himself and Shang Huaming. 2 fleeting days passed in Xiaohua's beautiful outline. Unfortunately, he didn't see Xiao Yuehong start to refine pills. Xiaohua was a little anxious. He unconsciously went to Wanxi Peak to inquire about the situation. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. It was only because Xiao Yuehong felt that his injuries hadn't healed and he couldn't control the magic power in his body perfectly. He was afraid that he would destroy those precious origin-returning herbs. Xiaohua's inquiry made Xiao Yuehong laugh. What? Do you want to learn alchemy? It doesn't matter, Xiaohua, don't be impatient. As long as you learn our sect's alchemy technique, even if you're in the first layer of the aura refining realm for the rest of your life, Master will guarantee that you'll enter Shang Huaming's door. Xiaohua was embarrassed. He knew that alchemy was Shang Huaming's secret. At the same time it was extremely difficult to learn. Even his 3 senior brothers who had been in the aura refining realm for more than 10 years, hadn't learned anything. How could he dare to belittle himself? He could only smile and say, sect leader must be joking. This disciple just wants to take the Peiyuan pill as soon as possible. How could I dare to covet alchemy techniques? Then his eyes turned and he asked, that's right, sect leader. This disciple heard that there is a marrow cleansing pill in the 10,000 Flower Valley. What kind of spiritual grass is used to refine this thing? Oh, I, Shang Huaming, also have the pill recipe for the marrow cleansing pill, but you haven't entered Shang Huaming's door yet, so I can't tell you for the time being. Xiao Yuehong smiled and said. Then he glanced at Xiaohua and somewhat understood. Do you think you should take the marrow cleansing pill? Sect leader's insight is like a torch. This disciple is also looking for a way to improve my realm. Xiaohua nodded and said, perhaps this disciple's foundation isn't good. After using the marrow cleansing pill to cleanse my body, there will be some effect? Xiao Yuehong shook his head slightly. Your situation seems to have nothing to do with the marrow cleansing pill. You practiced the first layer of Shang Huaming's cultivation method very easily. This shows that aptitude isn't the main reason. Oh, of course, if you have the chance you can give it a try. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yuehong muttered to himself, The main ingredients used to refine the marrow cleansing pill are black stallion and lumber wood. I, Shang Huaming, didn't plant these two spiritual grasses. If there's a trade next time, I'll have Mingwei and the others trade for some. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiaohua, very surprised. Xiaohua, why haven't you left yet? Xiaohua stared blankly and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "This disciple wants to tell sect leader that this disciple will go take a look nearby and look for some hidden places to see if I can find anything good. Go quickly, go quickly. If you can find some old spiritual grasses, Master will start refining pills tomorrow and give you half of the refined Peiyuan pill." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, an impatient expression on his face. He, Xiaohua bowed and saluted, then turned around and flew into the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. In the past 2 days, the black stallion brought back from 100 Herbs Gate had already matured in the space. In addition to the black stallion that Xiaohua originally planted, it was enough to refine the marrow cleansing pill. Xiaohua originally wanted to find an excuse to pick it. Today, when he saw Xiao Yuehong telling him the main ingredient of the marrow cleansing pill without hesitation, of course he was very grateful. He immediately went to find a place to look for it. After flying for a while, he arrived at a hidden place led by Little White. Xiaohua went in and unexpectedly ran into Little White in the hidden stream of water. Little White hadn't seen Xiaohua for several days and was very affectionate. It wrapped itself around Xiaohua's arm and was really sick of it for a while. Xiaohua patted Little White's head, then used a tool to randomly move an area that he had already picked, making it look like it had just been picked. Then he reached into his bosom and found a message talisman from the pile of yellow talismans that Xiao Yuehong had given him. After saying a few words, he urged his magic power and the yellow talisman turned into a scarlet brilliance and flew out. After that, Xiaohua took out enough black tusk grass and some other miscellaneous spirit herbs from his space. He held them in his hand and slowly flew out from the hidden place. Just as Xiaohua flew out, he heard Zhang Qingxiao's excited shout in the air. "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, are you lying to us? Here." Second senior brother, Xiaohua had a smile on his face and shouted. "Here, senior brother, quickly here." Zhang Qingxiao shouted and landed first. Behind him, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xinrui's faces were filled with excitement and disbelief. Where is the black tusk grass? Let me see." Gong Mingwei was still flying in the air and shouted. "That can't be right, Xiaohua. Did you step on dog shit outside?" Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were sharp. Before he landed in front of Xiaohua, he saw the spirit herbs in Xiaohua's hand and screamed and laughed. Chapter 1260. At this time, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xinrui also saw it and their faces were filled with joy. When the three of them landed, Xiaohua handed over the black bamboo grass and asked nervously, "Two senior brothers and senior sister, this little brother looks similar to the black bamboo grass I brought before, and there are some big differences. I don't dare to confirm, so I wanted to let senior brother come over and take a look. Don't make a mistake and let the sect master punish me." "Good boy, Xiaohua, master can't wait to see these rewards. How can he bear to punish you?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at the black bamboo grass in her hand and smiled. "Eldest senior brother, look. This is 70 or 80 years old black bamboo grass. And these Wuji grass and blood-devouring grass are also 70 or 80 years old. Yes. These old spirit herbs, I have seen them in E-City, they are exactly like this." Gong Mingwei nodded, pointed to the black bamboo grass in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't talk about the ones in your hand, just these 30 years old black bamboo grass are enough." "Xiaohua, where did you find these spirit herbs?" Xiao Xinrui was excited and a little surprised. "It's all because of this." Xiaohua raised Little White on his arm and said, "I met this little snake in the cold pond. Last time it wanted to bite me, I grabbed its 7 inches and almost pinched it to death. Later it learned and became very close to me. Just now I came here under the sect master's order to find spirit herbs, and I saw it actually drilling into a small cave. I saw that I could also drill into that small cave, so I thought about the absorption fruit last time, and on a whim I drilled into it, and the result. I really found these." "No way, you drilled into a cave again?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cave behind Xiaohua that was not high and very well hidden, and shouted exaggeratedly. "Yes, second senior brother, if you don't believe me you can go and see." Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei looked at each other and flew in one after the other. After a moment they came back and sighed. Xiaohua, I don't know how to praise you, there are only so many spirit herbs in the cave and you picked them all, you are really amazing. Let's go and tell father that he must still be worried about the black tusk grass. Otherwise he wouldn't have delayed the concoction. Xiao Xinrui said with a smile. When he saw the black bamboo grass that he urgently needed, Xiao Yuehong's expression was incomparably speechless. He was just joking with Xiaohua a moment ago. He never thought that Xiaohua would find these black tusks grass after getting the rare absorption fruit. Moreover, there were many other spirit grasses. The look in his eyes was complicated. Xiao Yuehong didn't know if he should suspect the disciple he picked up here and hadn't even entered the sect yet. He should be praised. The discovery of these two spiritual herbs was really strange. Xiaohua saw the complicated look in Xiao Yuehong's eyes and felt awkward in his heart. Yes, anyone would be suspicious, but who asked Zhang Huaming to be so poor? Refining a Peiyuan pill already took a lot of effort. If he didn't take out all these spiritual herbs, he wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation. Looks like I'll have to be careful the next time I get the exquisite grass. Don't let the sect leader chase me down the mountain. Xiaohua thought about his sect's revitalization plan and couldn't help but feel sullen. However, he wasn't afraid. He wouldn't tell anyone about it and no one would find out. Xiao Yuehong could only suspect. Xiaohua, where did you find this? Xiao Yuehong calmed his mind and began to interrogate. Masters? Zhang Qingxiao said excitedly. I didn't ask you to say. Xiao Yuehong snorted and scolded. Father. Xiao Xinrui saw and knew that her father was suspicious. Thinking of Xiaohua's kindness, she immediately reminded him. Xiaohua just found the spirit grasses and sent us a communication talisman. I heard Xiaohua say that he also left here just now. Xiao Xinrui said softly. And I know, Xiao Yuehong sighed and glanced at Xiaohua. Tell me, how did you find it? Xiaohua's face was still filled with excitement as he repeated what he just said. Let's go take master to see it. Xiao Yuehong's words were obviously relaxed. After seeing the mess in the hidden cave, Xiao Yuehong was speechless again. He turned to Gong Mingwei and scolded, Boss, didn't you give Xiaohua the grass-gathering technique or the gathering talisman? Gong Mingwei said embarrassedly, Master, Xiaohua is just at the first level of qi refining. I'm afraid he can't use the grass-gathering technique. As for the gathering talisman, it's quite expensive. When we went to the e-market, disciple didn't exchange it. At this time Xiao Yuehong remembered that the three people from the e-market only brought back the peacock illusion. They didn't bring back anything else. First, give me the grass-gathering technique. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. Haha, congratulations junior brother. Congratulations junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao immediately cupped his hands and congratulated. Seeing Xiaohua's surprised expression, Xiao Xinrui pursed her lips and said, The grass-gathering technique is taught by third-level qi refining disciples. Father will accept you as his disciple. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Don't say it yet. Wait until your cultivation reaches the third level of qi refining or until you learn the art of pill concocting. If I accept you now, I'm afraid your cultivation will slack off in the future. Yes, sect master, disciple understands. Xiaohua replied respectfully. That's right, master. If Xiaohua can find another 300 years old Ling Long grass, will you directly accept him? Zhang Qingxiao asked from the side. Do you think it's that easy to find Ling Long grass? Then he was also moved. He looked at Xiaohua from the side and said, Master wants to see your luck. If you find another 300-year-old Ling Long grass tomorrow, Master will accept you as his disciple. Xiaohua's face was filled with ecstasy. He said with a face full of disbelief, Sect Master, you aren't joking, right? Xiao Yuehong glared at him. Joking? Of course I'm joking. Tomorrow Master will open the cauldron to concoct pills. Don't tell me you want to drill holes all over the mountain. After he finished speaking, he flew back to Minisu Peak without looking back. What does Sect Master mean? Xiaohua turned his head and pretended not to know. Boy, your luck. AI, there's nothing to say about it. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the cave again as if she wanted to remember the characteristics of this cave and go look for it herself. Little junior brother, You should first learn alchemy and observe master concoct pills. That's a rare opportunity for disciples. As for the ling long grass, put it aside first. That thing is too rare. Even if you turn the entire yellow flower ridge upside down, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it. Xiaohua laughed in his heart. He really couldn't imagine how surprised they would be if he put a 300-year-old ling long grass in front of them a year later. The next day, Xiaohua was waiting respectfully at the entrance of the pill room on Xihua Peak very early. Looking at the pill room that he had just visited, his heart was not calm. In the past, the spiritual herbs and other things that Xiao Yuehong needed were all placed at the entrance of the cave. From today onwards he could finally learn alchemy openly. Late in the morning, Gong Mingwei and the other two also arrived at the entrance of the pill room on time. Their faces were solemn. Even Zhang Qingxiao had a straight face without her usual playfulness. "And you've all come?" A drawn-out voice sounded in the air. Xiao Yuehong flew over on a flying boat. He was wearing the correct Taoist robe and looked full of energy, unlike his usual lazy self. "Welcome, master." Gong Mingwei and the other two shouted loudly and bowed. Xiaohua didn't say anything, but he also respectfully saluted. Xiao Yuehong waved his sleeve and a gentle force supported the four people. He said solemnly, "Today master will be refining the Peiyuan pill. It's a good opportunity for you to observe, don't miss it. Xiaohua, this is your first time watching, so just remember the steps carefully. As for the details, master will slowly explain them to you in the future. If you have any superficial questions, you can ask your two senior brothers after the pill refining. However, when master is concocting pills, don't talk too much." "Yes, sect master," Xiaohua said with a serious face. "It's not that master is demanding of you, but because this time is unusual, you can ask again when the parasol pill is refined next time." Xiao Yuehong thought that these spiritual herbs were all found by Xiaohua and felt embarrassed, so he added, "Yes, sect master." Xiaohua still nodded. And Xiao Yuehong didn't say anything else and led the way into the pill room. Gong Mingwei and the other two entered one by one with Xiaohua following behind. "Mingwei, go ignite the earth fire." Xiao Yuehong sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace for a moment and said to Gong Mingwei, who was standing respectfully beside him. Gong Mingwei didn't answer and walked to the things he had prepared before. He took out several pieces of saltpeter and placed them on the platform below the pill furnace in a very orderly manner. Then he picked up a yellow talisman and urged it with magic power. The yellow talisman was ignited, and the already dry pill room became even hotter. The air was almost ignited. Xiaohua knew that this yellow talisman was a fire talisman, which was secretly made by the Raging Flame School and contained a trace of earth fire essence. Sure enough, seeing the yellow talisman lit, Gong Mingwei didn't dare to be negligent and pointed his finger. The yellow talisman turned into a ball of flame and flew under the pill furnace, in the middle of several pieces of saltpeter. Ting ting, several muffled sounds rang out in succession, and those pieces of saltpeter were also ignited. After finishing this, Gong Mingwei retreated to the side. Xiao Yuehong expressionlessly stepped forward and beckoned with his hand. A small fiery red gourd flew into his hand. Then Xiao Yuehong struck the gourd with a spell and waved his left hand. The gourd spat out an azure flame like a thin line of fire and flew into the flames produced by the fire talisman and the fire talisman. The originally yellow flames instantly turned azure. Xiao Yuehong tossed his hand and that small gourd flew to the side of the pill furnace. It quietly floated in the air and didn't move. Xiao Yuehong's expression was respectful and solemn at this time. He actually closed his eyes and his hands slowly waved. A seemingly complicated and mysterious spell gradually formed in his hands. However, just as Xiao Yuehong completed the spell in his hands and urged the magic power in his body to send this spell into the azure flames, Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, had a kind of astonishment, a kind of sudden realization, or a kind of inexplicable expression. Chapter 1261. It was no wonder that Xiaohua was astonished. It was also no wonder that the expression on Xiaohua's face was extremely complicated. It was because the spell Xiao Yuehong used looked very familiar to Xiaohua. It was as if he could also use this spell. However, as Xiao Yuehong completed the spell, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Xiao Yuehong's spell looked very familiar, but the details were poles apart from what he felt in his heart. Moreover, Xiaohua faintly felt that Xiao Yuehong's spell seemed to be used incorrectly, or perhaps there was a mistake somewhere. As a result, Xiaohua's fingers, which were hanging on both sides of his body, unconsciously moved slightly. Just as his fingers moved slightly, Xiaohua suddenly shook his head and secretly said, "Is there a mistake? Sect Master's spell can only be used by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. How could I use it? Even if I knew it 3 years ago, I didn't have any cultivation. How could I know alchemy?" While Xiaohua was thinking, Xiao Yuehong's spell had already struck the cyan flame. The flame received Xiao Yuehong's magic power and suddenly shrank. It only felt that the entire alchemy room had become hotter. After the cyan flame shrank for a few breaths, a faint rumbling sound came from the platform. "Oh, Sect Master's spell is used to ignite the fire," Xiaohua thought very naturally in his heart, but this spell, before it is used, saltpeter and a fire-igniting talisman are used. If it can directly ignite the earth fire, then it will be the real fire-igniting spell. With a boom, the platform under the alchemy furnace suddenly burned. The bright yellow flame with a trace of cyan color wrapped the entire bottom of the alchemy furnace. "All right," Xiao Yuehong nodded slightly. "Igniting the earth fire, this alchemy furnace needs to be warm for a while. Xiaohua, do you have some doubts?" Xiaohua was just about to say no, but after thinking quickly he said, "Sect Master, disciple, feels that if you directly strike the spell on the earth fire, wouldn't it save eldest senior brother and the others from going to E-City to exchange saltpeter and fire-igniting talismans?" Xiao Yuehong didn't laugh, but Gong Mingwei and the other two laughed first. "AI, future little junior brother, it's easy for you to say that. Didn't eldest senior brother already tell you about the difference in alchemy yesterday?" Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help laughing as she said, "What you're talking about is a high-level alchemy technique that even the 3 great sects of the country if she may not have mastered. I Shang Huaming although. Cough, master, please tell me." Zhang Qingxiao stole a glance at Xiao Yuehong and didn't dare to continue. "It's nothing." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. "I Shang Huaming's alchemy skills are quite low. I'm not afraid of others talking about it." Then he looked at the cauldron with green and yellow flames licking it and said in disappointment, "Qing Xiao is right. I Shang Huaming am from a small sect. It's already not bad that I have alchemy skills. I don't have high hopes for you. I only hope that you can pass down this low-grade alchemy skill." "Yes, master. Your disciple has already tried his best to learn." Of course, Gong Mingwei was a little embarrassed. Xiao Yuehong didn't say this just once or twice. But their comprehension of alchemy wasn't as good as their cultivation. Not to mention the fire-drawing art. Even if Xiao Yuehong set up the cauldron and let them refine ordinary pills, they couldn't do it. "All right, everyone will do their best." Xiao Yuehong was very open-minded, but his eyes were looking at Xiaohua. "I hope you can stand out." "Yes, your disciple understands." Xiaohua nodded. Then Xiao Yuehong saw that the cauldron had been warmed up. He changed the seal in his hand again. He pointed his hand and a small oval hole opened in the cauldron. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand, and the jade box containing the vitality-absorbing fruit and black tusk grass flew to the cauldron. The cauldron opened automatically, and the spiritual herbs flew into the cauldron. After a while, Xiao Yuehong also put several other kinds of herbs into the cauldron. Then he pointed his hand and a seal was cast on the cauldron. The cauldron closed and the cauldron emitted a soft buzzing sound. Among the 4 people next to him, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 watched intently, as if they wanted to memorize all of Xiao Yuehong's seals. As for Xiaohua, he was even more stunned than before. This was because all of Xiao Yuehong's actions were familiar to Xiaohua. He even knew the use of these actions and seals very easily. It was as if Xiaohua himself also knew alchemy. I really know alchemy? What kind of background do I have?" Xiaohua was both alarmed and somewhat delighted. After all, alchemy was something only Foundation establishment cultivators knew. He was actually proficient in it at such a young age. Of course, it was an amazing thing. When the cauldron emitted a faint rumbling sound, Xiao Yuehong let out a sigh of relief. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned his head to look and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, are you dazed?" Xiaohua came to his senses and said embarrassedly, "Yes, sect master. Disciple is indeed dazzled." I don't know what to ask. Don't panic. This alchemy technique needs to be seen more, learned more, and asked more. After you have a foundation, you can practice more and use more. Then you'll have some small success. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. However, your eyes are clear, strange, and confused. Compared to your two senior martial brothers, you're a lot stronger. Master, everyone should do their best. This is what you said. Zhang Qingxiao retorted in a low voice. Xiaohua smiled. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Sect Master, if disciple wants to practice alchemy, but I only have the magic power of the first layer of the qi refining realm, I naturally don't need to think about it. Then, is there a yellow talisman like the art of guiding fire that can be used? Of course. Without waiting for Xiao Yuehong to answer, Xiao Xinrui smiled and said, in Yi City there are a lot of these things. After all, our country of Xi has very few foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, they all cultivate in peace. They rarely open their cauldrons to refine pills. Therefore, in each sect, most of them are qi refining disciples. For this reason, the Raging Flame School's special saltpeter, fire guiding talisman, fire controlling talisman, Three-Yang talisman, and so on, as well as the Black Pill School's special elixir guiding talisman, elixir control talisman, elixir condensing talisman, elixir receiving talisman, and other yellow talismans are all used by these disciples. However, the price of these yellow talismans is really expensive. You have to use a lot of spirit stones to exchange for them. Moreover, alchemy is a delicate job. If you only use yellow talismans, won't anyone be able to refine pills? Therefore, even with these yellow talismans, alchemy is still difficult. It's far from being able to directly exchange them for pills. Gong Mingwei continued. Otherwise, why is Master's Wutsong pill so popular in Yi City? It's also because of this reason. Xiao Hua had some understanding. He knew that even if he didn't have magic power and couldn't support the alchemy technique, as long as he had the necessary yellow talismans, he could still refine pills. Moreover, alchemy, in the end, deviates from cultivation. If you focus too much on other things, your cultivation won't be able to increase. Therefore, many people don't like alchemy. Xiao Yuehong said. Just as he was speaking, the cauldron suddenly shook slightly, causing Xiao Yuehong's expression to change. He hurriedly formed a few hand seals to stabilize the cauldron. Then, as if he was still worried, he clenched his teeth and took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. The yellow talisman looked extremely shabby, but there was a faint brilliance on it. It was somewhat different from what Xiao Hua usually saw. Xiao Yuehong urged his magic power. The yellow talisman flashed and a ball of brilliant brilliance escaped from the yellow talisman. Xiao Yuehong pointed his finger and the brilliance flew to the cauldron and disappeared. Then Xiao Yuehong carefully put the yellow talisman into his storage bag. That was close. Xiao Yuehong said to himself, I was a bit careless. The spiritual herbs I refined this time are all very old. The control of this technique also requires exquisite control. Then he swept his divine sense and said to Gong Mingwei, Mingwei, Master will go to the side to rest for a while and recover my magic power. You all watch carefully again. If there's anything wrong, immediately send a message to me. After Gong Mingwei agreed, Xiao Yuehong left the alchemy room and went straight to rest. Xiao Hua frowned and asked, Eldest senior brother, what kind of yellow talisman did Master use at the end? What's the point of keeping it if it's already used up? That's a pellet fusing talisman. Gong Mingwei said with a smile. Master has a pellet fusing talisman that was personally made by an elder of the Qiandan sect in his early years. That elder was a senior in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, so this pellet fusing talisman is a high-grade yellow talisman that can be used many times. Master was afraid that he wasn't proficient enough in the pellet fusing talisman, so he always carried this yellow talisman with him when refining pills. However, Master usually doesn't use it. It's just that today is too important, so Master took it out. Zhang Qingxiao said. Alright, this Peiyuan pill will take 7 days to refine. The 4 of us will stand guard. If we see anything abnormal, we'll immediately notify Master. Gong Mingwei said. Right now it's stable, so let Xiao Hua stand guard. Yes, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised that refining pills would take 7 days. I'll accompany Xiao Hua. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. If we go out, we'll have to go back to the tranquil cave. It's better to stay here. It's always warm here. Hey, Master told us to stay in the tranquil cave to improve our cultivation. If you stay here, won't you be slacking off? Gong Mingwei scolded. It's Xiaohua's first time standing guard. I'm afraid something will happen, Zhang Qingxiao said confidently. Gong Mingwei was helpless. After thinking about it, he also felt that it was reasonable. He turned around and left with Xiao Xinrui. After the two of them left, Xiaohua and Zhang Qingxiao sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. They looked at the yellow flame in silence. Xiaohua. After a while, Zhang Qingxiao spoke. Second senior brother? What's the matter? Hearing Zhang Qingxiao's cold voice, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. You were standing behind me just now. What were your fingers doing? Zhang Qingxiao stared straight at Xiaohua and suddenly asked. Me? Xiaohua didn't expect Zhang Qingxiao to notice the changes in his fingers. He was stunned for a moment, then said casually, I saw that the spell in Sect Master's hand was marvelous and wanted to learn it. Is that so? Zhang Qingxiao narrowed her eyes. It seems that the spell in your hand is different from Master's. Xiaohua was even more shocked. He immediately shouted, Second senior brother, how could I know if the spell was right or wrong? I was just following Sect Master's spell. That's a spell from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Of course I'd make a mistake. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Otherwise, 100 Herbs Gate would not be so popular. Zhang Qingxiao mentioned 100 Herbs Gate for no reason and clenched her teeth tightly. Xiaohua was nervous and said anxiously, since you've already taken the Peiyuan pill then. Second senior brother, these pills refined by Sect Master, if you take them won't they have no effect? Seeing Xiaohua anxious, Zhang Qingxiao blushed with shame for her guess just now. She patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, It's okay. In the past when we were poor, the Peiyuan pill we gave you was also squeezed out by Master. We've been cultivating for so many years, how could we have enough Peiyuan pill to take? 1 or 2 Peiyuan pill were all exchanged from the market and their quality was greatly reduced. It has little effect on the advancement of the realm. It's also because we've taken inferior Peiyuan pill before that Master went deep into Yellow Flower Ridge this time to refine a better Peiyuan pill to help you and me advance in the realm. That's good, Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy for him to find an excuse to take out all the spiritual herbs. If they were useless, wouldn't it be annoying? But you, Xiaohua, you've only just reached the first level of qi refining. If you take the Peiyuan pill refined by Master and want to rely on Peiyuan pill to advance in the future, it'll be troublesome. You have to use something better than the Peiyuan pill. Zhang Qingxiao reminded him with concern. If it were me, I would think about it carefully. Thank you for the reminder, second senior brother. Xiaohua said with a smile. Little brother is already so big, but I'm still at the first level of qi refining. What level do you think I can cultivate to? Hehe, just pretend I didn't say anything, Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically. She looked at the stable cauldron above the fire and said, Just watch, this cauldron is really boring. Me, eldest senior brother and junior sister can't do it. Right, when you went out, do you still have the summoning talisman that Master gave you? Yes, Master didn't take a single one of those talismans, he said it was a reward for me. That's good, you keep watch. If there's anything wrong, immediately inform Master. Yes, I understand, second senior brother. Xiaohua said respectfully. After Zhang Qingxiao left, Xiaohua sat cross-legged by himself looking at the cauldron. His heart was in turmoil not because of anything else, but because of Zhang Qingxiao's probing just now. Yes, although I'm a disciple of Shang Huaming who hasn't entered the sect. But after all, I was picked up by the sect master from the foot of the mountain 3 years ago. My life and origin are unknown. I can't compare to eldest senior brother and second senior brother who grew up in Yellow Flower Ridge and know everything about me. Xiaohua thought to himself. In these 3 years he had gotten used to living in Shang Huaming and had already treated Shang Huaming as his own home. He had never thought about his past. 18 years, where did I spend my 18 years before this? Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out the broken snake-like small ring. This thing was the only thing on his body after he woke up. Perhaps this snake-like ring was the only proof of his life that he had found. But this thing, what is it? Xiaohua looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, this thing is really hard to guess. I'd better stay in Shanghuaming and make Shanghuaming into a big sect. Only when Shanghuaming is famous in the country of Xi or even the Xiaoyu continent, can I easily find my origin. Because of the spiritual herbs in his mind, Xiaohua couldn't help but have lofty aspirations. Second senior brother is kind-hearted, but since I can grow the absorption fruit, I can naturally grow other spiritual herbs and other medicinal pills? It's not necessarily difficult. Xiaohua put the snake-like ring into his space and thought to himself, but pill recipes and alchemy are big things? If I don't understand these, how can I get medicinal pills? That's right, E-City. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. I can take the spiritual herbs to E-City to exchange for medicinal pills. But then Xiaohua became depressed. If my cultivation doesn't improve, how can I dare to go to E-City? I'm afraid I'll be targeted and robbed clean. Moreover, the medicinal pills in E-City are scarce and not easy to exchange. The quality is also poor, so it's better to refine them myself. When will I have to ask the sect master to get me some yellow talismans for alchemy? I want to see if I can really refine pills. Thinking about this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and moved it slightly in front of his eyes. His 10 fingers were constantly moving as if he was forming some kind of magic art. However, this magic art was completely based on the instinct of his hands. Xiaohua didn't have the slightest memory of it, but it was this instinctive movement that seemed much more obscure and difficult than Xiao Yuehong's magic art. Under the pill furnace, the greenish-yellow earth fire swayed up and down. The bright flower stone on the stone wall was brightly lit. Inside the pill room, only Xiaohua's figure was elongated by the light of the fire. He slightly waved his hand, casting his shadow on the stone wall behind him. Although there wasn't the slightest bit of spiritual energy gathering, that momentum, that movement, contained some kind of obscure, profound meaning. Alchemy was really boring. Aside from Xiao Yuehong coming over to take a look at the pill furnace at fixed times, forming a few hand seals, or casting a few yellow talismans, the rest had to face the dry and hot earth fire and the unromantic pill furnace. Therefore, although it was agreed that 4 people would be on duty in advance, ever since Xiaohua began his shift, the people in the pill room had never changed. However, it was precisely because Xiaohua was the only one watching over the pill furnace that every time Xiaohua closed his eyes to cultivate at night, a strange kind of starlight would shoot over, and there would always be some starlight enveloping the pill furnace. That's why I was able to break through from 18 to 24 pills. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly as he asked curiously, Sect Master, why did you break through 6 pills at once? I'll let you know. In our Dawn Rain continent, alchemy has always been based on 6 pills. It's either 1 or 6 pills. If you go further, it'll be 12 pills, 18 pills, and so on. I heard that when one's alchemy skills have reached the realm of perfection, one can refine 36 pills at once. Master can usually only refine 12 pills. Occasionally I can refine 18 pills. As for these 24 pills, this is also the first time. Xiaohua nodded with a slight frown. He felt that alchemy should be based on 9 pills. Gong Mingwei placed the 24 Peiyuan pill into 24 jade bottles and placed them in front of Xiao Yuehong. With a smile on his face, Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and split the bottles into 2. He pointed with his finger and said, Xiaohua, these 12 Peiyuan pill are yours. Gong Mingwei and the others stared blankly. They had heard Zhang Qingxiao mention this before, but they didn't take it seriously. Sect Master, this won't do. Disciples' cultivation base is shallow. Let senior brother and senior sister take these pills. They need them more than I do. Xiaohua naturally couldn't accept it and hurriedly waved his hand. Xiaohua, didn't Master say it that day? If you can find the black tusk grass, Master will give you half of the refined Peiyuan pill. Now this absorption fruit and black tusk grass were found by you. If Master doesn't promise, wouldn't it seem unfair? Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple only hopes that my Shanghuaming will prosper day by day and that all senior brother and senior sister's cultivation base will break through to the foundation establishment realm. As for Disciple, I'll only take 2 pills. These 12 Peiyuan pill are really a waste. Xiaohua said sincerely, moreover, even if senior brother and senior sister can't take so many, Sect Master can leave them. Next time we can exchange them for some spirit stones and the like. Hehe, master must do what he said. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to cultivation. If you don't take it, it will delay master's cultivation. Xiao Yuehong shook his head and said, moreover, the Peiyuan pill just now only used 30% of the spirit grass. The master wants I should be able to refine more than 40 Peiyuan pills. There's are nothing. This. Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Take it, Xiaohua. You contributed the most this time. You almost lost your life in the 100 Herbs Gate. You deserve it. Gong Mingwei said with a smile. That's right, don't be so wishy-washy. Master told you to take it, so take it. If you don't want it, just give it to me. Zhang Qingshao also said. Okay, then disciple thanks sect master for the generous gift. Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. Then he said to Xiao Xinrui and the others, if senior sister and senior brother don't have enough Peiyuan pill, just ask me for more. Of course. Xiao Xinrui smiled. She should be able to get 3 Peiyuan pill this time. It should be enough for her to absorb the medicinal power for a long time and increase her magic power. Didn't Xiao Yuehong say that? There was still 70% of the spirit grass that hadn't been used. Once they absorbed the medicinal power of the Peiyuan pill, they could refine the Peiyuan pill. Would they be afraid of not having enough Peiyuan pills? 10 or so Peiyuan pills would be enough to increase her cultivation from the 10th layer of qi refining to the 11th layer of qi refining. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear as they divided the Peiyuan pill. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said, the 100 days of reflection are not up yet. Go back to the tranquil cave and take the Peiyuan pill. Cultivate diligently and strive to enter the 11th layer of qi refining as soon as possible. Yes, master. Gong Mingwei and the other two saluted. Xiaohua, you should also go accompany them. If anything happens while you're taking the Peiyuan pill, tell your senior martial brothers immediately. Yes. Xiaohua bowed, but after thinking for a moment he hesitated and said, Sect master, disciple, has something that I don't know if I should say or not. Xiao Yuehong was very happy. He waved his big sleeve and said, speak. It's like this, disciple. Disciple thinks that I know how to refine medicinal pills, but if I really have to refine them, disciple doesn't know how to start. So, a disciple earnestly requests sect master to let disciple come to the pill room more often in the future. Oh? Although Xiao Yuehong's tone sounded surprised, his eyes didn't show the surprise that Xiaohua had imagined. Xiao Yuehong continued, you are still young and your cultivation isn't enough. As for the art of pill refining, you shouldn't know. You've probably seen it before or stayed in the pill room, right? If staying in the pill room reminds you of anything, feel free to come. Thank you for your kindness, sect master. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Xiao Yuehong returned to Minci Peak, and Xiaohua followed Gong Mingwei and the others to Lone Staff Peak. Gong Mingwei and the others had been trapped in the 10th layer of the qi refining realm for too long. As soon as they landed, they hastily said a few words to Xiaohua before entering the Tranquil Heart Cave. They each took out a Peiyuan pill, threw it into their mouths and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiaohua had also taken a Peiyuan pill 2 years ago, so he was very clear about the details. Therefore he also sat cross-legged on the cliff of Lone Staff Peak. Facing the cold wind, he took out a Peiyuan pill from a jade bottle and looked at the dark green Peiyuan pill against the sunlight. A strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils, and even the cold wind couldn't completely disperse it. Strange, why do I feel that this pill shouldn't have any medicinal fragrance? Xiaohua was puzzled. If it had a medicinal fragrance, wouldn't the medicinal effects dissipate? Why think so much? It's more important to raise my cultivation. Hurry up and take it. Xiaohua said self-deprecatingly, then swallowed the Peiyuan pill. As soon as the Peiyuan pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into a boiling hot current that rushed into Xiaohua's dantian, then into his meridians. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He silently used Shang Huaming's cultivation method to refine the medicinal effects of the Peiyuan pill one by one. Soon the sun set and a bright moon hung in the night sky. While Xiaohua was refining the medicinal effects, the cube-shaped light source in his mind stopped rotating. Waves of fluctuations appeared and countless strange starlight shot to Xiaohua's side. While the light source absorbed the starlight, Xiaohua's bones, flesh and meridians also absorbed the strange starlight. Although this starlight couldn't be refined by Shang Huaming's cultivation method, It was mixed with the medicinal effects of the Peiyuan pill and mixed into Xiao Hua's meridians. Late at night, just as Xiao Hua was closing his eyes to cultivate, Xiao Yuehong silently appeared with the flying boat not far from the Tranquil Heart Cave. Xiao Yuehong quietly looked at Xiao Hua for a long time, then used his divine sense to check the situation of the three people in the Tranquil Heart Cave. Only then did he start the flying boat and silently glide away. The sun rose from the east and the first rays of sunlight shone on Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if there was a flame burning within. When the sunlight flashed in his eyes, they finally regained their color, and gradually showed signs of life. A Peiyuan pill. As expected, it's not enough. It feels like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Xiao Hua checked his cultivation level and was a little disappointed. However, there was also a trace of anticipation in his heart. The medicinal strength of one Peiyuan Dan should be equivalent to the Fa Li that I trained hard for the past year. I wonder how many Peiyuan Dan will be able to raise my cultivation level to the second layer of Qi refining. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1264. I still have a lot of Peiyuan pill left from the left and right sect heads. There's no harm in giving it a try? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Without the slightest hesitation, he brushed his hand next to his ear and took out a Peiyuan pill from the space behind his head. He stood up and walked towards the tranquil cave. Seeing that there wasn't any movement inside, he assumed that his senior martial brothers and senior martial sisters had sped up the process of refining the Peiyuan pill. But just as Xiao Hua turned around and sat down in front of the cliff, about to put the second Peiyuan pill into his mouth, he suddenly realized something. I refined the medicinal strength of the Peiyuan pill myself. It only took me half a day and one night. Senior martial brothers and senior martial brothers for some reason haven't refined it yet? Soon after, he returned to the tranquil cave. When he saw Gong Mingwei and the other two with his own eyes, they didn't look surprised or happy at all. It was a clear sign that they were refining the medicinal strength of the pill. Xiao Hua scratched his chin. He already understood. Senior martial brothers are really... I'm afraid they've already taken the second or third Peiyuan pill, right? Because of this, Xiao Hua calmly sat down and started refining the second Peiyuan pill. At noon, Xiao Yuehong's flying boat reappeared. Standing on the boat, Xiao Yuehong's expression was a bit doubtful and he was also frowning. He knew that with the cultivation levels of his three disciples, refining a single Peiyuan pill definitely wouldn't take them that long. 3 Peiyuan pills were enough to push their transcendence energy to the peak of the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. If they wanted to reach the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, they'd need another 3 or 6 Peiyuan pills. However, on the one hand, he'd already agreed to leave half of the Peiyuan pill to Xiao Hua. On the other hand, he also wanted his 3 disciples to stop at the peak of the 10th layer of the aura refining realm for a while. That way, they'd be able to safely advance to the next realm. Given Gong Mingwei and the others' cultivation levels and knowledge, they should have understood Xiao Yuehong's intentions. Therefore, after taking 1 Peiyuan pill, they wouldn't immediately take the second one. But now, from the looks of it, they were already refining the second Peiyuan pill. Why are these kids still so impatient? Sometimes staying in the same realm for a while longer isn't a bad thing. Xiao Yuehong glanced at Xiao Hua. He had already sensed that his cultivation was still at the first layer of the aura refining realm, but there was nothing strange about it. He formed an incantation gesture and urged his magic power to return to Minushi Peak. For 3 days in a row, Xiao Hua took a Peiyuan pill every day. The transcendence energy in his body was equivalent to 3 years of cultivation in the past, but his cultivation level was still stuck at the first level of the aura refining realm. However, Xiao Hua could already feel that it wasn't that his cultivation level hadn't moved. It really was slowly moving forward under the push of the Peiyuan pill's medicinal power. This discovery had already made Xiao Hua extremely happy. This meant that the method of taking pills was still useful to him. Compared to his previous blind cultivation where he couldn't find a direction, it was much better. Master, Master. Just as Xiao Hua was about to take the 4th Peiyuan pill, a loud shout came from the tranquil cave. Wasn't that Zhang Qingxiao's cry of surprise? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to turn around, 3 figures had already flown out of the cave and headed straight for Minushi Peak. What happened? Xiaohua had just started to ask, but he was immediately overjoyed. Was there even a need to ask? Zhang Qingxiao must have broken through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. Otherwise, how could she have lost her composure like this? Let's go quickly. This is a rare good thing that happened to Hua Ming in the past 3 years. Xiaohua also had a smile on his face. He used a flight talisman and flew towards Minushi Peak. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua arrived at Minushi Peak, he saw Zhang Qingxiao beaming with joy as she gestured and explained to Xiao Yuehong. Xiaohua beamed as he watched everyone's jubilation and silently landed beside them. After Zhang Qingxiao finished speaking, Xiao Yuehong scolded with a smile. Look at you, second brother. Why don't you have the bearing of a high-level aura refining cultivator? Foundation establishment is already in sight, yet you're still so frivolous? Master already knew about your cultivation levels when you arrived at Minushi Peak. Moreover, it's not like you haven't advanced before. But Master, only now did Zhang Qingxiao come to her senses. She had been talking for a long time, but she didn't seem to have said the key point. But without waiting for her to speak, Xiao Yuehong continued as if he was scolding Xiao Xinrui. You used 3 Peiyuan pill to advance to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. It's enough to show that you didn't cultivate very hard together. If you put enough effort into it, 1 pill would be enough. These words were naturally different from what he thought in his heart. He didn't expect that 3 Peiyuan pills would be able to raise the cultivation levels of his 3 disciples to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. However, words were just to spur them on, so he really couldn't say it out loud. Ah? Zhang Qingxiao said very exaggeratedly, so you know that I cultivate very hard on a daily basis. What do you cultivate hard on? Xiao Yuehong said casually, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly came to a realization. What? You only refined 1 Peiyuan pill and you broke through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm? Yes, father. Xiao Xinrui also said with a smile on her face. It's precisely because we only used 1 Peiyuan pill to break through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm that we were so surprised that we came to report it to father. How is this possible? Xiao Yuehong shook his head like a rattle drum. Master goes to see you every noon. How did it take you 3 days to refine 1 Peiyuan pill? Master, I don't know either. I only feel that there's something very special in this Peiyuan pill that's very useful for raising the cultivation level. However, this thing is extremely difficult to refine. I also spent 3 days of hard work to refine it. But the result of refining this thing is that the 3 of us stepped into the 11th layer of the aura refining realm at the same time. Gong Mingwei said with a smile. Give me 1 of your Peiyuan pills. Xiao Yuehong's face was full of surprise. He took the Peiyuan pill from Xiao Xinrui and released his divine sense. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't see what was so special about this Peiyuan pill. Father, why don't you take 1 too? Won't you know what it is then? Xiao Xinrui suggested. Xiao Yuehong's expression changed, but then he shook his head and handed the Peiyuan pill to Xiao Xinrui. If 1 Peiyuan pill can send you to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, then these 2 Peiyuan pills should be able to bring you to the peak of the 11th layer. How can Master take them from you? Oh right, Xiaohua, your senior brother and sister have made such great progress. Have you already reached the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm? As soon as these words came out, everyone turned around and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing behind them. At this time, Xiaohua's face and ears were already red. In a flurry, he took out the 2 jade bottles that he had taken out in advance from his bosom and said pitifully, Sect leader. You used disciples Peiyuan Dan. Try it. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Xiao Yuehong was a bit puzzled. He asked, Xiaohua, you took a Peiyuan pill, but you only reached the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm? This. Xiaohua's face turned purple, and the hand he used to hand over the Peiyuan pill slightly retracted. Looking at the 4 people's concerned eyes, he said with a sobbing voice, Disciple is still in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm. Oh, it's okay. Xiao Yuehong comforted Xiaohua. Your progress has always been slow, so it's just as Master expected. Just take a few more pills. Master doesn't want these 2 anymore. But Disciple has already taken 3 Peiyuan pills. Xiaohua took a deep breath and finally said it. Of course, The three seniors only used one Peiyuan pill to go from the 10th layer of the aura refining realm to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. While he took 3 in succession, he was still in the first layer of the aura refining realm. This really can't be explained. Even Xiaohua himself felt that taking the Peiyuan pill was a waste. Xiao Yuehong was speechless, Gong Mingwei was speechless, Zhang Qingxiao was speechless, Xiao Xinrui was speechless. After a long time, Zhang Qingxiao patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Little junior brother. Are really amazing. Second senior brother. Is convinced by you." Second brother. Xiao Yuehong scolded, "Xiaohua, this is called a natural talent." Afterwards he comforted Xiaohua, "It doesn't matter, Xiaohua. You were the one who found the spiritual plants for these spiritualizing pills. Since you've taken 3 pills it's useless, so take 9 more. Master wants to see how many spiritualizing pills you'll need to take in order to reach the 2nd layer of the Qi refining realm." "Oh, that's right. You've taken 3 energy cultivation pills. Has your cultivation improved? Is there anything strange in this Peiyuan pill that your eldest senior brother and the others talked about?" Reporting to Sect Master, disciple's cultivation has made progress. 1 Peiyuan pill is equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. It's just that disciple didn't notice the strange thing that the senior brothers talked about. Xiaohua said honestly. "If you didn't, then you didn't. Master will start refining pills and continue to refine 24 Peiyuan pills. It will let your cultivation progress again," Xiao Yuehong said heroically. He seemed to have seen Shang Huaming's beautiful future just like Xiaohua 2 days ago. "Yes, Master. Disciples will go prepare now," Gong Mingwei said with a grin. "There's no need. Don't you all still have Peiyuan pills on you? Go refine them." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said, "Even Xiaohua doesn't need to come. You and your senior brothers are the same. Go cultivate. The things in the pill room haven't been tidied up yet. Master will refine the pills himself." "Yes, Master." Gong Mingwei and the other 2 bowed. Their hearts were burning with passion. After all, they hadn't made any progress in their cultivation for many years. They weren't willing to let go of such a good opportunity. "Sect Master, you really don't want it?" Xiaohua didn't take back the Peiyuan pill and asked. "There's no need. You take it. Master will be able to refine some more soon." Xiao Yuehong said with a smile, "You all go quickly. Wait for Master to refine the pills. I hope you can make further progress." After saying that, he waved his hand and a flying boat appeared in front of them. Xiao Yuehong stepped in and flew directly to the pill room on Xihua Peak. "Let's go, Xiaohua." Zhang Qingxiao pulled on Xiaohua's sleeve and said in a low voice, "If you don't take it, then these 2 pills, what are you talking about?" Gong Mingwei scolded, "This is Xiaohua's Peiyuan pill. Master doesn't want it. What are you planning?" Zhang Qingxiao said with a sullen face, "Little junior brother won't have any effect after taking it. It's better to let me take advantage of it." Chapter 1265. How do you know it's ineffective for Xiaohua? Didn't he say it just now? He's improved, but it's less than us. Maybe it's because his body is different from ours. Xiao Xinrui said. "What's the difference? Are we all made of flesh and blood?" Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. However, he didn't dare to go against Gong Mingwei's wishes, so he could only give up on the idea of asking for the Peiyuan pill. "Actually, it's fine. Senior martial brother, I have a lot of Peiyuan pill here. After you refine the 2 Peiyuan pills in a few days, if you don't have enough, just ask me. I'm right in front of the tranquil cave," Xiaohua said sincerely. He really wanted to see the smiles on his senior martial brother and sister's faces. "Okay, it's a deal." Xiao Xinrui smiled. "After I finish my 2 Peiyuan pills, I'll ask you for more." Gong Mingwei also nodded. He knew very well that refining 2 Peiyuan pills would take 6 to 7 days. This was also the time when his master would refine the Peiyuan pill. When that time came, there would be a new Peiyuan pill. The Peiyuan pill in Xiaohua's hands. They wouldn't be able to use it. Xiaohua nodded happily and followed them back to Lone Staff Peak. In the following 6 days, Xiaohua didn't see the 3 of them come out of the tranquil cave. Every day before he took the Peiyuan pill, he would go to the tranquil cave to take a look. However, Gong Mingwei and the others were still cultivating, so he didn't dare disturb them. As for Xiaohua himself, his magic power was increasing day by day, and his cultivation level was also slowly increasing. However, after taking 6 Peiyuan pills in succession, he still hadn't broken through to the second layer of qi refining. It was already the 7th day, the day Xiao Yuehong collected the second batch of Peiyuan pill. Seeing that Gong Mingwei and the others were still cultivating, Xiaohua flew into the pill room. At this time, Xiao Yuehong was sitting cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. Sensing Xiaohua's arrival, he asked warmly, "Where are your senior martial brothers? Haven't they come out of seclusion yet?" "Sect Master, senior martial brothers. They're still cultivating. I don't know when they'll come out." What about you?" Xiao Yuehong's voice became even gentler. Disciple is still at the first level of aura refining." Xiaohua was somewhat dispirited. "It doesn't matter. Counting with my fingers, you've already taken 9 Peiyuan pills. In any case, the Peiyuan pill won't be ready today. It should be ready at this time tomorrow. Go back and take another one. Come with your senior brothers tomorrow." Thinking about how he only had 3 of the 12 Peiyuan pill left, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. "Disciple, it's better for me to stay in the pill room and serve the sect master." Xiao Yuehong shook his head. "It doesn't matter who attends in the pill room. If you don't want to change the title of sect leader to master, then stay here." Then he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, no longer paying attention to Xiaohua. Xiaohua stood there blankly for a long time. He knew Xiao Yuehong's painstaking efforts, so he clenched his teeth, turned around and flew back to Lone Staff Peak. As before, he sat cross-legged. Without any hesitation, he threw the Peiyuan pill into his mouth. Then he activated his heart technique and strove to refine the Peiyuan pill's medicinal power. After an unknown amount of time, the true qi in his meridians suddenly sped up. It was no longer the same as before. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had a premonition. Just as he was about to urge his true qi to break through, he heard a familiar voice in his ear. "How many more Peiyuan pills are there? Take them all." Xiaohua slightly opened his eyes. In front of him was Zhang Qingxiao's concerned expression. He was just about to speak when he heard Zhang Qingxiao berate him. "What are you still hesitating for? Hurry, this is the time for you to break through." Xiaohua's heart trembled. He didn't dare to be negligent. He reached into his bosom and took out the last 2 Peiyuan pills. As soon as the Peiyuan pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a strand of liquid. In an instant, that liquid transformed into a scalding warm current that rushed into his meridians. It was precisely the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained within the 2 Peiyuan pills. The medicinal power of the Peiyuan pill rushed into Xiaohua's meridians, adding fuel to the fire in his already accelerated true qi. The medicinal power combined with his true qi directly rushed towards the barrier of the first layer of the aura refining realm. It was like a huge wave crashing against the shore. After a few repetitions, just as the medicinal power was about to be exhausted, a light qi sound rang out. It was as if in Xiaohua's mind, the true qi in his meridians was like tearing through a layer of paper, breaking through the barrier of the first layer of the aura refining realm. All of the true qi was like mercury, cheerfully flowing into his new meridians. Second layer of the aura refining realm. Xiaohua muttered. He couldn't help but feel extremely bitter in his heart. These are 12 Peiyuan pills. It's equivalent to 12 years of my bitter cultivation. Others can break through to the first layer of the aura refining realm in a year and a half, but I actually had to cultivate for 12 years to reach it. Congratulations, little junior brother. Congratulations, little junior brother. Seeing Xiaohua break through to the first layer of the aura refining realm, Zhang Qingxiao acted as if she had also broken through to the next layer. Her smile was as brilliant as a flower. After the true qi slowly flowed through his new meridians and gradually adapted to it, Xiaohua stood up and said with a bitter smile, "Second senior brother, don't make fun of little brother. What's there to congratulate?" "Haha, of course there is. I thought you'd be stuck at the first layer of the aura refining realm for your entire life. I didn't expect you to break through to the second layer of the aura refining realm in my lifetime. You've really given me a feast for the eyes. Of course I have to congratulate you." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Scope. Eldest senior brother and junior sister have already gone to the pill room. Master's probably also waiting for you. Zhang Qingxiao used her arts and flew up. Xiaohua followed behind her. Right, second senior brother, have you reached the peak of the aura refining realm? Xiaohua asked with concern. How could it be that simple? Zhang Qingxiao shook her head and said, we've just broken through to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. How could 2 mere Peiyuan pills help us improve so much? We've only reached the early stage of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. Haha, congratulations second senior brother. I heard that in the late stage of the aura refining realm, every step forward is extremely difficult. Second senior brother was able to break through to the early stage of the 11th layer in only 7 days. It's really gratifying. Although Zhang Qingxiao said it wasn't a big deal, there was still a smile on her face. I'm still just as a eldest senior brother has reached the middle stage of the 11th layer. If master can refine another 24 Peiyuan pills, maybe eldest senior brother really will break through to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at the pill refining room. Inside, Xiao Yuehong was sitting cross-legged while Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xinrui stood beside him. Master, Xiaohua broke through. Before they even entered the pill refining room, Zhang Qingxiao shouted loudly. Haha, congratulations little junior brother, congratulations little junior brother. Gong Mingwei and Xiao Xinrui said with the same tone as Zhang Qingxiao. During this time, Xiaohua had already understood that although his path of cultivation was much more difficult than others, he now saw hope. As long as he had a direction, he only needed to follow this direction step by step. In the past, he couldn't even see the shadow of his senior brother and senior sister on the path of cultivation. Now, as long as he cultivated steadily, he would be able to see their backs sooner or later. Therefore, Xiaohua no longer felt depressed. He smiled and cupped his hands in return, saying, congratulations to you too. It's only the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm. What's there to be proud of? Xiao Yuehong said unhappily, how many Peiyuan pills did you take? Sect master, disciple took all 12 Peiyuan pills. Xiaohua muttered. Isn't that right? You took all the Peiyuan pills and only reached the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm. What's there to be proud of? If it was someone else, not to mention someone else, even your 2 senior brothers, if they took the 12 Peiyuan pills that year, their cultivation would have already reached the foundation establishment realm. Father. Xiao Yuehong's words were too ruthless. Xiao Xinrui couldn't help but stop him. Xiaohua finally made progress. Everyone should be happy, right? Don't always pour cold water on them. Disciple understands, sect master. Disciple is definitely not proud. Xiaohua said with a smile. Disciple just felt that he saw the dawn of cultivation and was somewhat happy in his heart. That's good. Xiao Yuehong threw away the seriousness on his face and said with a smile. It's good that you know your shortcomings. The heavenly Tao rewards the diligent. As long as you work hard, the heavenly Tao above us is watching. The heavenly Tao? Xiaohua was shocked. It seemed that the heavenly Tao was very familiar to him. What's wrong now? Xiao Yuehong asked curiously. He didn't know what he said wrong. Nothing. Sect master, how is the Peiyuan pill that you refined? Xiaohua came back to his senses and asked. AI, it's not as good as the last time. Xiao Yuehong's face was somewhat regretful. He pointed to some jade bottles on the ground and said, this time I only refined 18 Peiyuan pills. It's 1 grade lower than the 24 pills last time. Only 17 Peiyuan pills? Xiaohua looked at them and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Moreover, before you all came out of seclusion I already took one. It seems, there wasn't the strange thing that you all were talking about. Xiao Yuehong continued. In the past few days when you were refining the Peiyuan pill, did you encounter it again? Yes. Master, in the past few days the Peiyuan pill was also difficult to refine. Disciple spent a lot of effort to refine those things. Zhang Qingxiao said. That's strange. How come you all could sense it but I couldn't? Xiao Yuehong frowned slightly. He waved his hand and a Peiyuan pill stopped in front of each of Xiaohua and the others. Each of you will take 1 Peiyuan pill and refine it again. See if there's any difference from the last time. Yes, master. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 said in unison. No, sect master. This was Xiaohua's voice. Why? Xiao Yuehong asked curiously. Disciple used 12 Peiyuan pills to advance from the first layer to the second layer of qi refining. Wouldn't it take 24 or even 36 Peiyuan pills to advance from the second layer of qi refining to the third layer of qi refining? Sect Master, you should keep this pill. It would be a waste for disciple to use it. No matter many a little makes a mickle. Moreover, this time you're helping me test the medicinal properties of the pills. All 4 of you have a share. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and smiled. The 4 of them took the pills and flew back to Lone Staff Peak. In less than half a day, the 4 of them returned to the pill room. What's wrong? There really isn't any of the strange things contained in the pills from last time? Seeing the 4 of them return at the same time, Xiao Yuehong couldn't be bothered to ask Xiao Hua why he refined the pills so quickly. Yes, master. The Peiyuan pill disciple refined this time is the same as the Peiyuan pill disciple refined several years ago. Gong Mingwei said respectfully, the effects are far inferior to the one disciple took a few days ago. Chapter 1266. But, the technique master used these 2 times, the vitality assimilating fruit and black tusk grass were the same. Xiao Yuehong was bewildered. He had already thought about this question for a long time half a day ago, but he couldn't find any clues. Now that he asked again, he didn't expect any answers. Gong Mingwei and the other 2 weren't proficient in pill concocting, so they naturally couldn't answer this question. They could only stare at each other, not saying a word. Xiao Hua was even more straightforward. He didn't sense the strange thing they were talking about, so he had no right to speak. Forget it. You can divide the remaining Peiyuan pill among yourselves. Master will think about it, and then I'll refine the remaining spiritual herbs into a Peiyuan pill. Then we'll see how effective it is. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and 3 Peiyuan pills flew in front of each of them. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took them. After Gong Mingwei and the other 2 saluted and returned to Lone Staff Peak, Xiao Hua asked, Sect Master, disciple doesn't want to take the Peiyuan pill now. I want to wait until my realm stabilizes. Okay. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand without turning his head. Just as he put down his hand, he suddenly realized something and slapped his forehead. Master forgot that you only have the first layer of my death flower art. Now that you're already in the second layer of the aura refining realm, you should practice the second layer of the art. After he finished speaking, he slapped his hand and took out 2 yellow talismans from his storage bag. He handed them over and said, Go to the ancestral hall and take the art. These 2 yellow talismans are used in the ancestral hall. Thank you, Sect Master. Xiao Hua bowed and received the 2 yellow talismans. Then after a bit of hesitation he reported, Sect Master, this ancestral hall, where is it located? Disciple doesn't know. Sigh. Xiao Yuehong slapped his forehead again and shook his head slightly. It's a bit messy. I've wronged my 100 years of aura refining cultivation. Then he said, Go find your eldest martial brother and let him take you there. Just as Xiao Yuehong finished talking about his calm demeanor in the face of danger, he turned around and looked towards the pill furnace, throwing Xiao Hua to the side. After Xiao Hua saluted, he immediately flew back to the Lone Staff Peak. Hearing that their master was going to pass on the second layer of the aura refining realm's cultivation method, Gong Mingwei and the other 2 were all very happy. Zhang Qingxiao even volunteered to take Xiao Hua to get the cultivation method. Gong Mingwei smiled and shook his head. The ancestral hall of my Shang Huaming is different from other people's ancestral halls. Since Master has arranged for me to go, I naturally can't go. You'd better face the wall and meditate. Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and walked to her seat. She sat down cross-legged and adjusted the true qi in her body. Let's go, Xiao Hua. Gong Mingwei flew up first and Xiao Hua followed. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua felt bewildered. Gong Mingwei had landed on the back mountain of Mingli Peak, where the secret room was located. Turning his head to look at the strange Xiao Hua, Gong Mingwei pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Instead, he used his magic power to activate one of the yellow talismans and stuck it on the stone wall. The secret room's passage appeared. After entering the secret room, the 2 of them went to the corner where the puppet was previously. Gong Mingwei looked at the messy things in the corner and sighed. This ancestral hall hasn't been opened for a long time. Xiao Hua, you have to put in a bit more effort. Xiaohua looked at the four walls in the corner and didn't see anything strange. He could only smile apologetically and say, "Little brother knows. Little brother will definitely work hard." Gong Mingwei nodded and pointed at a place. "This is the entrance to the ancestral hall. Clean it up a bit." "Yes, eldest martial brother." Xiaohua agreed and cleaned up the place Gong Mingwei was pointing at, creating an empty space with a radius of 1 meter. Gong Mingwei walked to the empty space and activated another yellow talisman in his hand. That yellow talisman emitted a faint bronze brilliance. After a while, when the brilliance covered the brilliance of the Minghua stone, Gong Mingwei pointed his hand at the ground. The brilliance of the yellow talisman fell on the ground, and with a light "zeek" sound, the ground rippled like water and gradually opened up, revealing a 3 feet square cyan stone slab. "So it's underground. No wonder I couldn't see anything on the stone wall." Xiaohua woke up and saw Gong Mingwei walk to the cyan stone slab. He waved his hand and said, "Xiaohua, you come here too." The 3 feet square was enough for 2 people to stand on. When Xiaohua stood on the cyan stone slab, Gong Mingwei waved his hand again, and another yellow talisman in his hand shot a bright yellow brilliance onto the cyan stone slab. The cyan stone slab immediately rose with the same brilliance and enveloped the 2 people. Xiaohua only felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he blinked and looked again, he had already arrived in a rather large palace. This palace was comparable to the guest hall of Mingli Peak, and its grandeur and style of the palace was also much more simple and unadorned. On the thick stone pillars of the palace, there were also large Minghua stones inlaid, illuminating the entire palace. Looking at Xiaohua's dumbstruck expression, Gong Mingwei coughed and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, do you feel that this ancestral hall is different from what you imagined?" Xiaohua came back to his senses and said embarrassedly, "Yes, eldest martial brother. Because I heard the sect master say it was an ancestral hall. I thought it was just a small room. Even when you were in the secret room just now, I thought it was a place like a secret room. But..." Xiaohua looked around and shook his head slightly. "But I didn't expect that this ancestral hall is actually a palace, comparable to a guest hall." "Ah, that's right, master. Has always called this place the ancestral hall." "Shui. I heard master say that this place is called the inheritance hall. It is a place to worship the gods and pass down my Shanghuaming's cultivation method." Gong Mingwei laughed a few times, then immediately covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "The inheritance hall is my Shanghuaming's most solemn place. You can't make a racket. That day when I came here for the first time compared to you, I was even more shocked. At that time I was still young and only after the time it took to brew a cup of tea did I come back to my senses." Finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Come, follow me to worship the god statue. Then we will learn the heart technique." "Yes, I will listen to eldest martial brother's instructions." Hearing this, Xiaohua was unusually respectful. Although he was very surprised in his heart, because he had never worshipped any god statue before. As Gong Mingwei walked into the depths of the hall, they were greeted by a huge platform. Xiaohua's gaze was immediately attracted by the emerald green god statue on the platform. This figure was not very tall or big. On the contrary, it was only about the height of a person. However, the god statue was floating in the air and could be seen very clearly. This god statue, what is it? A human? Or a fish? Looking at the god statue in the air, Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder. That god statue was extremely emerald green. Under the brilliance of the bright flower stones, it reflected a bright light. Under the light there was a strange appearance. This god statue's upper body was in the shape of a woman. She had a thin waist and large breasts. Her 2 hands were placed in front of her chest, and her 10 fingers were in the shape of a seal. As for the lower body from the waist down, it was not the legs of an ordinary person. Instead, it was in the shape of a fish tail. The fish tail's fine scales were faintly shining and it looked a little dizzy. "Oh no, this is not a fish tail." When Xiaohua walked closer, he saw that the god statue's tail was actually long and curled up. It was actually similar to Little White's tail. "It's a snake tail. Why does that god statue have a snake tail?" Xiaohua was certain in his heart. Suddenly, perhaps it was an illusion or perhaps Xiaohua walked to a special place. His eyes were dazzled. and his entire gaze was attracted by the seal in the god statue's hands. Buzz. There seemed to be a sound in his mind. Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and an incomparably huge wasteland appeared in front of him. On this incomparably barren plain, there were countless strange beasts. Xiaohua had never seen any of them before, and these beasts were also incomparably huge. Each of them was 1,000 times bigger than Xiaohua. In front of these beasts, Xiaohua was like an ant. Here, there are actually 10 suns here? When Xiaohua raised his eyes and saw the 10 big round fireballs in the distant sky, Xiaohua suddenly cried out in alarm. At this moment, a voice descended from the sky. Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and when he looked again, it was actually Gong Mingwei's concerned eyes. His ears were also filled with Gong Mingwei's concerned shouts. This. Xiaohua's eyes turned sharply and he looked left and right. He was in Shang Huaming's inheritance palace. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on his back. What's wrong with you, Xiaohua? Gong Mingwei didn't understand and continued to ask. No, nothing. Xiaohua raised his head somewhat fearfully and saw the god statue's round eyes. It was a god statue, but its eyes revealed a kind of benevolence, a kind of pity, as if it was looking at a real person. Eldest senior brother. Xiaohua looked at the god statue and whispered, "This god, who is it? How come it's wearing so little? It doesn't even have a Taoist robe?" That's right, the upper body of the god statue only had some extremely exquisite ornaments covering its chest. Most of its body was bare. This wasn't the attire of the female cultivators of Xiaoyu continent. Gong Mingwei looked at Xiaohua in surprise and said curiously, "You're really strange, Xiaohua. When I first came here, the first question I asked Master was why this god statue doesn't have legs. I've also asked second brother and little Rui the same question. You, on the other hand, didn't ask about your legs but your clothes?" Then he said thoughtfully, "Oh, I kind of understand. At that time we were still young." Xiaohua found it funny. He really didn't know that this usually solemn eldest senior brother would actually joke in the inheritance palace. So he coughed and said, "Eldest senior brother, this is the inheritance palace." Gong Mingwei's face turned cold. He turned and saluted, muttering, "Ancestor above, this disciple has blasphemed. I deserve to die, I deserve to die." Then his tone softened, "But now we only have 3.5 disciples. Senior, please show mercy and don't punish this disciple." Then he turned and winked at Xiaohua, saying again, "This is our Shang Huaming's half-disciple. He came today to receive my Shang Huaming's second-layer qi refining cultivation technique. And he still doesn't have the qualifications to kowtow to you, so he'll bow and salute." Xiaohua originally wanted to kowtow, but after hearing Gong Mingwei's words he could only stop and bow in greeting. He also muttered, "That sect master's ancestral master, disciple. Xiaohua greets you, senior." Chapter 1267. The statue naturally couldn't speak. Xiaohua stood up after saluting. His eyes dodged the statue's chest, dodged the statue's seemingly bright and spirited eyes, and when he wanted to dodge the spell used by the outstretched hands, Xiaohua's expression unconsciously became sluggish. The spell was somewhat familiar, but when he thought about it again he didn't have any clue. The spell. "Xiaohua, you actually noticed the spell?" Gong Mingwei was very surprised. He looked at Xiaohua's gaze and said, "This spell doesn't seem to be a spell of our Xiaoyu continent. I only noticed this when I was at the 9th layer of qi refining." "You actually noticed the abnormality of the statue's hands as soon as you saw it?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "Eldest senior brother is overpraising me. How could this little brother know any spell? I just feel very strange. This ancestral statue seems to be real and the spell used by the hands. I thought it was our Shang Huaming's secret inheritance. Ancestral master. Alas, actually, I don't know if it's our Shang Huaming's ancestral master or not." Gong Mingwei said something that made Xiaohua very surprised. "According to master, this statue has always been here when I, Shang Huaming, established the sect. If it's our Shang Huaming's ancestral master, why isn't it in human form? This strange appearance, I'm afraid it's some kind of ancient demonic beast." Master searched through the ancient records in the sect for a long time, but he didn't find any clues. According to Master, before Grandmaster went out to travel and didn't come back, he had already told him that he wasn't sure if this statue was the founder of the sect. Then Gong Mingwei helplessly looked at Xiao Hua and finally said, however, the ancestral master didn't leave behind an image. This statue can be considered the ancestral master who founded the sect. There's such a saying? Xiao Hua was really speechless. Ancestral master. Could he still casually recognize it? Alright, let's not talk so much. Greet the ancestral master. On the table next to him is my Shang Huaming's cultivation method. Follow me. Gong Mingwei brought Xiao Hua to the side. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen books and several jade slips on the jade table. Gong Mingwei pointed at them and proudly said, the first dozen books are the cultivation methods for me, Shang Huaming, from the first layer to the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. These jade slips are the cultivation methods for the foundation establishment realm and beyond. After all, starting from the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, cultivators can use their divine sense to check jade slips. Hearing this, Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He saw a dozen books and several jade slips. They looked very ordinary, but the handwriting on the books couldn't be clearly seen. Xiao Hua understood that there must be a restriction placed on these things. If he didn't have a way to break it, he absolutely couldn't see them. Sure enough, Gong Mingwei looked at it and waved the yellow talisman in his hand, sticking it onto the second booklet. A dark red light flashed, and the words on the cover of the booklet were revealed. Shang Huaming, second level of Qi refinement. Gong Mingwei took down the yellow talisman and handed the booklet to Xiao Hua. He said, Master didn't come, so I didn't dare to act on my own. Xiao Hua, you memorized the second level cultivation method here. It's better if you don't take this booklet out of the inheritance palace. Yes, eldest senior martial brother. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised. Ever since he took a trip outside and listened to Kai Zhuoxia's introduction, he already knew that Xiaoyu continent was extremely lacking in cultivation methods. It was already extremely rare for Shang Huaming to cultivate to the core formation realm, so he definitely attached great importance to it. He remembered that the book for the first layer of the aura refining realm was also given to him by Xiao Yuehong. Xiao Yuehong had stayed by his side, waiting for him to memorize it before taking it away. Xiao Hua walked to a corner of the main hall and sat down cross-legged. He held his breath and condensed his qi for a while, then flipped open the book for the second level of Qi refining. His current cultivation level had already entered the second level of Qi refining, but he didn't have a corresponding cultivation method. His true Qi was freely dispersed in his new meridians, so he couldn't continue to temper it. Just as Xiao Hua expected, this second level cultivation method was the same as when he cultivated the first level of Qi refining. He only read it 3 times and his true Qi followed the instructions of the cultivation method, slowly tempering it through a cycle. The tempering speed wasn't slow, the growth of his true Qi wasn't slow, and the increase of his magic power wasn't slow either. But Xiao Hua knew that his cultivation level was the same as when he was at the first level of Qi refining. There was practically no change. Xiao Hua almost wanted to cry. At this moment he seemed to have understood that his aptitude wasn't bad. This Shang Huaming's cultivation method wasn't bad either. It wasn't that he didn't work hard. The crux of the matter was that he had to put in roughly 10 times the hard work of others in order to reach their cultivation level. From the first level of Qi refining to the second level of Qi refining, he used 12 Peiyuan pills. In other words, he had bitterly cultivated his magic power for 12 years in order to achieve a breakthrough. From the second level of Qi refining to the third level of Qi refining, perhaps, he would need at least another 12 Peiyuan pills. Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua unconsciously shrugged his shoulders. Not far away, Gong Mingwei, who had been paying attention all along, saw this and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua, you have already memorized it? Xiao Hua stood up and handed the booklet in his hand to Gong Mingwei. He smiled and said, "Thank you, eldest senior brother. Little brother has already memorized it." Gong Mingwei didn't take the booklet. He asked in return, "Have you used the second level of Qi refining to temper your true Qi? If you haven't, then read it a few more times." Reporting to eldest senior brother. Little brother has already circulated his Qi for 1 cycle. There are no abnormalities. I have indeed mastered the second level of Qi refining. AI, all right, Gong Mingwei took the booklet and said with a complicated expression, "That year when I tried to comprehend the second level of qi refining, I spent 3 days of effort. You actually managed to comprehend it after reading it for a short while. If you aren't a peerless genius, then you must have cultivated it before." Alright, eldest senior brother knows. Little brother also doesn't know why. Moreover, although my magic power has increased, my realm hasn't followed suit. I don't feel the slightest bit of progress. Forget it. Let's wait for Master to refine another Peiyuan pill. Right now these Peiyuan pills don't seem to be effective enough. It's too far from the last one. Gong Mingwei placed the booklet on the table. In just a few breaths of time, the booklet had already become blurry and couldn't be read clearly. Presumably the restriction had already taken effect. Then Gong Mingwei's left hand pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve, and the yellow talisman in his right hand shot out. A ray of light flashed and the two figures disappeared from the main hall, leaving only the strange god statue floating in the air. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes again, he was already in the secret chamber. The yellow talisman in Gong Mingwei's hand flashed and burned. In a moment it turned into ashes. This yellow talisman for entering and leaving the ancestral hall was personally made by Master. It can only be used one at a time. Every yellow talisman will burn when it comes out of the ancestral hall. Gong Mingwei explained, "This is also my Shang Huaming's secret. Other than Master, I'm afraid, only junior sister knows some clues." Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Eldest senior brother is my Shang Huaming's eldest disciple. These secrets, shouldn't they be in eldest senior brother's hands?" Gong Mingwei's face was a little strange and he shook his head slightly. "Before I became Shang Huaming's disciple, these are all things of the past. In short, Master had no other choice. Perhaps after I reach foundation establishment, Master will have some arrangements." Xiao Hua was still not Shang Huaming's official disciple. Of course he wouldn't say that this matter was unfair in front of eldest senior brother. Perhaps Xiao Yuehong thought that his daughter would definitely stay in Shang Huaming before, so he did this, but looking at the current situation, it was a little strange. After leaving the secret chamber, Gong Mingwei brought Xiao Hua to the pill room and returned the yellow talisman to Xiao Yuehong. Xiao Yuehong saw that it was Gong Mingwei who returned it and he didn't ask much. He only glanced at Xiao Hua and asked, "Have you memorized the second level's mental cultivation method?" Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Gong Mingwei said with a smile, "Don't worry, Master. Junior brother has already circulated one cycle. He's really a genius." This answer was both unexpected and within Xiao Yuehong's expectations. Xiao Yuehong's eyes flashed with joy. He nodded slightly and said, "Xiao Hua is in the 100 Herbs Gate. Of course, she won't be covered in dust." Xiao Hua sweated and quickly said, "Reporting to Sect Master, this disciple feels that cherishing Flower Peak is very good. Don't mention Yaonong Peak." Hehe, good. Xiao Yuehong smiled and turned to Gong Mingwei. "That's right, Mingwei. Master just thought about it again. If we directly refine the Peiyuan pill in case it's the same as the batch we just refined, we won't have any more absorption fruits. Therefore Master wants to refine a batch of Wu Tsong pills first. If the absorption fruits and black tusk grass have that kind of strange thing, the second batch of Peiyuan pill should be the same as the first batch. Therefore there should be a problem with Master's refining method. If the refining method is the key, then the Wu Tsong pill should contain that kind of strange thing." Yes, Master's words are extremely true. Gong Mingwei didn't understand alchemy, but listening to Xiao Yuehong's words, it was very reasonable. He could only nod and say, "Then what can this disciple do for Master?" No need. Didn't I just say it? You all should cultivate. This time Master will do it personally." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand and said. Seeing that they weren't needed in the pill room, Gong Mingwei and Xiao Hua both returned to Lone Staff Peak. In the first 2 days, Xiao Hua was still cultivating the second layer of the mental cultivation method under Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao's guidance. But after 2 days the previous situation occurred again. Xiao Hua no longer had anything to ask in terms of cultivation. His magic power also increased day by day. Although the increase was slow, it was still increasing. As for his cultivation base, it still didn't advance. Seeing that they couldn't give pointers to Xiao Hua, Gong Mingwei and the others also cultivated on their own. Xiaohua saw that he was bored and still returned to Xihua Peak. Before leaving, Zhang Qingxiao persuaded Xiaohua in every way possible to give 2 Peiyuan pills. Xiaohua couldn't refuse and could only accept them. There was a lot of work in Xihua Peak's medicinal field, but Xiaohua had the strength and his movements were also fast. After finishing, he also spent a lot of time cultivating. The 2 Peiyuan pills were refined by the 2 people. Each pill increased their magic power by 2 years. The effect wasn't much different from the first batch of Peiyuan pills. This is strange. The 2 Peiyuan pills refined by Sect Master were extremely different in eldest senior brother's case. Why are they the same in my case? And other people take, cough cough, they don't need the Peiyuan pill to cultivate to the second layer of qi refining. Why do I have to take, or cultivate for 12 years? It's really strange. Chapter 1268. Another 7 days passed and Xiao Yuehong finished refining the 3rd batch of pills. This time he was refining the parasol pill. When he received the message, Xiao Hua was inspecting the spiritual herbs in his space. Many of them were several decades old. Only the linglong grass still hadn't budded. However, Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry. There was still some time before the 100-day period. The linglong grass in the space also had several decades of spiritual energy to absorb. Everything would only be known after the 100-day period. And what Xiao Hua was worried about now was how to explain the origin of these exquisite grass to the sect leader. It seemed that from Zhang Qingxiao's words she already had some suspicions about him obtaining the black bamboo grass from the cave. So much so that she even had suspicions about his own origin. There was also that conversation in the pill room. Xiao Hua didn't believe that Zhang Qingxiao was the only one who noticed his actions in the pill room. Sect head Xiao Yuehong was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. His divine sense was definitely not something ordinary people could detect. It was impossible for him not to know that he was subconsciously simulating the pill refining technique. Seeing Xiao Yuehong's message, Xiao Hua immediately took the puppet out of the space, threw it into the medicinal field, and used a flight talisman to arrive at the pill room on Xihua Peak. Since Xiao Hua entered the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm, he was even more proficient in using the flight talisman. Xiao Hua faintly felt that even an 11th layer qi refining expert like Gong Mingwei might not be able to catch up to him. When Xiao Hua arrived at the pill room, Zhang Qingxiao and the other 2 didn't come. Sect head Xiao Hua cupped his hands in greeting. Oh. Xiao Hua, you came first? Xiao Yuehong was obviously surprised. He first sent the summoning talisman to Gong Mingwei before thinking of Xiao Hua. Yes, disciple received sect head's message and immediately came. You're at Xihua Peak? After saying this, Xiao Yuehong slapped his forehead. Of course, if you're not at Xihua Peak, where else could you be? After a long while, Gong Mingwei and the others arrived at the pill room. Xiao Yuehong didn't have time to ask anything else. He grabbed Gong Mingwei and said, Mingwei Master just refined a batch of parasol pills. You and 2nd brother come and see the effect. Gong Mingwei said with a smile, No problem, Master. 2nd brother has been taking Wu Tsang pills since he was young. Within the sect, only he is very familiar with the medicinal properties of this Wu Tsang pill. As long as he takes it, he will immediately know the difference. Zhang Qingxiao was exasperated and said anxiously, Eldest senior brother, don't forget that you were also beaten up by others when you were young. Why is it all happening to me now? Alright, number 2, come on, it's you. Xiao Yuehong didn't allow for an explanation. With a wave of his hand, a Wu Tsang pill flew into his hand. He poured the thumb-sized pill into Zhang Qingxiao's hand and said, Take it. Master, disciple's injuries are already healed. What's the point of taking this parasol pill? Zhang Qingxiao said very aggrievedly. Xiao Yuehong pulled a long face and put on the air of a sect master. I told you to take it, so just take it. What are you being so long-winded for? Must I take it? Is there no room for discussion? Zhang Qingxiao asked. There's nothing to discuss. Apart from Xiao Hua, the other 3 said in unison. Right. Zhang Qingxiao accepted her fate and took the parasol pill. She then sat down cross-legged and stimulated the medicinal power. Although Zhang Qingxiao didn't have any external or internal injuries, in less than an incense stick's worth of time, Zhang Qingxiao opened her eyes. How is it? Xiao Yuehong was a little nervous. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head, and Xiao Yuehong's heart immediately fell into an ice cave. Master, this pill is exactly the same as the one you refined before. Zhang Qingxiao said honestly. This is strange. Xiao Yuehong stared at the pill furnace, his brows furrowed. He muttered, the refining technique is the same these few times, even the timing of the yellow talisman is the same. What's the difference for no reason? Io. Suddenly Xiao Yuehong and Zhang Qingxiao said in unison, Xiao Hua. Here sect master. Hearing Xiao Yuehong call him, Xiao Hua naturally answered. I know. When the first batch of pills was refined, Xiao Hua was guarding the furnace. Zhang Qingxiao was very sure, but she said with some hesitation. And number 2 is right. The first batch of pills was guarded by Xiao Hua. Xiao Yuehong seemed to have found the root of the problem. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen sycamore pills flew to the shelf at the side. Then several jade boxes flew in front of him. Come Xiao Hua, master will refine another cauldron of sycamore pills. You still stand guard at the side. Alright. No matter what, Xiao Hua would never have thought that the strange thing in this pill would actually land on his head. For the next 7 days Xiao Yuehong continued to refine pills like before. During this period he carefully explained the details to Xiao Hua. He even explained some of the spells and the tricks of using the yellow talisman in detail. Xiao Hua actually benefited even more than the first time. However, during these 7 days not only did Xiao Hua carefully guard, but Xiao Yuehong and the other 3 were also dazzled. They stared at Xiao Hua motionlessly to see what relationship Xiao Hua had with the pills. Needless to say, Xiao Hua didn't have time to close his eyes and cultivate. The strange starlight from outer space couldn't be projected and the parasol pills couldn't be mutated. This is really strange. This time it was still Zhang Qingxiao who tasted the parasol pills. After taking it, facing Xiao Yuehong's expectant gaze, Zhang Qingxiao shook her head slightly. Master, it still doesn't work. It's really strange. Xiao Yuehong was very disappointed. Could it be that it was a coincidence? Father. Xiao Xinrui thought for a moment and said with a smile, since the first batch has a strange effect, then why don't we do the same as the first time? Can't we get the same pills? Of course father knows this. The techniques in yellow talismans are the same as the first time. There is no difference. Is this the same? Xiao Xinrui asked. Of course, it's exactly the same. Xiao Yuehong insisted. Unfortunately, as soon as this sentence came out, the eyes of the 4 people had the same expression of enlightenment, and they said in unison, Xiao Hua. Me? What's wrong with me? This time Xiao Hua really didn't expect it. He couldn't think of any other abnormal performance. Nothing, Xiao Hua. Master will refine the last batch of parasol pills. Just like when you refined the first batch of Peiyuan pill, do what you should do, don't worry about us. Xiao Hua understood and said with cupped hands, yes, sect master. Xiao Yuehong put the spiritual herbs into the pill furnace, and a few hand seals also entered the pill furnace. He said to Gong Mingwei and the others, let's go, you guys also go out just like the first time. Disciple will stay. Zhang Qingxiao raised her hand. Oh? Xiao Yuehong was of course not surprised and only smiled and nodded. After Xiao Yuehong and the others left, Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, little junior brother, what secret do you have? Why don't you dare to say it? Second senior brother, I really don't know. Xiao Hua also didn't know what to say. Of course he didn't know why the medicinal pill was so strange. Zhang Qingxiao chatted for a while then said with a smile, my time is up little junior brother, you should do what you should do. Do what? Xiao Hua understood. Xiao Yuehong meant to do all the situations from the first time he refined the pill again. Okay, Xiao Hua secretly said in his heart. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. However, he was currently cultivating the second layer of qi refining, which was different from the first layer of qi refining. He also didn't know whether or not it would affect the medicinal pill's effectiveness. Seeing Xiao Hua sitting cross-legged and cultivating, Zhang Qingxiao walked to the cave entrance and looked back. She didn't have any expression and walked away. Xiao Yuehong was very punctual. Every once in a while, just like the first time he refined the pill, he urged the earth fire, struck out a yellow talisman and did some hand seals. After finishing these things, he immediately left and didn't stay a moment longer. He strove to control all the time and steps to refine the Peiyuan pill in the same way. When Xiao Yuehong walked out of the alchemy room, he didn't look back. He walked a few steps to the left of the alchemy room into a cave. The mountain path was very smooth and it didn't take long for him to arrive at a spacious space. The layout of this space was very simple. A cloud bed leaned against the stone wall. On the left side of the cloud bed was a jade table with large and small jade bottles. On the right side of the cloud bed were some jade boxes, a few jade slips and a stack of silk-like books. On the opposite side of the cloud bed was a stone wall as smooth as a mirror. In front of the stone wall, Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui were sitting cross-legged, staring at the stone wall. On the stone wall, there was a circular mirror about a foot long. Inside the mirror, all the movements in the alchemy room could be seen. Xiao Hua was sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. His face was expressionless as he practiced the heart technique. "How is it? Did you find any clues?" Xiao Yuehong asked in a low voice as he entered the cave. "Master, you and we have been watching for a long time, but we didn't find any clues. There's no reason for you to find out in such a short time," Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. "Alas, if I had known that there was a problem with the first batch of pills, I would have paid attention." Xiao Yuehong was somewhat regretful. The mirror technique in the cave was to make it convenient for him to observe everything in the alchemy room while he was resting in the cave. Usually he didn't use it. The last time Xiao Hua was on duty in the alchemy room, Xiao Yuehong didn't use it at all. This time, in order to find the key to the problem, he used it. "Father, it's been 5 days. Xiao Hua is in the alchemy room. Other than meditating, it's impossible for him to know that we are here to spy on him. Do you think the things in here have nothing to do with him?" Xiao Yuehong shook his head. "Father can't answer this question. Left and right we are looking for clues. Even if we can't find anything, we can still refine pills, right? Master's also strange. Although this mirror technique can clearly see everything in the alchemy room, it isn't as exquisite as the control of divine sense. Master only needs to release divine sense, which is several times stronger than this mirror technique." Gong Mingwei voiced out his doubts. Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly. "You still don't know, right? Xiao Hua, he can sense Master's divine sense. If I release my divine sense, wouldn't he know?" "What? How is this possible?" The three of them were abnormally surprised and looked at each other in dismay. Chapter 1269. Xiao Hua is only in the second layer of the qi refining realm. There's still a long way to go before he reaches the peak of the qi refining realm. How can he sense divine thoughts? Xiao Xinrui couldn't understand. "That's right. We're in the 11th layer of the qi refining realm, but we don't even have a trace of divine thoughts. How can Xiao Hua do it?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua through the mirror with a very strange expression. "This is what Xiao Hua told me himself. I don't know why either. Moreover, I also tested it with him. It's just as he said." Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly. "Our junior brother is becoming more and more mysterious." Gong Mingwei looked at Xiao Hua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, and said thoughtfully, "That's right. First he practiced my Shang Huaming's cultivation method without any sluggishness. Then for 3 years he didn't make any progress. After taking 12 Peiyuan pill, which is enough to advance to the late stage of the qi refining realm, he actually just advanced to the second layer of the qi refining realm. Of course, the most incredible thing is that he was extremely lucky to find both the absorption fruit and the black tusk grass. Based on this, in the future all the spiritual herbs that I use, Xiao Hua may even be able to find some 300-year-old linglong grass." Gong Mingwei sighed and said, "Moreover, the Peiyuan pill, which is extremely useful for cultivation, may also be related to him. More than that, he has never entered the pill room, but he actually knows the art of alchemy." Zhang Qingxiao laughed and said, "Although he doesn't admit it, the slight movement of his left and right hand's fingers is exactly like casting a spell, right? Father, you've really picked up a strange person." "Ai, yes." Xiao Yuehong thought for a moment and said, He can use flying talismans faster than you late-stage chi refining cultivators. Moreover, according to what he said, his strength is enormous. He can break a defensive talisman cast by a 5th or 6th layer chi refining cultivator with his bare hands. Ah? Zhang Qingxiao and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other again. Their eyes were full of horror. Father, Xiaohua, he can't be from the devil world. After a long while, Xiao Xianrui asked in a weak voice, "It seems that only the devil realm has this kind of magical power in the cultivation world." Xiao Yuehong shook his head slightly. "Over the past few days I've been thinking carefully. 3 years ago, although the war between immortals and devils had just ended, although Master also picked up Xiaohua on the way back from the Imperial Devil Valley, after all, that place was already far from the Imperial Devil Valley. On the contrary, it was very close to my Yellow Flower Ridge. Moreover, Master has also examined Xiaohua's dantian and meridians. They are the same as our human race and they don't seem to have cultivated." "That's right, Master. During the 2 days you picked up Xiaohua, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in our Yellow Flower Ridge. From the looks of it, it was as if someone was going through a tribulation in the legends. The Xiaohua, could it be that he failed to pass the tribulation?" Zhang Qingxiao used his extremely flexible brain. "I don't think so." Xiao Yuehong still shook his head. "Although I didn't catch up to the lightning and thunder at Yellow Flower Ridge, the thunderstorm happened in my Yellow Flower Ridge and Xiaohua wasn't here at that time. Moreover, if he failed to pass the tribulation, his soul would have been scattered and he would have fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. How could he be intact? But Xiaohua has lost his memory after all. If there is no major change, how could it be like this?" Gong Mingwei asked. "I don't know. Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, he is obviously an ordinary person who has never cultivated before. What major change can he have?" Xiao Yuehong shook his head. "But how can we explain Xiaohua's series of strange things, Master?" Zhang Qingxiao disagreed. "The world is so big, there are many strange people. Xiaohua might be a god who descended from the heavens and was born with a strange talent?" Xiao Yuehong's face lit up. "And maybe he is my Shanghuaming Underworld senior, using a great magical power to give my Shanghuaming Underworld the hope of revival?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at Gong Mingwei. Both of them were somewhat aghast. "Forget it, who cares? Xiaohua is honest. If he is really the key to refining this pill. Father, you have really picked up a treasure for our Shanghuaming Underworld." Xiao Xianrui laughed. "Maybe our Shanghuaming Underworld can use this to become the 4th big sect in the country of Xi." "It's still early, still early." Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. "The most important thing now is to look at the specific reasons." Xiaohua didn't know that there was a mirror technique in the cave next to him, nor did he know that Xiao Yuehong and the others were discussing him. He had already reviewed the art of alchemy when he first guarded the furnace, and the last time he listened to Xiao Yuehong's guidance he understood a lot. The only thing he lacked was hands-on practice, so this time he didn't make any hand seals and only closed his eyes to cultivate. Therefore, every night when Xiaohua was cultivating, the strange starlight would still arrive as scheduled, wrapping the pill furnace in front of him within the starlight, and traces of the starlight were also absorbed by the Wu Song pill. On the 7th day, Xiao Yuehong, Gong Mingwei and the others appeared in the pill room on time. "Can you collect the pills, Master?" Seeing Xiao Yuehong and the others come in, Xiaohua stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. "And Xiaohua, you have worked hard. Stand aside." Xiao Yuehong nodded with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao and the others often went to the trading market, so they naturally knew what this top-grade pill meant. That was a top-grade pill that even the 100 Herbs Gate and 10,000 Flowers Valley couldn't take out. That was a top-grade pill that had a price but no market. Xiao Yuehong's face was also suffused with a layer of red light. He put the 23 top-grade Parasol Underworld pills into his storage bag and turned to ask, "Xiaohua, are you tired?" "Tired? Sect Master, the pill refining is done by Sect Master. Disciple is just guarding the pill furnace. There's nothing wrong with the pill furnace. Disciple is just guarding the pill furnace and cultivating. How can I be tired? And that's good. Master will refine another cauldron of Parasol Underworld pills. What do you think?" As Sect Master says, Disciple We'll cultivate anywhere. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Good, while you're refining pills, Master will teach you some of our sect's pill refining techniques. Xiao Yuehong tempted. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua's face was filled with gratitude. Immediately after, Gong Mingwei and the others returned to the other cave and watched through the mirror technique. Xiao Yuehong arranged the herbs and began to teach Shang Huaming's pill refining techniques to Xiao Hua. Of course, when it was time for Xiao Yuehong to leave, Xiao Yuehong didn't say anything and immediately left. Like this, another 7 days passed. As expected, another 24 top-grade parasol underworld pills were refined. Xiao Yuehong and the other 3 no longer had any doubts. These top-grade parasol underworld pills must be related to Xiao Hua. They also knew that such a strange thing would only happen when Xiao Hua was guarding the pill furnace alone. As for why, they couldn't say, and neither could Xiao Hua. Knowing this was enough. Because 3 days later, Xiao Yuehong began to throw the last batch of absorption fruits and black tusks into the pill furnace and began refining the last batch of Peiyuan pill. Chapter 1270. Just as Xiao Yuehong was about to toss the last of the Peiyuan pill-absorbing fruit and black tusk grass into the cauldron, Xiao Xinrui's expression changed. Her gaze fell on the storage pouch at her waist. Xiao Yuehong stopped and turned around. Xiao Rui, what's the matter? When Xiao Xinrui heard her father's question, she patted her storage bag, and a yellow talisman appeared in her hand, emitting a pleasant sound and flashing a 5-colored brilliance. Father, This is the invitation talisman that Jiang'an from the 100 Herbs Gate asked Xiao Hua to send over. She invites me to visit Yao Nong Peak after 100 days of meditation. Xiao Xinrui looked down at the invitation talisman that Jiang'an sent over. He felt a little uneasy. In the past 10 days she had been investigating the secret of the Peiyuan pill and had forgotten about this matter. 100 days? Xiao Yuehong was taken aback. He grinned and snorted coldly. The 100 Herbs Gates calculations are quite accurate. I almost forgot about it. I wonder if they can refine a top-grade pill no matter how accurate their calculations are? Of course they can't. Is there even a need to ask? Zhang Qingxiao said. All right, I hereby announce that your reflection in the tranquil cave ends today. Xiao Yuehong was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, your cultivation will return to normal. Yes, we understand. Gong Mingwei and the rest bowed. Keske, nothing has changed in the first place. Xiao Hua secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although he didn't know where Gong Mingwei and the others were in the last few days, he understood that with the curiosity of these people, how could they obediently cultivate in the tranquil heart cave? But, Father, this Jiang'an, I feel that we should give her an answer. Xiao Xinrui's eyes flashed and her tone was a little strange. How could Xiao Yuehong not know what his daughter was thinking? He looked at the cauldron above the earth fire and waved his sleeve. All right, we will not refine pills today. As he spoke, he walked out of the alchemy room. Hearing that her father didn't want to refine pills, Xiao Xinrui's heart skipped a beat. She thought that her father was angry, but listening to his tone, there was no special anger. Xiao Xinrui had to look at Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao, who were also a little unhappy with an embarrassed expression on her face. When Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao saw their junior sister's lovely face and pitiful expression, their hearts softened for no reason. The two of them looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. Then they followed their master out. Xiao Xinrui followed closely behind the two of them. Only Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression. He also walked out of the alchemy room where he had stayed for dozens of days. When they arrived outside Cherishing Birch Peak, a patch of brilliant sunlight sprinkled down on the foothills. It was quite warm and the countless flowers, trees and grass seemed to be thriving. Xiao Yuehong squinted his eyes and raised his head, looking at the clear blue sky. His expression was somewhat strange. When everyone had walked behind him, he used his finger to point at the thick black clouds above his head, as well as the faintly discernible lightning within the clouds. He said, "This astronomical phenomenon is rather strange. It's clearly a clear sky, yet there are thunderclouds. If there are thunderclouds, then there's no rain. It's already been several days." "Oh yes, Master. Disciples saw it 7 days ago by chance. Why is it still like this today?" Zhang Qingxiao was also puzzled. "Master, this kind of weather, Seems to have happened 3 years ago. It was after Master went to the Imperial Demon Valley and brought Xiaohua back. Gong Mingwei woke up and said, I don't know how long this clear day and dark clouds lasted. Then lightning flashed and thunder roared. Disciple was scared to death. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also chaotic. I couldn't draw spiritual energy into my body. Could it be that something happened again? Xiao Yuehong looked at the sky again and whispered, Little Rui, do you want to go to the medicine farmer peak? Father. Xiao Xinrui called but didn't say whether she wanted to go or not. If we talk about scenery, my yellow flower ridge is definitely not inferior to the medicine farmer peak. It's just that you have lived here for more than 20 years and have turned a blind eye to it. But even if you have turned a blind eye to it, there are many winding paths that lead to secluded places. As long as you put in the effort, you can find the valuable places. You see, even Xiaohua can find rare spiritual herbs in places that you can't see. Little Rui, why don't you covet the beautiful scenery? Xiao Yuehong looked at the flowing water outside the mountain and said softly. Xiao Xinrui knew that her father's words had a hidden meaning. Her face was slightly red. She thought for a moment and said, Father, I know that the scenery of my yellow flower ridge is unique, but I also want to go out and have a look. Maybe the scenery of the medicine farmer peak is more unique? Is there a more beautiful scenery suitable for me to see? If I stay in this yellow flower ridge, I will never know what the scenery outside the mountain is like. Gong Mingwei's face changed slightly and Zhang Qingxiao clenched her teeth. Alas, senior sister is determined to go to the medicine farmer peak this time. Zhang Fan. How can he compare with eldest senior brother and second senior brother? Xiaohua sighed. Well, little Rui, you are not young, but, speaking of which, for us cultivators you are not old. You still have a lot of time, you don't have to be like this. Alas, I have said what I should say. Little Rui, this road of cultivation is still your own path. I can't walk it for you. Xiao Yuehong nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. Xiao Xinrui looked at her father with a trace of determination in her eyes. Well, Mingwei Qingxiao, you too send your junior sister to the medicine farmer peak. Xiao Yuehong said with some excitement on his face. Within 100 days, 3 of my disciples have stepped into the 11th level of the Qi refining realm from the 10th level of the Qi refining realm. This is an extremely rare thing in the country of Xi. Even if the 100 Herbs Gate has a lot of elixirs, they may not be able to do it. When Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao heard this, their faces were also filled with pride. In their hearts they both made up their minds to practice harder when they came back. They would let the 100 Herbs Gate see which one was the real hero. Thinking of this, the two of them coincidentally looked at Xiaohua, who was standing quietly beside them. Xiaohua seemed to understand their meaning and nodded slightly. Yes, master, we obey. Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao answered Xiao Yuehong in a loud voice. Xiao Yuehong was obviously stunned and a little surprised. He warned, Little Rui, the 100 Herbs Gate will certainly be surprised by your sudden advancement in cultivation. They will certainly ask, you know how to answer. Ah, father, don't worry, I naturally know. Xiao Xinrui's laughter was like a silver bell. Good, you go and wait. Xiao Yuehong waved his sleeve and took out his flying boat from his storage bag. He said, use this. Go and come back early. Thank you, master. Gong Mingwei cupped his hands in thanks and took a small jade pendant from Xiao Yuehong. Using his spiritual power, the jade pendant emitted a hazy brilliance and the flying boat suddenly grew in size. Gong Mingwei jumped into the flying boat first, followed by Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui. Xiao Yuehong transmitted a few more words to Gong Mingwei. After Gong Mingwei nodded repeatedly, Xiao Yuehong said, you guys go first. I'll send a message to the 100 Herbs Gate and have them come out to welcome you. Father, I will go and stay for a few days. I will be back soon. Xiao Xinrui smiled. Yes, father will wait for the message from the 100 Herbs Gate. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Gong Mingwei drove the flying boat and soared into the sky. He went out of Shang Huaming's protective array and headed in the direction of the 100 Herbs Gate. As the flying boat flew away, Xiao Yuehong floated in the air and followed it out of the formation. Only when he saw that the flying boat was out of sight did he withdraw his divine sense. He was puzzled as he thought to himself, what's going on with this 10,000 Poisons sect? If they covet Shang Huaming, why did they only attack once and not do anything else? If they don't have any ulterior motives, why did they send 2 Foundation establishment stage elders at once? The strangest thing is that they just want to scare the children and then return to the 10,000 Poisons sect. I really don't understand what they mean. Xiao Yuehong didn't understand the meaning of the 10,000 Poisons sect, but he wouldn't be an idiot to send a message talisman to ask. He just wanted to make the best use of his time to refine the best quality elixirs and start on Shang Huaming's development plan. It was best if the 10,000 Poisons sect didn't find fault with him now. After Shang Huaming's strength increased greatly, there would naturally be a day when the truth came to light. After returning to the Grand Formation, Xiao Yuehong did the same as before. He inspected the Grand Formation before returning to Cherishing Flower Peak. Since the Myriad Poison sect attacked Shang Huaming, Xiao Yuehong would personally inspect the Grand Formation every other day. Moreover, he would leave a strand of his divine sense on the Grand Formation so as to prevent the Myriad Poison sect from attacking again. On Shihua Peak, Xiaohua was still waiting. When he saw Xiao Yuehong land, he smiled and said, "Senior sister and the others left?" And they left. Your eldest senior brother and the others used the flying boat. They should be back in 2 days. Xiao Yuehong nodded. Sect Master, are we going to continue refining elixirs? Xiaohua asked. Oh, no need. In 2 days, wait for your eldest senior brother and the others to come back. Xiao Yuehong raised his head and looked at the dark clouds that seemed to be inlaid with flaws. He smiled and said, "You've worked hard these past few days. Rest for a while first." As Sect Master. In fact, this disciple isn't tired at all. Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's all Sect Master's work." This disciple just sat on the side and watched. Xiao Yuehong pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitant, but in the end he still asked, "Xiaohua, you really don't know the reason for the top-grade elixirs?" Xiaohua frowned and shook his head helplessly. Reporting to Sect Master, although this disciple doesn't remember the past, this disciple definitely regards Shang Huaming as his home. If this disciple knows the reason for the elixirs, this disciple will definitely report it to Sect Master. AI, that's not necessary. Xiao Yuehong waved his hand. Everyone has their own secrets and their own ideas. Others can't force them. Xiaohua's heart jumped and he thought, not good could it be? Sect Master is already suspecting me? But what could the sect leader suspect? There's no evidence at all. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuehong changed the topic. Just like little Ray. Master never thought that she was so young and so early to have the idea of dual cultivation. Chapter 1271. Xiaohua relaxed and said with a smile, "Disciple also doesn't understand. What's so good about that Jiang Fan? He's not even fit to carry the shoes of our Shang Huaming's eldest disciple. Why did senior sister take a fancy to him?" Xiao Yuehong almost laughed out loud. He waved his hand and said, "Although this is true, you absolutely can't say it in front of little Rue. Disciple knows." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Disciple will only say it in his heart." Xiaohua, you're a wonderful person. You usually look honest, but you're calculating in your heart. Sometimes you follow the rules and do things by the book, but sometimes you're quick-witted and capricious. You know how to adapt to changes. Compared to Ming Wei's inflexibility but lack of quick-wittedness, compared to Qing Zhao's quick-wittedness but lack of seriousness, you're much stronger. Master really wants to accept you into the sect. Xiaohua blushed with shame and said in a low voice, "Disciple is stupid. I haven't broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refining. I've made things difficult for Sect Master." Xiao Yuehong shook his head slightly. Master also thought so 100 days ago, but now even if you give Master 100 guts, Master doesn't dare to accept you into the sect. Ah? Sect Master, what do you mean? Xiaohua was shocked. Did disciple do something wrong? You don't accept disciples? Don't worry, don't worry. Seeing Xiaohua turn pale with fright, Xiao Yuehong also felt uncomfortable and comforted him. Master is also very conflicted. Xiaohua, especially these days, it's not that Master doesn't want to accept you into the sect, but I, Shang Huaming, am really too young. I'm afraid I'll affect your cultivation. Ah? Sect Master. Do you know disciple's origin? Xiao Hua asked anxiously with joy on his face. Master, how would I know? Xiao Yuehong smiled bitterly, then waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Yes. Xiao Hua nodded and followed Xiao Yuehong to the front of the secret chamber on Minxi Peak. You came to Shang Huaming's inheritance palace last time, right? How do you feel? Xiao Yuehong asked Xiao Hua as he opened the restriction. Disciple listened to eldest senior brother briefly, but disciple didn't understand and didn't worship the statue. Xiao Hua said honestly, not to mention your eldest senior brother, even I am a little confused about the origin of Shang Huaming. Xiao Yuehong brought Xiao Hua into the inheritance palace. This time Xiao Hua didn't dare to look at the spell again. He lowered his head and followed in front of Xiao Yuehong. Watch the gods. Xiao Yuehong first bowed respectfully, then looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Have we met before?" Xiao Hua shook his head blankly. This disciple has never seen such a god. The Legacy Palace, huh? If you want to talk about it, it should be a place to pay respects to the past sect masters of my Shang Huaming sect, or perhaps a place to commemorate the founding ancestor. But the memorial tablets of the past sect masters of my Shang Huaming sect are all over there. Xiao Yuehong pointed to a remote location in the distance. Xiao Hua turned his head to take a look. It was very far from here and there wasn't anything grand about it. There was only a jade table and he couldn't even see it clearly. As for the memorial tablets, there are only 30 of them. Master is the 36th sect master. Your grandmaster traveled far away in his early years and hasn't returned yet. However, the life tablet he left behind has already been shattered. Presumably, he has already fallen in a foreign land. So this 30th memorial tablet was personally placed by Master. Xiao Yuehong pointed to the distance. He looked at Xiao Hua with some confusion and said, "The life tablet is a kind of jade tablet refined by the disciples of Shang Huaming sect who have reached the 12th stage of the qi refining realm and above. They draw out a strand of their divine sense and combine it with a secret technique of my Shang Huaming sect to refine it. This jade tablet is placed in the inheritance palace. Only when the disciple falls will it shatter, and the sect master of Shang Huaming sect will know about the disciple's situation. This kind of life tablet can be found in every sect of the Xiaoyu continent. This disciple understands. Presumably, it won't be long before eldest senior brother and the others can also draw out their divine sense and make life tablets." Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes, being able to make a life tablet in itself is a kind of affirmation of a cultivator's cultivation level. It is also a kind of honor. Xiao Yuehong sighed with emotion. "Oh, I've said too much. Our Shang Huaming sect should have a total of 35 memorial tablets, but when Master took over, 5 of them were missing. Master asked your grandmaster but he also didn't know. Later, when Master had nothing to do, he looked through the ancient records and shockingly discovered that there were no records of the first 5 grandmasters at all. Therefore, although I know the name of this statue is Hua, I don't know the grandmaster's name. Whether this statue is the founder of the sect or a deity that my Shang Huaming sect worships is also not clear. This disciple feels that this should be a deity?" Xiao Hua probed. "The cultivation world is filled with all kinds of strange things. It's not something that people of our cultivation level can understand." Xiao Yuehong shook his head slightly. "Although Master thinks the same as you, but I keep feeling that it's a bit strange. I keep feeling that this Hua is the founder of my Shang Huaming sect. And don't ask me. As for what's strange, Master also doesn't know. And our sect's ancient records are also strange. There aren't many records about cultivation techniques. Instead, there are many strange stories. There are many things that other sects have never recorded. Sometimes, Master even suspects that our Shang Huaming sect's cultivation techniques were casually obtained and blindly made for us to cultivate. They are far from being passed down by our grandmaster." In fact, Xiao Hua was somewhat disapproving. This deity was clearly not a human. Even if its upper body was humanoid, it didn't mean that it could speak, cultivate, or establish a sect. Xiao Yuehong's idea was most likely a bit far-fetched. He wanted to make Shang Huaming's birth noble. Although Xiao Hua's face didn't reveal his inner thoughts, Xiao Yuehong seemed to have sensed it. He smiled and said, "Xiao Hua, don't think that Master's words are a bit empty. It's a bit like I'm sticking gold on myself." Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple just feels that sect master's thinking is a bit unimaginable. Xiaohua said in a panic. Master has said so much because I want you to know that it is precisely because I, Shang Huaming, have a somewhat unique background that I know some rare things. And these things even the sect masters of the 3 great sects in the state of Xi may not know. Xiao Yuehong said solemnly, and these things will let you know that what Master is about to say is not unfounded and not groundless. What I'm about to say. Xiaohua was obviously stunned. He looked at Xiao Yuehong not knowing what shocking things he would say next. Actually, my Shang Huaming sect's cultivation technique is water-based. It's suitable for people with water-based physiques to cultivate. Your eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and senior sister all have water-based physiques. So, cultivating my Shang Huaming sect's cultivation technique will complement each other and make rapid progress. Presumably, your second senior brother has already explained this basic knowledge to you. Yes, second senior brother has told disciple before. The cultivation techniques in the cultivation world are roughly divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. And the physiques of cultivators are also divided into these 5 types. If one has the same physique, cultivating the cultivation technique of the same attribute is most suitable. If one cultivates other cultivation techniques that don't counter each other, then the result will be twice the effort for half the result. If one cultivates a cultivation technique that counters each other, then one will not have great success and may even be in danger. And it's roughly like that. Actually, there are many things to pay attention to. You will slowly understand them in the future. Master won't say much here. Xiao Yuehong nodded, then took out a fist-sized bead from his storage bag and said, "Do you still remember this bead?" Xiaohua glanced at it and nodded. Disciple remembers. 2 years ago, after Disciple entered the first level of Qi refining, Disciple's cultivation didn't make any progress. So sect master let Disciple use it. And this bead is the 5 elements bead that detects the body's attribute. As Xiao Yuehong spoke, he brought the bead close to his body and struck it with a spell. The bead emitted a dazzling blue brilliance. Master is of the water attribute, so this bead emitted a blue brilliance. Xiao Yuehong took the bead away and said, "You also know that Master is a bit lazy. Normally, when the sect accepts a disciple and imparts a cultivation technique to the first level of Qi refining, the first step is to test the disciple's attribute and see if it matches the sect's cultivation technique. If the attribute doesn't match, then the disciple's perception and other conditions will be considered. Only when the disciple meets the sect's requirements will the cultivation technique be imparted. Master hasn't accepted a disciple for many years and you are the only one. So, when I imparted the cultivation technique to you, I didn't test it. When you stepped into the first level of Qi refining, Master was pleasantly surprised. Master thought that your body was of the water attribute and that your aptitude was even more outstanding. But afterwards, when I saw that you didn't advance, I thought of this problem. Do you still remember the situation at that time? Disciple remembers. At that time, this bead simply didn't emit any brilliance. Sect Master's face was very shocked. Xiaohua naturally remembered. And Master didn't say anything at that time. Because a constitution like yours without any attribute, and I've never heard of it before. Even a mediocre person with all 5 elements would emit a kind of white light. These people can practice any cultivation technique, but they can't practice any cultivation technique to the extreme. Unless they have the highest aptitude, they won't be able to make a name for themselves in the cultivation world. Xiao Yuehong smiled and said, "However, a person like you without the slightest brilliance, Master has never heard of it before. And if you weren't in my Shang Huaming, then no one would be able to explain your origins to you." Disciples' origins? Xiaohua's face lit up with joy as he asked urgently, "Didn't I just say it? My Shang Huaming's records are very strange. Master also didn't finish reading them completely. It was only when Master saw that your constitution was special that I thought of going to the ancient records to look it up. Very fortunately, in an unknown jade slip, Master found a record that somewhat matched your constitution. That's..." Xiaohua couldn't help but urge, "How is it similar to disciples? And the ancient records say that there are celestials in the overseas Kanwu Island. Celestials are incomparably tall and their constitution is different from that of ordinary people. They aren't divided into the 5 elements. Celestials have extremely long lifespans and their cultivation progress is extremely slow. However, their magic power is boundless. The cultivators of the Xiaoyu continent can't compare to them. Overseas? Celestials? Xiaohua was greatly distracted. I came from overseas? Chapter 1272. Xiao Yuehong shrugged his shoulders. Xiaohua, I only said that you are extremely similar to the celestial race overseas. Sea beasts roam freely in the sea, that's not the world of cultivators. Even nascent soul seniors don't dare to go deep. Even if you are a celestial, it's impossible for you to come to my dawn rain continent. Oh, also, celestials are giants. I reckon that it's because their meridians are several times more than us cultivators that their magic power increases slowly during cultivation. Although you are tall, you are only taller than me by a head. You are far from being a giant. Of course, I can't say for sure that you are absolutely unrelated to the celestial group. Xiao Yuehong smiled. When your magic power is profound and your magical powers are extensive, you can go overseas to take a look. Strange, sect master, if no one has returned from overseas, how can there be such records in our sect's ancient books? Xiaohua suddenly asked. I don't know. Xiao Yuehong naturally thought about it long ago. He only shook his head and said, I'm just stating facts and telling you. Next, I want to talk about your meridians. My meridians, are there any peculiarities? Xiaohua rubbed his hands naturally as if his meridians were there. Whether or not it's peculiar I can't say for sure. Xiao Yuehong looked pensive. Didn't I say just now that I, Shang Huoming, don't have many cultivation techniques, but I do have a lot of other miscellaneous techniques. However, the majority of them can't be cultivated. I was curious in my early years and practiced an unnamed technique. It's used to detect the cultivation of demon beasts. Detect the cultivation of demon beasts. Xiaohua was puzzled. What's the use of this? I don't know. I once tried this technique in the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge, but it didn't have any effect. Xiao Yuehong was somewhat embarrassed, but then his face lit up. The only place it can be used is on your meridians. Me? My meridians? Detect the cultivation of demon beasts? Xiaohua jumped in fright. Sect master, you don't think I'm a demon beast, right? No, you can be a demon beast. Xiao Yuehong said with a smile. If you were a demonic beast, then your cultivation would be at least in the demigod realm. How could you be in the chi refining realm? Divinity transformation? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Just as he was about to ask, Xiao Yuehong continued. Only demonic beasts in the deification realm can take human form, and to take human form like you, I'm afraid it's not some tribulation. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. He wanted to ask something but he threw it to the back of his mind. Actually, when I picked you up outside I had already checked your body. Your dantian and meridians did not have any traces of cultivation. But what makes me think that your meridians are very special? How should I put it? Although your meridians don't show any signs of cultivation, they are very tough and very lively. Perhaps you could say that they are full of life force. Because I've practiced that technique before, I'm somewhat sensitive to this. After I brought you to Shihua Peak, I used that technique to examine your meridians. Your meridians seem to be alive. How is this possible? Xiaohua was extremely astonished. I only said that they seem to be alive, that's all. To be more specific, they seem to be like a snake. Like a snake's meridians? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Yes, I was also astonished, so I left you at Shihua Peak. I went to the secret room to check the ancient records. When you woke up, you didn't see me and walked down Shihua Peak by yourself and fell into the cold pond. Then, did Sect Master find anything? How could I find anything? I only felt that your meridians were different. As for whether they were real or not, how would I know? Then he looked at the statue of Wok floating in the air and muttered, perhaps it's because I, Shang Huoming, have some inexplicable connection with this serpent-tailed deity. That's why I thought so much. Even a nascent soul or spirit-severing stage senior might not know about this matter. Xiao Yuehong looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said, I've said so much. You must have been confused long ago. Xiao Hua bowed and smiled bitterly. Disciple naturally understands. Sect Master said so much because Disciple's origin is unknown and there are so many strange things about Disciple's body. And these strange things can only be faintly perceived by Sect Master. Others definitely won't be able to discover them. Yes. Xiao Yuehong sighed and said, if your aptitude alone wasn't enough I wouldn't be worried. But now it seems that it's far from what I thought back then, so I don't dare to easily take you into Shang Huaming. But all of this is just Sect Master's imagination. Xiao Hua said somewhat naively. Catch it. Xiao Yuehong threw out the bead in his hand and let Xiao Hua catch it. He made a hand seal and said, you don't have any of the 5 elements. This is the most obvious evidence. But when he said this, the 5 elements bead in Xiao Hua's hand gradually lit up and emitted an extremely faint red brilliance. How did you become a fire attribute? Xiao Yuehong was stunned. Although the red brilliance in front of him was very faint and shallow, it was still a brilliance. This was absolutely undeniable. Sect Master, you see you made a mistake, right? Xiao Hua said in surprise. The attribute of the Constitution, can it still be changed? Xiao Yuehong made another hand seal. The bead still emitted a red light, but it didn't look like it didn't have any light. Strange. Xiao Yuehong shook his head vigorously. There wasn't any light before? You saw it yourself. Disciple forgot how many years it was. Xiao Hua naturally denied it. It's only been 2 years. How did it become many years? Xiao Yuehong glared at him. Xiao Hua's eyes were wide open and very spirited. He looked at Xiao Yuehong with sparkling eyes. Sect Master, Disciple really doesn't remember. Disciple knows that Disciple's constitution is a fire attribute. Although cultivating Shang Huaming's heart technique is a bit far-fetched, I've already cultivated to the 2nd level of qi refining and haven't seen any abnormalities. Okay, how could Xiao Yuehong not know Xiao Hua's thoughts? He just waved his hand. Master has already said so much. Presumably you only remember Master's thoughts. You should have an incredible background. There's no need to enter a small sect like Shang Huaming. Seeing Xiao Hua smile and not answer, he said again, let's go. Master will take you out. Go back to Cherishing Flower Peak's medicine garden. Take advantage of these few days to think carefully. Master, we'll go through the ancient books and see if your constitution's change is related to the Sect Master. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Hua agreed. He didn't have any plans to think about it again. Following the Sect Master out of the Inheritance Palace, Xiao Hua bowed and flew back to Cherishing Flower Peak. Xiao Yuehong stood there, looking at Xiao Hua's speed that was a bit faster than Gong Mingwei and the others. A bitter smile appeared on his face. How could he not want to accept Xiao Hua as a disciple? Not to mention 3 years of feelings, just Xiao Hua's ability to refine top-grade medicinal pills was enough to make him laugh for several days. But it was precisely because Xiao Hua had no clue about his origins that Xiao Yuehong was very worried. He was afraid that a moment of inappropriateness would bring disaster to his little Shang Huaming. Let's leave it to the heavens. Xiao Yuehong turned and entered the secret room again. Yellow Flower Ridge's night sky was originally very quiet. Usually, the sound of insects and frogs would be heard from time to time, giving people the illusion of a secluded orchid in an empty valley. But these few days it was different from before. Not to mention the thick dark clouds gradually expanding, covering the entire Yellow Flower Ridge. The bright moonlight couldn't penetrate. Just the lightning that leaped out from the dark clouds brought a suffocating pressure to Yellow Flower Ridge. Not to mention Xiao Yuehong and Xiao Hua, even the common sounds of insects and frogs had disappeared. The entire Yellow Flower Ridge was deathly silent, as if all the living things had hidden in a place they thought was safe. Xiao Hua's heart throbbed. The meridians in his body were even more bizarre. Just as Xiao Yuehong had said, they seemed to have a life of their own. Xiao Hua could clearly sense that his meridians under this silent pressure had a kind of fear, a kind of excitement, and a kind of pleasant surprise. Moreover, his entire meridians were trembling, wriggling slightly. Only when the pressure reached the Shanzhong acupoint in his heart, his meridians were firmly suppressed. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him, unable to budge at all. With such strange meridians, Xiaohua naturally couldn't cultivate. He wanted to go to Minushi Peak, but he was afraid that Xiao Yuehong would see the abnormality in his meridians and not put him into Shenhua Ming. Therefore, after looking at the spirit herbs in the medicinal garden and finding nothing inappropriate, he directly went to the summit of Shihua Peak. The summit of Shihua Peak was also windless. The surrounding air seemed to be stagnant. Xiaohua stood there with a heavy heart, as if a great danger was gathering in the air. Strange. What kind of unforeseen event could happen? Xiaohua was rather puzzled. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, the air slightly moved, and then, unable to be stopped, a gale suddenly rose in the entire Shihua Peak. Woo! The wind came swiftly and violently. Xiaohua almost couldn't open his eyes. While all at the sound of water could still be heard in the deathly still night sky despite the gale. Little White? Xiaohua forcefully opened his eyes. He had already seen a little white snake slowly flying out from the mountain stream of Shihua Peak at the place where the sound of water and wind came from. At this moment, Little White didn't seem to see Xiaohua. That little snake's head was straight up. Its thin red tongue would stretch out from time to time. Those bean-sized eyes flashed with a stern look, staring straight at the sky, unyielding and provocative. This battle array is directed at Little White? Xiaohua immediately understood. This guy, what is he trying to do? Without waiting for Xiaohua to think further, the dark clouds above Shihua Peak suddenly emitted the sound of thunder. The entire dark cloud gradually turned red, as if it was being burned by fire. This fiery red spread extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, all the dark clouds had turned into one color. Moreover, within these fiery clouds, ear-splitting thunder was brewing. Tribulation. Xiaohua instantly recalled what his second senior brother had said. 3 years ago, this yellow flower ridge had been struck by lightning. It seemed like a lightning tribulation. Little White's lightning tribulation? Xiaohua somewhat didn't believe it, but just as his doubts were born, a dragon's roar came from Little White's mouth. At the same time, Little White's small snake body suddenly expanded. Chapter 1273. Under the thunderous tribulation clouds, Little White let out a dragon's roar. Its entire body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. It grew to the same size as Cherishing Flower Peak and was thicker than dozens of water vats combined. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge dragon. This is Little White? Xiaohua didn't dare to believe his own eyes. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and looked carefully. Of course, it was a huge white dragon. This huge white dragon coiled its huge body and was slowly twisting in the air above Cherishing Flower Peak. A kind of silent pressure gradually spread from the majestic dragon's body. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, there were many places on the dragon's winding body where the dragon's scales had yet to form. There were also many places where the 4 claws were missing. Even the dragon's head, the dragon's horns, and the dragon's shape were still empty. This is Little White's lightning tribulation. As long as it survives the lightning tribulation, it can transform into a dragon? Xiaohua instantly understood. Right at this moment, the lightning tribulation that had been brewing for a long time fell from the sky like a thunderbolt the moment all the tribulation clouds lit up at the same time. Seeing the lightning flashing and falling from the sky, that little white dragon seemed to have already made plans. Its winding body wriggled faster and its huge head let out a deafening dragon's roar. It opened its big mouth and a waterfall-like blue brilliance shot out from its mouth and rushed straight into the air. Zzzz, a light sound like boiling water being poured on top of snow was heard. That blue brilliance simply didn't last long under the golden lightning and was completely torn apart. The entire brilliance gradually melted along the edges of the tear and the lightning streaked across the sky, about to hit the little white dragon's head. Logically speaking, this lightning tribulation was Little White's dragon transformation tribulation and had nothing to do with a cultivator like Xiaohua. However, the instant the lightning tribulation struck, Xiaohua once again felt fear and uneasiness in his meridians. Xiaohua immediately remembered that during the lightning tribulation, there was a certain distance away from the person undergoing the tribulation. Otherwise, it was extremely easy to be affected by the lightning tribulation. Although this lightning tribulation was for demonic beasts, it might also be harmful to cultivators. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and he slapped the flight talisman, causing his figure to instantly soar up before charging down Cherishing Flower Peak. However, just as his figure flew into the air within the space of his mind, the sparkling cube of light suddenly spun at an extremely fast speed, emitting a kind of strange fluctuation. The lightning tribulation that was originally striking towards Whitey actually split into half and struck towards Xiaohua's body. Sun Yunzi, who is this person? Far away from Yellow Flower Ridge in the air, there was an oval mirror reflecting the scene of Shihua Peak. However, the scene was a bit blurry, especially when the lightning tribulation descended, causing the mirror to shake. Facing the mirror were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was wearing a rainbow-colored dress decorated with bird feathers. She had an egg-shaped face and a pair of eyes that looked both happy and angry. Sitting beside her was a young cultivator wearing a Taoist robe with a thin face. The cultivator held a long sword in his hand and frowned as he looked at the mirror before him. He was the one who had asked the question. How would I know? She's only at the first level of qi refining. I reckon she's Shang Huaming's disciple who hasn't entered the sect yet. The one who answered him was a tall, fair-skinned and beardless Taoist with an incomparably handsome appearance. He looked rather young. These 3 people looked very young, but their cultivations were all unfathomable. The last one to answer was the nascent soul cultivator who had instructed the 10,000 Poisons sect to attack Shang Huaming. His name had already been called out and it was Sun Yunzi. Sun Yunzi was the sect master of the Shanghua sect, one of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi. Who else could stand side by side with him besides the sect masters of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi, Taoist Lu Ming of the 7 Secrets sect and Fairy Yingzhua of the Xuanyan sect. This Shang Huaming's disciple really has no manners. What is he doing on the mountain peak in the middle of the night? Fairy Yingzhua frowned and coldly said, "Oh no, why did the lightning tribulation split into half and strike him?" Even Sun Yunzi himself couldn't help but cry out when he saw the lightning tribulation that was as thick as a bucket strike Xiaohua. He's courting death. Taoist Lu Ming snorted. A mere qi refining disciple actually dares to come to the lightning tribulation area. That's a place that even nascent soul cultivators like us don't dare to set foot in. He must be tired of living. It's a little strange. Sun Yunzi was slightly taken aback. The lightning tribulation of this demonic beast. It's unlikely to affect mortals. With a burst of crackling sounds, the mirror in front of the 3 people suddenly shattered and they couldn't see anything. Let's go. Sun Yunzi didn't have time to say anything else. His figure turned into a rainbow and shot straight towards the Yellow Flower Ridge. As he flew, he transmitted his voice. The second wave of lightning tribulation has already arrived. I don't know how many heavenly thunders this demonic beast has. If we're late, I'm afraid that demonic beast's Niden will transform into a dragon and will have to return empty-handed. Taoist Lu Ming and Fairy Yingzhua also turned into rainbows, and their speed didn't seem to be slower than Sun Yunzi's. Both of them flew towards the Yellow Flower Ridge. On the Yellow Flower Ridge, Whitey's head was struck by lightning. Half of it split off and hit Xiaohua, who was trying to escape in midair. Under the incomparably powerful heavenly thunders, Xiaohua simply didn't have any power to fight back. Before the heavenly thunders could reach his body, he fainted. His body fell from midair into the rubble of Shihua Peak. The bucket-sized heavenly thunders, with a trace of deep red in them, rapidly struck Xiaohua, instantly destroying his Taoist robe and completely charring his skin. However, when Xiaohua's body was about to be destroyed by the heavenly thunders, the light cube in his mind flashed continuously, and all the heavenly thunders were absorbed by the light cube. After absorbing the heavenly thunders, the light cube suddenly expanded, becoming slightly bigger than before. As the light cube expanded, some strange things came out from the light cube and were sent into Xiaohua's mind. The heavenly thunders from the 9th heaven were fatal to Xiaohua, but to Whitey, who was in the midst of transforming into a dragon, it was different. Facing the heavenly thunders, Whitey twisted its body, trying to dodge with all its might. However, the heavenly thunders seemed to have already locked onto Whitey. No matter how it dodged, the bucket-sized heavenly thunders accurately hit Whitey's dragon head. Roar! Whitey roared again, showing an extremely painful appearance. Its already dragonized body trembled and traces of blood seeped out from its body. And as the splendor of the lightning continued to strike and curl around Whitey's body, the previously unclear dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon whiskers and so on also gradually appeared, and gradually solidified, as Whitey's body trembled. Whitey's entire essence, energy and spirit seemed to have been sucked out of thin air. It gradually weakened and gradually became sluggish. When Whitey powerlessly floated in midair, the lightning on its body also gradually disappeared, and the tribulation clouds in the sky began to flicker, brewing the second heavenly thunders. Actually, when Whitey was struck by the heavenly thunders, and when Xiaohua took half of it, she had already sensed it. However, right now she was at the crucial point of transforming into a dragon. If she was careless, her soul might scatter. How could she still have the time to check on Xiaohua? And when Xiaohua's figure landed on the ground, Whitey had already withstood the first heavenly thunders. Just as she was about to fly over, a loud "kachik" sound rang out, and the second heavenly thunders struck down. This second heavenly thunders was a bit smaller than the first, and the trace of orange splendor was a bit thicker than the red splendor of the first heavenly thunders. Whitey knew that each heavenly thunders was stronger than the last, so she didn't dare to be distracted. She only tried her best to move her body, trembling slightly. Opening her mouth, she spat out another blue splendor, wanting to welcome the heavenly thunders. However, this splendor was clearly a lot fainter than the first wave. However, when the second heavenly thunders struck midair, another strange change occurred. Another half of the heavenly thunders were attracted by Xiaohua, who had fallen on the mountain rock, and directly struck his already charred body. The cube of light flashed with another kind of fluctuation. Not only was the entire heavenly thunders absorbed by the cube of light, even the trace of orange thunder essence within the heavenly thunders was also absorbed by the light particles within the cube of light. The tribulation lightning was the punishment of heaven and earth. It contained the will of heaven and earth, and this will was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. This second heavenly thunders was different from the first. Starting from the second heavenly thunders, it contained a trace of the heavenly Tao. Once the heavenly Tao entered the space behind Xiaohua's head, it was like a fuse and also like a kind of power. Within the space there was a burst of thunder, and with a rumble, the entire space shook as if something was attracted by the trace of the heavenly Tao within the heavenly thunders, slowly rotating. Such a strange change occurred in Xiaohua's mind, but one couldn't see any difference on the outside. The Taoist robe on his body had long been destroyed and his entire body was charred black. His entire life force was withdrawn into the space of his mind, supporting the changes of the heavenly Tao within the space. The little white dragon beside him was endlessly shocked. It really didn't know why the heavenly thunders were divided by Xiaohua again and again. The only thing it could guess was that Xiaohua was resisting the tribulation lightning for it. Suddenly, an incomparable gratitude arose in its immature heart. Little White was originally grateful to Xiaohua. 3 years ago, Little White had succeeded in cultivating the dragonization ability. However, its original body was still a little white snake. Although it had cultivated for countless years in Shanghua Ming, when it shed its snake body and transformed into a dragon body, its cultivation was still far from the Xiantian level. During that lightning tribulation, which was not very powerful, it had suffered extremely serious injuries. It was almost impossible for it to survive. And just as Little White was about to fall, it encountered Xiaohua in the cold pond. From Xiaohua's body, it felt a kind of familiar aura. What was even more mysterious was that it was blessed with good fortune and bit Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua's blood saved Little White, and even brought forward the second tribulation lightning that it should have encountered after countless years of cultivation to today. Little White had long sensed the tribulation lightning, but it had always been suppressing itself, so this tribulation lightning didn't come for a long time. Tonight, Little White really couldn't suppress it and had no choice but to face the tribulation. But what it didn't expect was that Xiaohua, who gave it a second life, would actually face the tribulation for it again. This gratitude, although it was a demonic beast, was also engraved in its bones. Chapter 1274. Although Xiaohua had already taken away half of the heavenly lightning was still not something that Little White could withstand. The golden heavenly lightning that was almost as thick as a bucket pierced through the light that Little White spat out, and once again hit Little White's body. Whitey's body trembled violently, and the dragon's roars came one after another. It was in extreme pain and its entire body was rolling in the air. Dragon's blood seeped out from its body, dyeing Whitey's entire body red. After the second heavenly lightning, Little White was already lying limply in the air, as if it didn't have the slightest bit of magic power and strength. It was extremely weak. And in the tribulation cloud the lightning was still flashing. The third heavenly lightning roared and was about to strike. Little White raised its arrogant dragon head, and its lantern-like eyes unwillingly looked at the rapidly flashing red clouds in the air. It didn't expect that the second heavenly tribulation would actually be several times stronger than the first. The first time it was able to withstand the third heavenly lightning, and this time with Xiaohua taking away half of the heavenly lightning, it was actually able to withstand the second heavenly lightning. Unfortunately, Little White was still just a demon beast. It didn't understand that no matter how powerful the dragon transformation art was, it was impossible for Little White to undergo the second heavenly tribulation within 3 years. The reason why Little White could undergo the heavenly tribulation was all because it sucked Xiaohua's blood. But at that time, if Little White didn't suck Xiaohua's blood, it would have already fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. How could it have another chance? Therefore Xiaohua's success, Xiaohua's defeat, Xiaohua's drinking and pecking the way of karma. Little White was unwilling and unyielding. Its huge dragon head roared towards the sky, and then with a shake of its head, a dark golden light spat out from its mouth, and directly shot towards Xiaohua, and disappeared into Xiaohua's body. Then Little White's eyes shot out a resolute look and it opened its mouth again. A pearl that was like a resplendent full moon was spat out from its mouth. It was the inner core that it had refined for countless years. The inner core flew out of Little White's mouth and directly rushed into the air, just in time to welcome the third heavenly lightning, before the third bolt of lightning, which contained the yellow thunder marrow, could hit Little White's Niden. Half of it was absorbed by the light cube in Xiaohua's head, while the other half struck the Niden. With a cracking sound, the blue radiance on the surface of the inner core was cracked by the heavenly lightning. Although Whitey was under the inner core and was not directly hit by the heavenly lightning, Whitey's body was as if it was punched by the might of heaven and earth. It shook violently and fresh blood dripped out. A large amount of dragon blood splashed onto Xiaohua's already charred body. The third bolt of lightning was blocked by Little White's inner core. Only a small amount of lightning struck Little White's body. After this bolt of lightning passed, Little White's body was completely restored. Little White had completely turned into a dragon. However, Little White seemed to be exhausted and on the verge of death. But, at that moment, the tribulation clouds that had originally ended gathered once more, and the fourth bolt of heavenly lightning that contained the green lightning essence was shining and brewing. How could Xiao Yuehong, the leader of Shanghuaming, not know about such a lightning tribulation on Xihua Peak? When the lightning tribulation was formed, he was alarmed. Before his divine sense could sweep across Xihua Peak, it was immediately crushed by the pressure of the heavenly lightning. Immediately after, the entire Yellow Flower Ridge was covered by the tribulation clouds. No magic power or divine ability could be used. Therefore Xiao Yuehong could only sit upright in front of the pill furnace, closing his eyes and holding his breath. He did not dare to use any magic power, for fear that the might of heaven and earth would affect him. Xiao Yuehong had also thought of Xiaohua. However, he also knew that the more profound one's cultivation base was, the more sensitive they were to the lightning tribulation, and the greater the damage they would suffer. Xiaohua was only at the second level of qi refining, and was the same as an ordinary person. It was impossible for him to sense the pressure of the heavenly lightning. Most likely he thought it was just an ordinary rain of thunder. But he never imagined that on Xihua Peak Xiaohua had another, thrilling and lucky encounter. Sun Yunzi, Reverend Lu Enai and Fairy Ingzhua were very far away from Yellow Flower Ridge, but their escape light was extremely fast. When the fourth heavenly lightning struck, they had already arrived at the periphery of Yellow Flower Ridge. However, at this time the entire Yellow Flower Ridge was covered by the tribulation clouds. Looking from afar, one could only see the flickering red clouds in the pitch-black sky, and the thick lightning bolts lingering and brewing in the red clouds. As for the scene inside Yellowflower Ridge, it was all blocked by the innate divine restriction of the way of heaven. Although the three of them were great experts of the late nascent soul stage, they absolutely could not peep into it. As soon as they arrived at Yellowflower Ridge and saw that the tribulation clouds had disappeared, Sun Yunzi was delighted. He transmitted his voice, "Fellow Taoists, with our speed, the tribulation clouds should have just struck down 3 heavenly lightning bolts." A chopstick-sized heavenly thunder streaked across the sky, like a centipede, and struck down. Although this heavenly thunder was much thinner, its color was almost pure green, which was different from the previous heavenly thunder. Around the heavenly thunder, countless small space cracks were torn open, showing the infinite power of this heavenly thunder. Roar! A huge dragon roar resounded through the whole Yellowflower Ridge. Sun Yunzi and the others who were in midair felt dizzy, and their bodies involuntarily fell from the sky. Sun Yunzi was shocked. He waved his hand and an oval-shaped jade butterfly flew out from his sleeve. With a slight flap of its wings, it flew to Sun Yunzi's feet and supported him. The long sword in Immortal Lu Hong's hand turned into the shape of a dragon, and also caught Immortal Lu Hong's body when he lost his balance. Fairy Ingzhua was even more surprised. The 1,000 feathers rainbow-colored gown on her body emitted a colorful brilliance, and lifted her up into the air. When Fairy Ingzhua circulated her magic power and woke up from the dizziness, the last heavenly thunder had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1275. When Sun Yunzi and the others fell, the little white dragon was roaring angrily. When it saw the green heavenly lightning, it felt that there was no chance of survival. It hardened its heart and spat out a dragon's breath to support the cracked inner core. After the green heavenly lightning split into half and was absorbed by Xiaohua, it struck the inner core and shattered it into pieces. The little white dragon writhed in pain in the air. Countless cracks appeared on its newly formed dragon body. As Little White writhed, the cracks gradually tore apart and chunks of flesh fell from the sky. Clang, 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 another burst of green heavenly lightning struck Little White's body. All the cracked flesh exploded again and even Little White's bloody dragon head was split in half. But at this moment something strange happened again. From the split dragon head, a dragon much smaller than the Little White dragon flew out. This dragon also had the appearance of Little White, but its entire body was illusory. This illusory form was different from the illusory form before the lightning tribulation. Every part of this dragon's body was intact and every tiny dragon scale could be seen. This was the little white dragon that had completely passed the lightning tribulation. The little white dragon rushed into the air and countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy fused into its illusory body. It gradually condensed and formed a dragon body. The little white dragon didn't care about this at all and directly rushed towards the inner core in the air. It opened its mouth and swallowed the shattered inner core into its stomach. The lightning tribulation is over? 4 bolts of heavenly lightning. The 3 were overjoyed. The more heavenly lightning there was, the higher the cultivation of the python dragon. Naturally, the inner core was worth such a huge risk. The 3 of them circulated their magic power and flew towards Yellowflower Ridge. At this time, the tribulation clouds had already dissipated and the entire Yellowflower Ridge was filled with chaotic heaven and earth spiritual energy. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was also filled with an extremely violent aura. It was as if an extremely small fireball technique could ignite the entire Yellowflower Ridge. Sun Yunzi and the others were all late nascent soul stage cultivators and could already freely control the heaven and earth spiritual energy. This chaotic heaven and earth spiritual energy couldn't affect their abilities too much. When they saw the little white dragon that was about to swallow the inner core in the air above Shihua Peak, they were all dumbfounded. Is this a python dragon that just underwent its tribulation? Did it fail to pass the tribulation? Reverend Lu Su was extremely shocked. He transmitted the message to Sun Yunzi and Fairy Ingzhua. They were all late-stage nascent soul experts and were also figures standing at the pinnacle of Dawn Rain continent. What kind of bizarre scene had they not seen before? Although he hadn't transcended the tribulation, there were records in the sect's records. He had once observed others transcending the tribulation from afar. Although the tribulation of demonic beasts was different from the tribulation of cultivators, there was no difference in essence. Both were the heavenly thunder-tempering body and the heavenly demons test. These tests were basically a test of one's physical body. Demonic beasts' physical bodies were even stronger, and they had gone through multiple heavenly tribulations. However, they had never heard of demonic beasts abandoning their physical bodies and existing in the form of soul essences after transcending the tribulation. Cultivators could only abandon their physical bodies when they failed their tribulations. Sun Yunzi was secretly delighted. He thought to himself, the dragonization incantation is indeed a supreme incantation. Is actually willing to abandon the physical body and reconstruct the dragon body. If I were to cultivate it, perhaps I would also be able to obtain a Xiantian body condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, there was no expression on his face. He only said in astonishment, "Yes, is this the python dragon's soul essence?" Fellow Taoists, quickly look, this soul essence is condensing, as if, quick fellow Taoists, don't waste any time. Let's take advantage of the fact that this python dragon hasn't recovered and kill it quickly. It doesn't matter if it's a soul essence or something else. The core of the python dragon is the most important. Fairy Ingzwa sensed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rapidly converging into the little white dragon's body. She felt that something was wrong and immediately transmitted a message to the two. Sun Yunzi, you must know the reason. Reverend Lu Su suddenly realized. I definitely don't know. Fellow Taoist Lu Kong, this is not the time for us to be confused. If there's anything, let's talk about it after we get the python dragon's core. How could Sun Yunzi reveal the truth to him? With a wave of his hand, a chain with several tiny bells hanging on it flew out of his hand and towards the sky above the little white dragon. When the chain flew into the sky, it suddenly expanded. The several bells also clanked loudly. Several different sounds, which seemed to have the effect of absorbing souls, reverberated in the sky above the cherishing flower peak. When Reverend Lu Ni and Fairy Ingzwa saw Sun Yunzi take out his most powerful magical treasure, the soul-snatching chain bell, their expressions changed slightly. Their magic power surged and their bodies glowed faintly, blocking the sound of the bell that invaded their Tao hearts. Fairy Ingzwa and Reverend Lu Su were not the targets of the soul-snatching chain bell. Just the sound of the chain was already so frightening, not to mention the little white dragon directly under the soul-snatching chain bell. The sound of the bell was like ripples on the surface of water, striking the little white dragon one after another, shaking the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the little white dragon and disturbing the little white dragon's speed of absorbing spiritual energy. However, a strange scene occurred. When the bell sound fell on the little white dragon's body, the little white dragon did not suffer the pain that Sun Yunzi had imagined, nor did it roll on the ground. Instead, it slightly swayed its body as if it was enjoying the sound. This is bad. Seeing this, Sun Yunzi unconsciously stared blankly but soon understood. This little white dragon is not in the form of a soul. It has just transformed into a dragon and condensed into a body, so it may not be able to hear any sound. My soul-snatching chain bell can indeed shake the soul. But what this little white dragon cultivates is the dragonization skill, which may be different from ordinary tribulations. Sound attacks won't work, and this python dragon's soul is also sturdy. Fellow Taoists, please make your move. Sun Yunzi immediately spread the word that immortal Lu Yun and Fairy Ingzwa were here to help. At this moment, without delay, Fairy Ingzwa clapped her hand, and a slender, radiant stick flew out from the storage pouch on her waist. At the tip of the stick, a large flower bud was about to bloom. It was Fairy Ingzwa's favorite magic weapon, the Tyrant Spring Bud. Fairy Ingzwa held the Tyrant Spring Bud in her hand, and with a push of her magic power, the flower bud at the tip spiraled and gradually bloomed. As the flower bud bloomed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding sky surged and gradually condensed into a silken shape beside the flower bud. When the flower bud bloomed into a fresh flower, Fairy Ingzwa let out a thunderous roar, and as if she was pulling a heavy object, she slowly waved her hand. Countless thin silks near the flower bud streaked across the air, driving more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings, and pounced on the little white dragon. As these thin silks streaked across the air, they made a la-la-la sound as if the space was about to be torn apart. The entire silks then transformed into a large net, which almost caught the little white dragon's huge body in one fell swoop. The little white dragon also seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Its dragon body moved and white clouds gradually formed under its body. This was the sign of dragon follows cloud and tiger follows wind. Unfortunately, the little white dragon had just crossed the tribulation and its breathing was weak. Moreover, it had not been long since it became a dragon, and its dragon body had not yet condensed. It simply did not have the strength and magic power to escape. It could only hope that it could withstand the attacks of these 3 late Yuanying stage experts before its dragon body condensed. The spiritual silks released by the tyrant spring bud covered the little white dragon's body without any suspense. Fairy Ingzwa's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. These thin silks were extremely powerful. If her cultivation could reach the dividing spirit stage or even cross the tribulation, she could almost tear the space apart. She had always been at an advantage when she used this tyrant spring bud to fight against her enemies. When others saw her using this magic weapon, they would either run far away or use other magic weapons to defend in the air. How would they dare to let the thin silks formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth touch their bodies? Seeing the little white dragon's dragon body twisting a few times, but the net still fell down, Sun Yunzi's heart that should have been happy jumped for no reason. He felt that there should be something missing. Sure enough, when the net fell on the little white dragon's body, there was no scream as Fairy Ingzwa expected. Instead, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no sound, not even a ripple. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Sun Yunzi immediately understood the warning just now. This little white dragon was currently in the process of forming its body, and it was using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This tyrant spring bud, no, even the magic weapons on his body were all using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack. All the attacks that landed on the little white dragon's body would become the spiritual energy for its body forming. How could it be injured? No wonder this little white dragon did not panic. Not only did Sun Yunzi understand, Fairy Ingzwa also understood, and her heart was abnormally angry. Roar with a dragon roar, the little white dragon swung its gigantic head around. A weak but tenacious divine sense swept past. Its 2 eyes, which were about to form, flashed with mockery. Fortunately, Ai's luck is profound, and I have an affinity with this python's inner core. If not for the 2 helpers today, I'm afraid I would have to return empty-handed. Sun Yunzi's face was full of surprise, but his heart was secretly happy. Returning empty-handed is one thing, but after provoking this demonic beast of the spirit-severing stage, I'm afraid my Shanghua sect will never have a day of peace. Please, fellow Taoist Lu Kong, make a move. Sun Yunzi took out a few palm-sized jade pieces from his storage bag, and transmitted his voice to Lu Kong. Lu Kong coldly snorted and flung the scabbard in his hand. An orange-yellow brilliance shone from his hand and flew into the air. Sun Yunzi, of course I will make a move. However, I have to say first, after this matter is done, I want 50% of this python's inner core. Not the previous 30%. Lu Kong slightly narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice. Also, fellow Taoist needs to tell me everything about this python. Sun Yunzi obviously didn't expect Lu Kong to change his mind at the last moment, and was somewhat caught off guard. But looking at the flying sword that Lu Kong released, he could only clench his teeth and said coldly, I have already told you about the python, and even if I say it again, it will still be the same. I can agree to your request of 50%, but I still need to ask Fairy Ingzwa's opinion. What opinion can I have? Seeing Sun Yunzi push the matter to her, Fairy Ingzwa sneered, fellow Taoist Lu Kong has a dragon-slaying sword after all. However, fellow Taoist Lu Kong's sudden change of mind will damage your reputation. Chapter 1276. Haha, reputation is nothing, only the great Tao is real. Reverend Lu Shi laughed wildly and said, only I have this dragon-slaying technique. If you two fellow Taoists also have this technique, I will let you have it. Alright, fellow Taoist Lu Kong, we have agreed. Hurry up and do it. A long delay may cause trouble. Sun Yunzi saw that the little white dragon's body was becoming more and more solid. He couldn't help but feel anxious and urged. At the same time, Sun Yunzi also threw out the stones in his hand. The 4 stones occupied the 4 corners of the sky, trapping the little white dragon in the center. This is... Fairy Ingzhua frowned and looked at the 4 extremely ordinary stones while holding the useless wavy buds in her hand. She scanned them with her divine sense but didn't find any particularly strong spiritual energy. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. A sharp sword cry resounded in the sky. It was Reverend Lu Shi who activated his magic power to drive the dragon-slaying sword flying in the air. The dragon-slaying sword elongated in the air about 10 feet long. Its orange-yellow splendor was misty. Reverend Lu Shi sat cross-legged in the air with his palms facing the sky. His face was first flushed, then turned into a waxy yellow color. Quick! Reverend Lu Shi shouted and released the sword spell in his hand. The dragon-slaying sword streaked across the sky with a piercing sound of wind, chopping straight at the little white dragon. Roar! The sharp sound of wind seemed to have already locked onto the little white dragon. The little white dragon's body turned rapidly, barely facing the dragon-slaying sword. It opened its mouth and spat out a weak water-blue splendor, forming a light screen to block the dragon-slaying sword. Unfortunately, the splendor was too weak. The little white dragon's cultivation base was only at the late stage of foundation establishment. How could it resist the full-force attack of a late-stage Yuanying expert? With a swish, the light screen was directly split open by the dragon-slaying sword all the way to the bottom. The little white dragon tried to dodge, but it was still too late. The dragon's body, which couldn't be broken through by the soul-stealing chain bell and wavy buds, now appeared extremely fragile under the dragon-slaying sword. Crack! It struck the little white dragon's abdomen, and a large piece of flesh that had just formed was immediately cut off. Dragon flesh and dragon blood sprinkled all over Xihua Peak. Roar! The little white dragon twisted its enormous body with all its strength because of the pain, then raised its enormous tail and slapped straight towards Reverend Liu Shi. Good timing. Facing the huge dragon tail, Reverend Lu Shi was not frightened at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. He sat upright and motionless, then changed his sword gesture. Following his move, an identical dragon-slaying sword was separated from the previous dragon-slaying sword and hacked horizontally towards the dragon tail of the little white dragon. Crack! In an instant, the sword and the dragon tail collided. The tremendous power of the dragon tail shook the dragon-slaying sword, and its orange splendor was almost disrupted. Meanwhile, the sharpness of the dragon-slaying sword had also shattered the dragon scales on the dragon tail and the strange talismans that had yet to form on the dragon scales. Go! Reverend Lu Su's face slightly changed. His magic power surged and he sent out another sword gesture. The dragon-slaying sword buzzed and its splendor condensed again. Then it rushed forward again. Swish! Just like before, a large piece of flesh fell down and sprinkled on Xihua Peak. Naturally, it also buried Xiao Hua's charred body, which had been struck by the heavenly thunder. Who is it? While watching Reverend Lu Su's dragon-slaying skill, Sun Yunzi sensed that someone was spying on him with his divine will. Just now he was afraid that the little white dragon would escape, so he did not kill Xiao Yuehong first. Now that Xiao Yuehong had appeared, how could he let him go? With a fierce glint in his eyes, he swung the soul-stealing chain bell in his hand into the air, sending a sound wave towards Xiao Yuehong. Although Xiao Yuehong was already far away from Xihua Peak, the soul-stealing chain bell, which had no effect on the little white dragon, was a supreme killing weapon in front of Xiao Yuehong. Xiao Yuehong had almost no strength to fight back. He had just cast a bead-like magic tool into the air when his body immediately flipped in midair. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and a net made of heaven and earth spiritual qi covered the sky from top to bottom. There was no resistance and there was no pause. Xiao Yuehong, who was lying in the air, was cut into countless tiny pieces by the net, turning into flesh and blood, falling from the sky, in front of a late Yuaning stage cultivator. A foundation establishment stage cultivator was even more inferior than a qi refining stage cultivator in front of 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 a qi refining stage cultivator was simply like a baby in front of an adult. Xiao Yuehong did not have any chance to fight back before he was killed on the spot by the two late Yuaning stage cultivators. Immediately, Sun Yunzi and Fairy Ingzhua turned their heads indifferently, as if they were killing a small ant, and continued to pay attention to the little white dragon. At this time, the little white dragon's situation was worrying. The dragon's slaying sword was flying around the dragon's head, piercing towards the dragon's brain. There was no doubt that once the dragon's slaying sword pierced into the dragon's brain, the little white dragon would have no chance to survive. Roar! The little white dragon roared again. It opened its mouth and spat out a water-blue brilliance. Within the brilliance, the Niden that had been smashed into pieces by the heavenly thunder had already fused by more than half. Good, good. Reverend Lu, she shouted again, and the dragon slaying sword quickly pierced towards the Niden. Crack. The dragon slaying sword pierced the Niden. When the Niden broke, the dragon slaying sword also broke into thousands of pieces. Normally, the Niden of the little white dragon should not be so weak. Unfortunately, there were 3 heavenly thunders and a different dark green heavenly thunder. The Niden that the little white dragon had painstakingly cultivated was already full of holes. How could it resist the sharpness of the dragon slaying sword? And the magical power of a late Yuaning stage expert? Even the physical body that the little white dragon relied on to escape was also in great danger at this time. Seeing the dragon slaying sword being shattered, Reverend Lu, she didn't seem to be worried at all, as if he had already had a plan in mind. Indeed, once Reverend Lu she changed his sword spell, those thousands of dragon-slaying sword fragments transformed back into tiny dragon-slaying swords one after another, transforming into a huge sword formation around the little white dragon, trapping the little white dragon in it from all directions. Sword formation? Seeing this, Sun Yunzi and Fairy Ingzhua's expressions changed slightly. The magic formations of the Dawn Rain continent had always been a secret, and had been lost for a long time. Ordinary magic formations had been simplified into restrictive spells, and even the magic formations that had been passed down from generation to generation were specious. They only knew how to use them but did not know how to create new ones, not to mention a sword formation. That was almost a legend among legends. Therefore, when they saw Reverend Lu she use the legendary sword formation, both of them felt a chill in their hearts, and became respectful and vigilant towards this fellow Taoist who could not distinguish between friend and foe. Sitting cross-legged, Reverend Lu she made a sword spell with both of his hands, using his divine sense, which was different from that of an ordinary late Yuaning stage expert, to drive the sword formation laid out by the dragon-slaying sword. Hundreds and thousands of tiny flying swords were flying in all directions, blocking all the space around the little white dragon, and gradually approaching the little white dragon. Frightened, the little white dragon gathered the Niden that had been destroyed by the dragon-slaying sword once again. Just when it was about to swallow it into its stomach, suddenly outside the sword formation in the 4 corners of the sky, 4 bright spots of light flashed like stars. Not only Reverend Lu Shi but Fairy Ingzhua was also stunned. They simply did not notice that Sun Yunzi, who was standing beside them, was making a spell with his hands, and 4 different spells struck on the 4 seemingly ordinary stones that he had laid out in the air just now. At this time the stones had already changed from their usual appearance. Each of them was shining with a dark green brilliance, and within the brilliance 4 balls of dark green liquid that had been melted into 4 balls were slightly swaying. Along with the swaying of the balls of liquid, countless amounts of spiritual qi of heaven and earth were absorbed by these 4 balls of liquid. Quick! Sun Yunzi let out a clear shout, and a mouthful of his natal energy was spurted out. In front of Sun Yunzi, it divided into 4 balls of liquid. Shwa, 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 shwa. 4 consecutive sounds rang out. The 4 balls of liquid were broken by Sun Yunzi's life essence. After the liquid exploded, it disappeared. A net of spirit energy suddenly formed from the liquid. Then with each corner as the center, it spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the spirit energy from the four corners intertwined and wrapped around the sword formation and the small white dragon. Withdraw, seeing the net of spiritual chi take shape. Sun Yunzi's face showed a hint of joy. He pointed his finger, and the net of spiritual chi suddenly produced an endless suction force. The Niden that was about to be absorbed into the little white dragon's stomach actually stopped under this suction force, and slowly moved away from the little white dragon. Jade Talisman. Fairy Ingjua almost moaned in her heart. It's a 4-piece jade talisman. Although this jade talisman needs to be activated by Sun Yunzi's natal energy, and is at a disadvantage, but a spell that can encircle the little white dragon and absorb the Niden is definitely not something that Sun Yunzi can perform. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.